Chapter 397. Yi Qinghan's arrogant behavior surprised all the people present. This person. Is he really crazy or stupid? Eldest young miss has issued a hidden island order to summon the 13 elders, but not only did he not run away, was he not afraid? He even dared to provoke and insult him? The people of the hidden island and the group of young masters were stunned for a moment before laughing sinisterly. Yin Dang covered his mouth, forgetting the pain. In the barbarian city, Yi Qinghan humiliated him, making him not dare to go out for a month after returning to the hidden island. And just now he hurt himself. If he did not vent this anger, he would not be able to live a peaceful life. Now seeing Yi Qinghan's arrogance, he became even more excited. Where is this? This is the hidden island. He alone can fight the entire hidden island? Lady Mei looked at Yi Qinghan's incomparably overbearing aura, but her face turned serious. This young man can cultivate to the sage realm at such a young age. It can be said to be unprecedented. Now that he is so arrogant, there must be a mountain behind him? And the island master did not appear to stop the eldest young miss' crazy behavior. Could it be that there is a deeper meaning? Does he want to use the eldest young miss to suppress the person behind this arrogant young man? The eldest young miss' name is Yinling, the granddaughter of the hidden island master. Yinling, has no parents, and the people of the hidden island do not know whether she is the island master's granddaughter or someone else. From childhood to adulthood, the island master rarely cares about her, just throwing her to the 13 elders and letting them take care of her. Yinling, grew up under the extreme care of the 13 elders. Her appearance is outstanding, and her talent is amazing. In addition, the island master does not care about her. The 13 elders spoil and even indulge her, and the young masters on the island revolve around her. Thus, she has developed an incomparably arrogant little overlord temperament. On the hidden island, except for the 13 elders, all the men who see her either run around her like a dog or run away. In addition, the men of the hidden island have an obscene atmosphere, so Yinling, looks down on the men of the hidden island, thinking that men are all waste, all dogs. Sexual orientation is also a matter of course. Just now Yin Fei, suddenly came to report that she found several beauties of the same level as her. Of course, she didn't say anything and immediately activated the hidden pavilion's intelligence system. She immediately discovered Yi Qinghan's group of 4 and rushed over immediately. The 3 beauties didn't disappoint her and made her very excited. However, the man surrounded by the 3 of them made her even more excited. How many years has it been? She finally met a pure man like her grandfather. A young man who dared to say that she was more capable than a cow. A man who seemed to have guts. Of course, it was obvious that she wasn't going to use her unparalleled womanly charm to conquer him. She didn't have the time or interest to make him stick out his tongue under her pomegranate skirt and smile. She was prepared to use the most direct method, violence, to make him kneel down. She wanted him to understand that other than her grandfather, any other man could only kneel down in front of her. Xiao. Before the fireworks in the sky had settled, 3 black figures rose from the hidden city. At the same time, 10 black figures flew out from the mountain outside the city. The 13 of them were extremely fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had already landed on the scene. Miss, are you all right? The 13 of them were about the same age as Yi Qinghu. They were all humans and weren't tall. As soon as they landed, one of them immediately used his saint domain to seal off the scene. At the same time, they all surrounded Yinling. Seeing that Yinling was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Then several of them glanced at Yi Qinghan coldly. One of them was the first to shout angrily. Who are you? How dare you use force against First Miss? Do you want to die? You're actually a saint at such a young age? Which family's disciple are you from? Why did you come to the hidden island to cause trouble? One of the elders suddenly sensed Yi Qinghan's strength and became bewildered. Was bewildered. This person was actually able to break through to the saint realm at such a young age. Putting aside talent, it at least meant one thing. He was a disciple of a large family. This was because they knew that without the support of large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits, even a heavenly meridian being could not cultivate so quickly. This was because they knew that without the support of large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits, even a heavenly meridian being could not cultivate so quickly. Yinling was obviously dissatisfied with the attitude of the 13 elders. She snorted coldly and a cold look shot out from her eyes. She looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Who cares which family he's from? How dare he humiliate me and take advantage of me? Take him down." "This, young man, aren't you going to apologize to First Miss? No one will be able to save you if First Miss gets angry." "That's right. How dare you humiliate First Miss and take advantage of her? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and apologize." The 13 elders hurriedly criticized Yi Qinghan. Their expressions were very angry and their tone was very agitated. However, their eyes were constantly shooting meaningful glances at Yi Qinghan. However, none of them made a move. As soon as they saw the 3 beautiful women beside Yi Qinghan, they could roughly guess what was going on. Basically, all the beautiful women in the hidden city had been toyed with by First Mississippi. Now that they saw these 3 beautiful women, then, they also knew that this young man in front of them must have a great force behind him. Perhaps he even had a god-rank powerhouse. Therefore, they naturally didn't dare to make a move. If this young man really had a god-rank powerhouse behind him, then it would be difficult for them to explain to the Island Lord. Island Lord? That's right. After the 13 elders scolded them, they suddenly remembered something. The Island Lord was still fishing at the seaside. He must have known about what happened here. Why hadn't he sent a message? Could it be that there was a deeper meaning? Bullshit. Yi Qinghan looked at this old man who was more than 10 meters tall jumping up and down. He seemed to be scolding him, but in fact he was trying to persuade him to admit his mistake. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly. What the hell was going on? He didn't provoke anyone. It was fine if he met 2 crazy women, but now a group of old men came. Why were they so unreasonable? Why were they so obviously biased? It seemed that his guess was right. This beautiful woman seemed to be the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's god-rank powerhouse. All right, this young master will not argue with you. I also don't want to cause trouble. Tell me, how do you want me to apologize? When Yi Qinghan thought about how the 13 elders didn't make a move, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. He kept the slaughter god blade and sheathed it on his back. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble. It was just that this woman was the granddaughter of the Hidden Island's Island Lord. He didn't want to end up like what happened in Black Tortoise City. After provoking a group of young people, a group of old people came. After fighting a group of old people, the Hidden Island Lord appeared. If such a small matter caused Elder Lu and the Hidden Island Lord to fight, it would attract the attention of the continent's god-rank powerhouse and the God City's Island Lord. That's right. You are worth teaching. And you are young and frivolous. I think we can forgive you this time. Forget about the compensation. Just apologize. In the future, you must be careful not to cause trouble when you go out. The 13 elders heaved a sigh of relief when Yi Qinghan admitted his mistake. The Island Lord was too indulgent towards Yinling. They couldn't do anything about it. Previously, they almost destroyed the hidden pavilion because of a small matter. Now, since Yi Qinghan was so understanding, they naturally tried to smooth things over. After all, they were the ones who suffered and got scolded. When Yinling saw that Yi Qinghan had suddenly admitted his mistake, the excitement in her eyes disappeared, and was replaced with complete disdain. Men were indeed spineless. He was so arrogant just now, but now he was like a bird. She waved her hand indifferently and said in a magnanimous manner, "Since you, a piece of trash, have become a tortoise, I am not an unreasonable person. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Let the 3 of them accompany me for 10 days, and this matter will be over." Chapter 398. As soon as he said that, the 13 elders were visibly relieved. Fortunately, the eldest miss seemed to be in a good mood today. She didn't plan to cause trouble. In their opinion, making Yi Qinghan kowtow a few times was a small matter. Besides Yin Sha, the young masters of the Hidden Island served the island master all day and avoided Yinling. Which of the other young masters didn't kowtow to her? Didn't they get beaten or slashed by her? Yindang, for example, was almost castrated by Yinling. Fortunately, his grandfather, the 8th elder, left quickly. Otherwise, as for Yinling, saying that she wanted the 3 women to accompany her for 10 days. In the eyes of the 13 elders, this wasn't a big deal. This wasn't a big deal. It was harmless for women to play with each other. They wouldn't suffer any losses, and they wouldn't suffer any losses. They didn't have tools and could only rely on external objects to play a few tricks, so it didn't matter. Haha. However, Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng's reaction was a bit big. After hearing what was said, Yi Qinghan's mouth suddenly curved into an evil smile. And then the smile became bigger and bigger. And the smile became a big laugh. And the big laugh became a crazy laugh. Humph. Pay. Shameless. Little Han. Beat her up until even her mother can't recognize her. Yu Qingcheng snorted implicitly, expressing her anger. Yi Qingwu directly flipped out and started cursing. Yi Qingyu didn't understand why the woman wanted them to play with her for 10 days. However, when she heard that her brother was to kneel and kowtow, she became angry and glared coldly at Yinling, her battle chi sword, and was about to explode. Kind people are bullied, and kind horses are ridden. The ancients didn't deceive me. Big-breasted sister, listen to me. I don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Since you insist on doing it, then do it. This time, it wasn't the bewitching purple light that lit up. But as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, his battle chi suddenly soared, and at the same time, his body suddenly emitted a ripple-like spatial fluctuation, which instantly radiated like lightning and enveloped everyone in the field. After that, Yi Qinghan's body turned into a blur as he dashed forward. Under the horrified gazes of the 13 elders and Lord Mei, he directly appeared in front of Yinlinger and stood still. With an evil smile on his face, he stretched out his index finger and gently lifted Yinlinger's beautiful face. Then he opened his other hand and raised it up high before slapping it down hard on her face. Pa! A clear and crisp sound rang out in the quiet field. The voice was pleasant and abrupt. However, in the ears of the crowd, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Yinlinger was dumbfounded as she blinked her big eyes in confusion. Looking at the evil smile on his face and smelling his masculine scent, she forgot about the burning pain on her face. She stared at Yi Qinghan in a daze as if she was thinking, why did he dare to slap her face? Did he really slap my face? Bastard! How dare you? Courting death. Countless shouts and curses rang out a moment later. The 3 elders and Lord Mei's faces were filled with anger and coldness. Of course, there was also fear. The moment Yi Qinghan's battle chi soared, the 14 people also made their move. No matter what the island master's intention was, they knew that since the island master had not sent a sound transmission, it was obvious that he was allowing them to make their move and teach this arrogant boy a lesson. However, the moment they made their move, they suddenly found a spatial fluctuation surging out from the young man's side. This fluctuation was too fast, and it reached them in an instant. Then, something terrifying happened. The space around them suddenly fluctuated violently, and their advancing bodies seemed to have collided with an iron wall, and their bodies could not move. And then they heard a resounding slap to the face. They saw the red handprint that slowly appeared on Yinlinger's snow-white face. It was incomparably clear and dazzling. Only now did they realize that they could move their bodies. Therefore, they hurriedly roared and rushed towards Yi Qinghan. If you want her to die, then come. Just as they were about to go berserk, they were frightened by a slender hand and a faint sentence. Yi Qinghan's hand that hooked Yinlinger's smooth chin slid down along her jade-like neck and quietly pinched her neck. To tell you the truth, your pig brain has tarnished your perfect body. After Yi Qinghan's faint sentence frightened everyone, he suddenly leaned forward and pulled the distance between them very close. Then he whispered in a voice that only Yinlinger could hear. Haha. Good, very good. You're really a man with guts. You're more gutsy than all the men in the hidden island. But I believe that you will regret it later. I can guarantee that you will not live past today. Yinlinger's confused eyes were only silent for a moment before she was awakened by the burning pain on her face. She listened to Yi Qinghan's deep voice in her ears and felt that her jade-like neck, which had never been touched by any man before, was being held by a big hand. Yinlinger didn't panic, nor did she become angry. Instead, she chuckled and spoke in an icy tone. Oh, is that so? I'll wait and see. However, to tell you the truth, I don't know how awesome you are. At the very least, your breasts are really big and perky. I think they must feel good, right? Yi Qinghan faintly smiled and ignored Linger's threat. Although Linger was very tall, he was half a head taller than her. At such a close distance, Linger was wearing very revealing clothes. When he looked down, he could clearly see the scenery inside her leather armor. He could even faintly see Tu Dang, and the group of young masters were also confused after that loud slap. They were still confused even now. They were far away from Yi Qinghan's spatial lock. They only knew that Yi Qinghan had suddenly flipped out, but they didn't see that terrifying purple light. However, he strangely pounced over and easily slapped Linger. However, the 13 elders didn't make a move at the beginning, and they still hadn't made a move yet. From their angle, they could see that Yi Qinghan was unscrupulously looking at Linger's breasts. He was looking at the two towering peaks that all the young masters of the hidden island wanted to see. What was going on? They didn't know, so they could only continue to look at the scene, hoping that someone would give them an explanation. Brother, what are you doing? Yi Qingyu was very happy that Yi Qinghan had slapped that hateful woman and smiled faintly. But now, she saw that Yi Qinghan was so close to that woman and seemed to be whispering about something. She looked at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qinggu in confusion. Humph. Who knows? But it's definitely not something good. Later, the three of us have to discuss it and formulate a family law. Little Han is too promiscuous. An indescribable feeling flashed through Yu Qingqing's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Yi Qinggu snorted coldly and spoke to the two of them in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. The secret guard of the Hua clan was also dumbfounded. This young master actually dared to make a move. Moreover, he actually dashed over so easily and gave that arrogant woman a resounding slap. He started to worry secretly. There was a god-level elite on this island. If something happened, he would also be finished. Let go of the young lady otherwise. Young man, you've already committed a big mistake. If you still don't repent, no one can save you. What's there to say? If you dare to hurt the young lady, you won't be able to leave the hidden island today. The 13 elders didn't dare to move, but they continuously roared, threatened, and advised. However, in his heart he was secretly anxious. He kept looking towards the east. They were very surprised. Why hadn't the island master appeared? What did he mean by that? Buzz, brat from the Yi clan, let go of Ling. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in the field. It was so translucent that it seemed to be a projection. It was the shadow of an old man wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod in his hand. When Yi Qinghan saw that the island master had arrived, he didn't actually come over. Instead, he used some kind of mystical power to project himself. After a moment of surprise, he hurriedly swept Linger's chest again, withdrew his hand, and retreated to protect Yu Qingqing and the others. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. With so many people present, he didn't want to expose the secret of the unfettered ring, so he could only transmit his voice to Elder Lu. If it really didn't work, he could only use a request and let Elder Lu take action. Chapter 399. Humph. I told you that you will regret it. Rest assured, I will help you serve your women well. When Linger saw that the island lord had finally appeared, she coldly looked at Yi Qinghan, and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. She then directly sent a sound transmission to Yi Qinghan. Then her eyes suddenly turned red and tears instantly flowed out. Her face suddenly became delicate and pitiful. Her whole body constantly trembled like a little girl who was being bullied. She loudly cried and complained to the projection of the hidden island's island lord. Grandfather, if you had come a little later, Linger would never have been able to see you again. This person not only spoke disrespectfully to Linger, but also hit Linger in public. Now he wants to kill Linger. Linger doesn't want to live anymore. Father, mother, grandfather don't care about me. I came to look for you. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and was about to hit the wall of the trade area. Fayer and Mei Darren were so scared that they hurriedly hugged her from behind. At the same time, the nearby 13 elders were like ants on a hot pan. They ran around in all directions and anxiously looked at the hidden island lord for help. This is also possible. Yi Qinghan and the other three looked at each other in dismay. This Yinlinger is really a damn waste of talent if she doesn't become a geisha. She is crying sadly and pretending to be pitiful. It can simply make people cry. No wonder the entire hidden island can't do anything to her. Let her go. If she wants to die, no one can stop her. The hidden island lord didn't move. Even the expression on the projection didn't change. His cold words stunned everyone present. It also stunned the suicidal Yinlinger. Yinlinger didn't know what was going on. Was this still her grandfather? Every time she acted cute, the hidden island lord would immediately compromise. Now she wanted to die, but... Linger, you are already 18 years old. Are you still not sensible? I can clearly tell you that I will not make a move against this Yi family youth. I also don't dare to make a move against him. The person behind him is someone that even your grandfather can't provoke. If you provoke him, the entire hidden island will be exterminated. If you still want to seek death, for the sake of the entire hidden island, Grandpa can't do anything. Moments later, Yinlinger came back to her senses. She felt both wronged and indignant. She steeled her heart and prepared to seek death. However, the hidden island master's cold words caused her body to tremble. She stood on the spot and her beautiful tearful eyes looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. If you provoke him, the entire hidden island will be exterminated. Countless people recalled the hidden island's island master's words, and their faces tightened. Everyone was shocked. The island lord of Hidden Island, a god rank expert, had actually said such a thing in public. What did this mean? It meant that the hidden island had yielded to this young man. What kind of background did this person have to actually make the hidden island lord lower her head? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he immediately sheathed the slaughter god blade on his back. Then, he awkwardly rubbed his nose and looked at the hidden island lord's shadow thoughtfully. He somewhat understood what this old thing wanted to do. Yi Qingwu and the other two became slightly proud. If their man had face, it was equivalent to them having face. However, the Hua family's secret guard behind them was shocked. He knew that Yi Qinghan was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. You guys don't believe me. This young man can represent the entire house of Aries. He has 5 god rank experts and hundreds of martial saints behind him. He also has 3 war gods' blood medallions in his hands. He can summon the entire house of Aries. Tell me, do you think I would dare to touch him? Today, you finally understand what it means to say that there is always someone better than you. Let's not talk about anything else. You see, he is only 3 years older than you, but he is the strongest person below the god rank. He can kill all of you by himself. If you don't change your temper, sooner or later, grandfather and the entire hidden island will be buried with you. After listening to these words, Yinlinger finally understood one thing. Today, it seemed that she had slapped herself for nothing. The view of her chest was also wasted. Can't I get back at her today? How? Comparing strength? This person was able to slap her ruthlessly under the protection of 13 elders. Comparing strength? She only had 1 god rank expert behind her, but he had a group of experts behind him. Thinking of this person's arrogance and overbearingness, it now seemed that he was confident. This man was actually so fierce? She recalled how he grabbed her chin frivolously and stared at her unscrupulously at the same time. A complicated look flashed through her eyes. She was at a loss and didn't know what to do. This, the hidden island lord's words made not only Yi Qinghan understand what this old man was trying to do. Even the 13th elder understood. They originally thought that the hidden island lord didn't make a move because he wanted them to teach Yi Qinghan a lesson, and then beat the tiger to the mountain, and give a warning to the people behind him. Now that they thought about it, the hidden island lord was actually borrowing Yi Qinghan's hand to beat his lawless precious granddaughter a little, to make her change her temper, and at the same time, to change her view of men? Moreover, from the hidden island lord's tone, it seemed that he wanted to pimp the two of them? Otherwise, why would it seem that he was reducing his prestige and instead giving face to Yi Qinghan? They knew that the hidden island lord wasn't afraid of the god rank experts of the house of Aries. At the same time, they were both humans. Their relationship was very good. The god-rank experts of the House of Aries would certainly not attack the hidden island for Yi Qinghan. It seemed that the hidden island lord wanted to use strong medicine to treat a serious illness. He wanted to cooperate with this youngster and let Ling understand some things. That's all I have to say. There are some things that you need to think about, Ling. The hidden island lord saw that his goal had been achieved, and his eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He turned to look at Yi Qinghan and did not hide his appreciation. Yi Qinghan, right? You are very good. Send my regards to your old ancestor. When you have time, come to the hidden island to play. After saying that, the hidden island lord's figure slowly dissipated and disappeared from the scene. Humph. You better remember this. Today, Ling will repay this slap 100 times. Otherwise, I am not a human. When Ling saw that the hidden island lord had disappeared, her eyes suddenly became cold. She looked deeply at Yi Qinghan and left behind a ruthless sentence. Then, she directly soared into the sky and flew towards the hidden city. Mei Darren and Yin Fei also gave Yi Qinghan a meaningful look and flew away. The 13 elders also smiled awkwardly, cupped their hands and flew away. Just now they had cursed Yi Qinghan. Now that the hidden island lord clearly didn't care, and they were not Yi Qinghan's opponents, wouldn't they be waiting to be slapped in the face if they didn't leave? Yin Dang and the countless young masters also hurriedly shrunk their bodies and slipped away. They even threw the top-grade human pet they had just bought into a corner, and didn't want it anymore. Let's go. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and no longer spoke any nonsense. He instructed the shadow guard behind him with a complicated expression. He took the 3 girls and flew towards the direction of the pier. He decided to go to the Purple Island immediately. Just now, it was fortunate that the hidden island lord didn't make a move. Otherwise, it would cause a battle between God Realm experts and alarm the Divine City Lord. That would be troublesome. In fact, the more one didn't want something to happen, the more likely it would happen. Yi Ruoshui had just retracted his divine sense that was radiating to the hidden island. He had been paying attention to Yi Qinghan's whereabouts all the time. Thinking of the hidden island lord's unique teaching method, he smiled gently. However, before his smile could fully blossom, his expression suddenly changed. Because he discovered that a powerful divine sense had suddenly and scrupulously shrouded the entire Song City. After staying in Song City for a moment, it quickly drifted into the distance. He was very familiar with this divine sense. It was the divine sense of the bald divine master too in the divine city. His expression changed several times. He suddenly stood up quickly, and his body disappeared from the cave. At the same time, his divine sense spread out in the direction of the hidden island at the fastest speed. At the same time, all the experts on the mainland were shocked and spread out their divine sense in astonishment. Because just now, the domineering divine sense of the Divine City Lord had actually swept over the mainland without any scruples. On the rooftop of the Dark Castle, Lord Devour was also astonished. He put down the book in his hand, and his star-like eyes twinkled a few times. However, after a while he picked up the book again, as if he didn't sense anything. The hidden island lord was cheerfully picking up his fishing rod and continuing to fish. Recalling Ling's frightened expression, he was somewhat satisfied with the result this time. However, after a while, his hand that was holding the fishing rod unexpectedly trembled. The fishing rod that he had never put down suddenly slipped and fell, creating a splash. Little Han, quickly enter the carefree pavilion. Little Han, quickly go. Yi family's kid, quickly run. Yi Qinghan brought the 3 girls and flew quickly in the sky. As the moist sea breeze blew, his mood was very happy. However, all of a sudden, he felt that the sea breeze was gone. Then an ice-cold, bone-chilling aura swept over the 4 of them, startling them at the same time. Then, Yi Qinghan suddenly heard 3 frightened and extremely urgent voices in his ears. Chapter 400. Yi Ruoshui was very anxious, extremely anxious. Especially when he sensed that Master Divine Butcher was constantly teleporting towards the hidden island at a speed that was several times faster than his. His heart was burning with anxiety. Song City was tens of thousands of miles away from the hidden island. At his cultivation level, he would need to teleport more than 10 times to teleport the furthest distance. However, Master Divine Butcher only needed to teleport 2 or 3 times from the Divine City. When his divine sense locked onto Yi Qinghan and transmitted a message to him, he realized that Master Divine Butcher was already halfway there. Although he vaguely knew that Yi Qinghan seemed to have a unique treasure that could mysteriously disappear from the Flame Dragon Plain, he wasn't sure what Master Divine Butcher was up to. However, he was still extremely worried and even afraid. Run? When Yi Qinghan heard the 3 transmitted messages and felt the chill that enveloped the surroundings, he shuddered and suddenly woke up. Quick, enter the carefree pavilion. He suddenly turned to look at the 3 startled women and swiped his carefree ring. A golden door appeared in the sky above the hidden city. At this moment, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to hide anything, nor did he dare to ask Elder Lu to bring them to the Purple Island. After all, compared to the Purple Island, the carefree pavilion was the safest place, and Elder Lu's transmitted message proved this point. Yi Qinghan bellowed. Yi Qingyu was the most obedient. Without saying anything, she dashed into the golden door at lightning speed and disappeared into the black hole within the door. Yu Qingcheng was also stunned. Without thinking much, she followed Yi Qingyu into the golden door and disappeared. What's the matter, little Han? Yi Qinggu hesitated for a moment and asked in a slightly surprised tone. This hesitation scared Yi Qinghan so much that his face turned ashen. Without saying anything, he pulled Yi Qinggu and dashed towards the golden door. Swish! Suddenly, a translucent giant golden hand appeared out of thin air in the western sky of the hidden city. A dazzling light illuminated the entire hidden city, and a massive pressure made everyone in the hidden city feel as if the world was about to be destroyed. The extremely oppressive aura made everyone in the hidden city feel as if their hearts were about to stop beating. This translucent golden hand broke through the air. Its speed was quite fast, and its target was very clear. It directly grabbed at Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinggu, who were heading towards the golden door. It seemed as if it wanted to directly grab the 2 of them. Jia jia jia. Following a terrifying cry, a red figure appeared out of thin air behind the translucent golden hand. On top of the big red robe was a huge bald head with strange tattoos. His eyes, one red and one black, were filled with cruelty and coldness. That was close. Baldy, it's a pity that you were a step too late. Yi Qinghan looked back quickly, but he did not stop. Before the golden hand reached him, he had already rushed to the golden door. He snorted and thought that it was close. If he had been half a step too late, he would have been finished. Elder Lu had said that as long as one entered the unfettered pavilion, even a God King might not be able to break through the parallel space, let alone Master Divine Tuesday. Is that so? Jia jia jia. Master Divine Tu Yi's red and black eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. As soon as he finished his sharp words, the giant golden hand grabbed at the golden door. As the giant golden hand grabbed at the door, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinggu had already entered the unfettered pavilion. Half of their figures had already disappeared into the black hole within the door. In the next second, they would disappear into the air and reappear in the unfettered pavilion. What? However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly cried out involuntarily. He was horrified to realize that the scene before them did not change to the beautiful scenery of the unfettered pavilion like before. In front of them was still darkness behind the door. Furthermore, he realized that both of them could not move. This. Elder Lu, what's going on? This time, Yi Qinghan was truly afraid. This was the fear of facing the unknown and the unknown situation. This was a fear of not being in control and not being able to control himself. He and Yi Qinggu were actually stuck at the entrance of the passage leading to the carefree pavilion. They couldn't enter or retreat. This was the spatial passage that connected to the carefree pavilion. If anything happened, the 2 of them would instantly be crushed by the spatial turbulence. Jia jia jia. It's actually a spatial divine weapon. It's actually the legendary spatial divine weapon. It seems like the 12th divine sword is indeed with you. The heavens did not betray me. The heavens did not betray me. Master Divine 2E looked at the golden door that his translucent golden hand was holding. He looked at the 2 people inside the door and the endless void beyond the door. Suddenly, he thought of something and laughed hysterically. His sharp voice made everyone in the hidden city tremble. Some of the people with lower cultivation levels in the city bled from their 7 orifices and fainted. Even countless ships at the pier started to sway slightly because of this terrifying scream. Countless people in the hidden city started to feel afraid. They had heard of the power of a god-level expert. However, everything that had just happened had shocked them. That mysterious golden door, and that golden hand had made their souls tremble. Everything about this terrifying red-robed Baldy made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Before Master Divine 2E had appeared, the 13 elders had surrounded Yinling, or immediately when they sensed the chill enveloping the hidden city. At the same time, they descended rapidly and hid in a corner of the streets of the hidden city. They started to look at everything that was happening in the sky in fear. They had seen the island lord of the hidden island attack, but it was nothing compared to this golden hand. Yinling, Er's incomparably cold face finally paled at this moment. Looking at the giant hand in the sky and the 2 figures inside the golden door, her big eyes did not dare to blink. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear and terror. This young Master Han. Hua Chao's beautiful big eyes were filled with worry other than fear. Her whole body started to tremble unconsciously. Beads of sweat dripped continuously from her forehead and landed on the shaking deck and Ru Yan's trembling hands. This is troublesome. Elder Lu's voice transmission sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind. It was like a life-saving straw that gave Yi Qinghan a glimmer of hope. However, the next sentence caused his mood to plummet to the bottom of the valley. We're too late. The Carefree Pavilion and the Flame Dragon Dimension are 2 parallel spaces, and the Carefree Ring is a passageway that connects these 2 spaces. However, the Master Divine is using the will of the Flame Dragon Dimension to suppress this passageway, causing the space in the passageway to become chaotic. You guys are in the passageway now, so if he doesn't retract his will, you guys won't be able to enter or leave. Most importantly, the passageway is chaotic, so I can't get out. What should we do? Aren't we just waiting for death? Yi Qinghan instantly understood. The current situation was like being in an elevator in his previous life. However, Master Divine 2 had turned off the electricity in the entire building. You guys are safe for now. This Carefree Ring was refined by the Soul Emperor. No one can enter that door, and any attacks will be automatically neutralized by the Soul Emperor's restriction. Elder Lu continued to transmit his voice solemnly. We just don't know if this Master Divine has any special abilities. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Chapter 401. Temporarily safe? When Yi Qinghan heard this, his heart calmed down a bit. He used his spiritual sense to sense the situation outside, and discovered that the translucent giant hand could only hold the door, but it couldn't make any changes to the door. He sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinggu, telling her not to worry, and that Elder Lu was thinking of a solution. Of course, the voice transmission was obviously to comfort Yi Qinggu. However, his mind was working quickly. Given the current situation, no one could save them. Elder Lu couldn't get out. The island lord of the hidden island obviously wouldn't help him. Otherwise, he would be killed or even razed to the ground by the enraged Master God. Lord Devour? If Lord Devour helped, they would definitely be saved. Moreover, Master God too wouldn't dare to resist. But, would Lord Devour help? Recalling her cold words in the dark castle, he didn't have the slightest confidence. Then, only the God-grade expert from the House of Aries and Yi Ruoxue were left. As Yi Qinghan thought of Yi Ruoxue, he hoped that they wouldn't come. After all, they would be sending themselves to death if they came. At this thought, he realized that no one could save him. Was he going to be trapped like this forever? What? Just as he was vexed, he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature rise rapidly. Shocked, he quickly used his spiritual consciousness to check and felt a chill run down his spine. Mine. The divine sword is mine. The spatial divine item is mine. They are all mine. He. The heavens didn't let me down. Master God too, who was hovering above the hidden city, lifted his head and laughed maniacally. His bright red robe, shiny bald head, and ferocious laughing face made the millions of people in the hidden city shudder. That's right, shudder. This person was like a demon from the 9 hells of purgatory. This person was like a demon from the legendary 9 hells of purgatory. One look at him could make people feel fear, panic, and despair. Oh no, this Master God too is actually comprehending the primary occult of fire. This is the Nining true fire. Oh no, he is forcefully refining the unfettered ring and erasing your soul imprint. Once the refinement is successful, all of us will die. Elder Lu's voice transmission caused Yi Qinghan's heart to sink to the bottom of the sea. Just now, the translucent golden hand outside suddenly emitted a blazing blue flame that engulfed the entire door. The golden radiance of the gate slowly began to dim under the burning of the blue flames. What should we do? What to do? What about Elder Lu? Yi Qinghan, who was enveloped by the blue flames, felt like he was back in the barbaric mountain range, when he was pressed under the body of a level 3 saber-toothed tiger, smelling the stench coming from its huge mouth. Once again he sensed the aura of death, that feeling of powerlessness and despair. He began to panic. There's no other way. Unless Lord Devour intervened, or someone interrupted Divine Master Tu's attack. Otherwise, sooner or later, the carefree ring would be refined by him, and the carefree pavilion would be under his control. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you into the carefree pavilion. Even if I had to risk my life, I would have taken you to the Purple Island. Elder Lu was in the carefree pavilion, looking at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu, whose eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't maintain his calm and steady demeanor anymore. A trace of irritation flashed in his slender eyes, and the sparse beard on his chin trembled continuously. Plop. Elder, please save my brother and sister Xiaowu. What do you need me to do? Please tell me. Anything will do. Although Yi Qingyu didn't know what had happened, she knew that something big was going to happen from Yi Qinghan's expression and Elder Lu's irritation. She didn't hesitate to kneel before Elder Lu and pleaded resolutely. Elder, please save them. Yu Qingqing could no longer maintain her calm demeanor. She followed Yi Qingyu and knelt down in front of Elder Lu. Unknowingly, tears flowed from her beautiful eyes, wetting her face and her peach-colored palace dress. You two girls, don't make trouble. I know how to save them if I can, right? Our only hope is that Lord Devour will help us. Otherwise, sigh. Elder Lu was so angry that he flung his sleeves and paced back and forth in the training room. After living with Yi Qinghan for several years, he had unconsciously regarded Yi Qinghan as his own grandson. Even if the Soul Emperor hadn't given him the order to protect the carefree pavilion's master, he would have risked his life to help. However, he couldn't get out now, so he could only be anxious. Yi Ruoshui had arrived a long time ago. However, he stood far away from the East Sea and didn't rush over impulsively. He knew that since Tu had taken action, and he had done so without any scruples, he wouldn't have any scruples. If that was the case, then he would definitely have nothing to fear. Just like how he did thousands of years ago during the Great War of Extinction. Hundreds of God-level experts on the continent were all killed by him. Only a few God-level experts who were scared out of their wits were left to manage the 3 mansions under his instructions. They helped him stabilize the hearts of the 3 clansmen, kept the people of the continent in captivity, and provided him with an endless supply of souls. Although he didn't know why Yi Qinghan was locked in that golden door, didn't know why God Master Tu was wearing a fiery red robe, didn't know why Yi Qinghan was fine under the translucent hand and the blue flame, he knew that Yi Qinghan was in danger and could die at any moment. Lord, please save little Han. Yi Ruoshui is willing to pay any price. Suddenly, Yi Ruoshui knelt toward the north. Her divine sense spread toward the north and locked onto the woman on the balcony of the dark castle. At the same time, she transmitted her voice respectfully. The other 4 God-level experts of the House of Ares were dashing toward this place. However, he had stopped their foolish behavior immediately. Facing the crazy God Master Tu, even if all the God-level experts of the continent came here, they would still have to die. At this moment, his only hope was the woman reading a book in the dark castle. Only her, only Lord Devour, could save this dangerous situation. You can't afford the price I have to pay, so I won't help you. However, his fiery heart was extinguished by Lord Devour's cold words. His divine sense found that Lord Devour didn't even put down the book in his hand. His face didn't change. He just sent a cold voice to Yi Ruoshui. Lord, if you don't help him, little Han will die. Are you going to? Yi Ruoshui didn't want to give up. She tried to press down the fear and worry in her heart, trying to sound as calm as possible. She wanted to ask Lord Devour to save Yi Qinghan for Xiao Hei's sake. However, as she recalled Lord Devour's cold voice, she couldn't say it out loud. Whether he dies or not, what does it matter to me? What do we have to do with each other? I've told him that I've paid back the favor I owed him. Even if he dies, I'll just take action to take Xiao Hei away. Does he think that he can be absolutely safe with that lousy unfettered ring? He's so arrogant. Who can he blame if he dies? Since he made a mistake, he should take responsibility. Lord Devour's faint voice came to her without any emotional fluctuation. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. As if Yi Qinghan didn't have anything to do with her. Oh, Lord, please show me the way. If I can save little Han, I'm willing to pay any price. Yi Ruoshui understood that Lord Devour wouldn't help him. Now, she could only count on him to show her what she should do to save Yi Qinghan. Sigh. Listening to Yi Ruoshui's stubborn words, Lord Devour's mood finally changed. However, he just sighed and sent her a cold voice. It's simple. If you help him, Yi Qinghan can live. Chapter 402. Me. Yi Ruoshui's white brows arched like a treasured sword being unsheathed. His aura rocketed, and the cold air was pressing. Pondering for a while, he slowly stood up and sent a message to Lord Devour. I got it. Thank you for your advice. Ruosha is going. Then Yi Ruoshui touched the spatial ring on his finger. A divine sword sparkled in divine light, appearing in his hand. Then he smiled and disappeared from the sky above the East Sea. Sir, you don't care? Yi Ruoshui will die. On the rooftop of the dark castle, Madame Jiu appeared behind Lord Devour. Her face wasn't as elegant as usual. She was a little bit stern, clasping her hands to greet Lord Devour. What does his death have to do with me? Jiu, you're meddling too much. Lord Devour didn't turn his head around. He didn't even move his body. He was still holding the book, talking faintly. It's none of your business, sir. But little Han will hate you after this. Madame Jiu pouted her red, fox-like mouth, trying to persuade Lord Devour. What a joke. Yi Qinghan can respect me or hate me. What does it have to do with me? Do you know how many people in the divine world hate me? How many of them respect me? If I have to take action just because someone respects you, begs you, or hates you, won't I die of exhaustion? Lord Devour smiled, mocking himself. Sir, I know. You're not such a heartless person. Although you always look cold, I know that your heart is definitely not that cruel. I can feel it. Sir. Madame Jiu couldn't help but speak her mind, begging. Sigh. If he doesn't experience some things, Yi Qinghan will never grow up. Lord Devour had a gleam of reluctance on his face. He shook his head and sighed. Lifting his head to look at the east, he said faintly, I have my reasons. If I were omnipotent, I wouldn't stay in this small fire dragon plane. You'll know it later. It's over. It's all because of me. It's all because of my carelessness. Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with bitterness and regret as he watched the golden light on the gate become dimmer and dimmer under the blue flames. He had been too careless, thinking that he would be invincible in the fire dragon continent just because he had the unfettered ring. But now it didn't matter if he died. He was never afraid of death. But now he might implicate the three ladies and Elder Lu. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly ached. It was incomparably painful. Some mistakes could not be made. However, he could not make such a mistake. The consequences were too severe, so severe that he could not bear it. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. I'm sorry, Qingcheng. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. I'm sorry, Old Lu, and I'm sorry, Xiao Hei. It's all because of me, because of me. As time passed, when the golden light of the gate was about to disappear, Yi Qinghan completely despaired. Lord Devour hadn't shown up yet, and no one could save him. No one could save him. Kakik. The divine sword finally belongs to me. With the divine sword, I can go back openly. I will take back everything that belongs to me. And the Golden Horn God tribe, don't worry. One day, I will annihilate your entire tribe. If I don't kill all of you, I can't quell the flame of anger in my heart. Seeing the light on the gate fade, Lord Devour didn't show up. Finally, he felt relieved, his face getting more excited. It had been so many years, and he had endured so much humiliation and suffering. And now he was about to succeed. Damn perverted Baldy, here's what you want. Let him go. Divine Lord too wanted to increase his strength and refine this spatial divine item by force. However, at this moment, the space behind him suddenly shook. Then a faint voice arose. Damn perverted Baldy? Upon hearing this form of address, Master God Butcher almost went berserk. However, he suppressed this impulse and turned back to look coldly. When he saw Yi Ruohai holding a shining divine sword, he was stunned. His red and black pupils twinkled. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Yi Ruohai, don't worry. Later, I will make you die miserably. Kikik. You want to fool me with a fake divine sword? Curse me, damn perverted Baldy. I have a lot of fake divine swords. Should I give you some? Lord Devour wasn't a fool. Although the God-slaying guard had said that there was a 10% chance that the real divine sword was with Yi Ruohai, he didn't want to stop refining Yi Qinghan's spatial divine item. Even if it was with Yi Ruohai, so what? After refining the spatial divine item, he would kill Yi Ruohai. You fool. You're so stupid. How could my kid carry the divine sword with him? Stupid pig. Let him go, and I'll give you the divine sword. Otherwise, humph. Yi Ruohai's white eyebrows twitched. She actually revealed her dominance and started scolding. This scolding scared everyone in the hidden city silly. Lord Devour had already shocked them so much that they didn't dare to move. Now someone even more ferocious came? The moment he arrived, he scolded the damn perverted Baldy. Now his every word was cursing. Old ancestor? Hurry up and leave. You are no match for him. You will die. Yi Qinghan woke up abruptly when he heard that familiar voice. He was elated, but a moment later, it was replaced by endless fear. However, the spiritual consciousness of a sage was different from that of a god-tier expert. He only locked onto Yi Ruohai and transmitted the message. Little Yi, don't do anything stupid. You will die for nothing. At this moment, the hidden island lord, who had been motionless by the sea, finally couldn't help but take the risk to transmit a message to Yi Ruohai. If Yi Ruohai did this, not only would she not be able to help Yi Qinghan, but she would also lose her life for nothing. Mwahaha. Lord Devour didn't get angry when he heard Yi Ruohai. Instead he laughed. The blue flame on his translucent gold hand burned brighter. He mocked Yi Ruohai. Or else what? Even if you have the real divine sword, so what? After I refine it, I will kill you directly. Isn't the divine sword mine? If I want to kill someone, who dares to stop me? Harumph. Damn perverted Baldy, if you're so stubborn, don't blame me. I can only offer the divine sword to Lord Devour, and ask him to kill you for me. Just wait for your death. Yi Ruohai didn't respond to Yi Qinghan and the hidden island lord. Instead, she said something to Lung Lung and Lord Devour. Then she retrieved the divine sword and teleported to the north, disappearing from the sky of the hidden city. This, Lord Devour's face changed. His soul consciousness sensed that Yi Ruohai had appeared several hundred miles away in the north. He was frightened. If Yi Ruohai used the divine sword to ask for Lord Devour's help, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he was feeling a little hesitant and afraid, he suddenly discovered something that made him even more puzzled. Why didn't Yi Ruohai teleport to the north? Why did she teleport to this place? No. He was tricked. Bang! Master God Tu Yi's red and black eyes widened abruptly. His body reacted instantly and teleported away. At the same time, a dazzling light shone at the place he was at. A huge firework bloomed above the hidden city. Little Han, take care of yourself. Don't think about taking revenge for me. Don't worry about the Yi family. I've arranged everything. What you need to do is to go to Purple Island and cultivate hard. Then, go to the immortal world to fulfill our wish. Don't feel sad for me because my death is worthwhile. I've saved the hope of the Yi family, the hope of the Fire Dragon continent. You'll always be the pride of the Yi family. Great ancestor. No. The moment Yi Ruohai transmitted her voice, Yi Qinghan realized that he could move his body. The unfettered ring automatically transported them into the unfettered pavilion. He heard a loud noise and turned around in fright. However, all he saw was a blossoming firework. At this moment, he felt that his heart was bleeding. He started to howl in pain. Chapter 403. Bang! Everyone in the hidden city heard the loud roar in their ears and looked at the glaring light in the sky. They felt the ground of the entire hidden city tremble, and the houses shook violently before they began to collapse. At this moment, it was as though doomsday had arrived. Countless people began to scream wildly, run around, and cry bitterly. Swish. TSK TSK TSK. Motherf asterisk cur, Motherf asterisk cur. I'm so angry, so angry. After the explosion, a red figure appeared again at the same spot. He looked at the empty sky. He was thoroughly enraged. His divine senses radiated in all directions and carefully scanned the mainland more than 10 times. After confirming that Yi Qinghan had completely disappeared from this plane, he roared furiously. At the same time, a huge translucent hand appeared in front of him and swung down at the hidden city. Divine Lord, please calm down. The hidden island lord's figure appeared in front of the 13 elders and Yinling, when the huge hand condensed. Seeing that the divine lord didn't seem to hear him, and the huge hand continued to swing down, the hidden island lord sighed helplessly. He didn't dare to resist and teleported away with everyone. Bang! The giant hand smashed heavily into the center of the hidden city, leaving a huge handprint in the middle of the city. All the buildings and people that were enveloped by the huge hand were instantly turned into ashes. Smoke and dust rose and dyed the entire sky of the hidden city gray. At that moment, the entire hidden island shook slightly. The sea outside the hidden city surged and overturned countless ships at the dock. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Ah! Devil, he's a devil! Run, the hidden island is going to sink. The entire hidden city was in an uproar. The entire hidden island was shaken. Countless people screamed and ran. Countless people were scared silly. Countless people were injured and countless people died. TSK. In the future, the hidden island will participate in the prefecture battle, with 200,000 participants each time. One less hidden island won't exist. Divine Lord 2 didn't even look at the hidden city. Instead, he turned to the hidden island lord and said with a hideous smile. Then he teleported away. Join the prefecture battle? The island master of Hidden Island had just teleported to the beach where he usually fished when he felt the countless broken walls and broken tiles, as well as countless broken limbs that had been smashed into minced meat. Hearing the Divine Master Tu Dao's overbearing announcement, his face turned ashen as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Dead. All dead. Yinling looked at the sky with great disappointment. After the huge explosion, the gate in the sky and the 2 people inside had all disappeared. An indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. Uncle Ro, where is young Master Han? Young Master Han? Hua Chao hugged the shivering Ru Yan. Both of them were covered in seawater. Just now, the ship had been capsized by the sudden wave. With the help of Hua Ro and the others, the 2 of them managed to reach the shore and hide in a nearby courtyard. Fear flashed in Hua Hua's eyes as she looked at the empty sky. She grabbed Hua Ro's hand and spoke nervously. I'm not sure, but there are only 2 possibilities. Either young Master Han disappeared like the 2 young ladies, or he disappeared. Or in the explosion. Hua Ro licked her lips and realized that it was filled with the salty and fishy taste of seawater. It was very bitter. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Young Master, we can't stay here anymore. We have to return to Luohua City immediately. The explosion came too suddenly. When the strong light shone, everyone was temporarily blinded. No one discovered what exactly had exploded. Hua Chao looked at Ru Yan, who was scared out of her wits, then at the increasingly chaotic hidden city. He sighed helplessly and said, All right, we'll return to Luohua City first. Leave 2 people behind to gather information about young Master Han. Report back immediately if there's any news. Hua Ro immediately arranged for 2 secret guards to gather information. Instead of looking for an intact ship, she and the other Emperor-level secret guards brought the 2 people and flew towards the west. Yi Tianlong had just refined the divine crystal not long ago, and had been cultivating in seclusion in the pavilion at the back of the mountain. Today he had just sorted out the esoteric knowledge in his mind, and wanted to comprehend the esoteric immediately, so that he could become a god as soon as possible. However, he suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. It was a palpitation and fear that came from the depths of his soul. Yi Tianlong suddenly opened his eyes. As an expert of the sage realm, he had a natural instinct to avoid danger and to foresee it. The palpitation and fear were so obvious and intense. It was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a thing, so he was obviously shocked and afraid. Without thinking carefully, he immediately stood up and dashed out of the room. However, he saw Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu looking worried as they walked towards his room. You guys felt it too? Yi Tianlong clenched his palms and realized that they were all sweaty. The three of them felt it at the same time. This meant that something big was about to happen, or it had already happened. Clan leader, contact the elder ancestor. I feel that something big is about to happen. Yi Qingniu's bulging eyes kept blinking. He looked very worried, but he didn't dare to say anything for fear that he would be right. Yi Tianlong didn't waste any time. He immediately took out a jade talisman and started to transmit his voice. However, his expression became increasingly solemn as he transmitted his voice. In the past, Yi Ruoshui would transmit her voice promptly, but this time, she didn't transmit her voice for a long time. Buzz. At that moment, the air in the room rippled. Just as the three of them thought that Yi Ruoshui had teleported over and were about to pay their respects, they discovered that it was a beautiful woman in a white robe. They couldn't help but be stunned. Sky Dragon, your elder ancestor, has self-detonated. Right now, Divine Master 2 is very likely to head towards the Yi family. You should come with me immediately. The person who had just arrived was Yu Shishui. Her face was filled with sorrow, and her voice was extremely grave. Her eyes, however, were filled with a trace of pleading. What? The three of them turned pale. Yi Tianlong was so shocked that he couldn't even hold the jade talisman firmly. It fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Yi Tianlong's expression flickered several times as his mind spun rapidly. He knew that Yu Shishui wouldn't joke around with something as serious as this. Regardless of what had happened, there were at least two things that could be confirmed. First, Yi Ruoshui was dead, and second, Divine Master 2 was very likely to come and wipe out the Yi family. Shishui, hurry and leave. If possible, help me take care of the Yi family's disciples. Hurry and leave. He didn't think for long before giving Yu Shishui a deep look. Then he turned to Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu and howled angrily. You two idiots, what are you waiting for? Run. As the leader of the Yi family, I order you to get out of Tsang City. Immediately. Sky Dragon, clan leader, Yu Shishui, Yi Qingniu, and Yi Baihu cried out involuntarily. Yu Shishui didn't say anything else when she saw the resolute expression on Yi Tianlong's face. She gave Yi Tianlong a deep look, then immediately teleported away. She and Yi Tianlong were the same kind of people. They were more rational than emotional, and they were willing to give up everything for the sake of their clan, including their emotions, including their lives. Clan leader, take care. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu simultaneously sighed as they stared at the crazed Yi Tianlong. Without any hesitation, the two of them shot out of Tsang City. They were well aware that Yi Tianlong was the leader of the Yi family. If the Divine Master wanted to exterminate the Yi family, then there was no way that Yi Tianlong would be able to escape death. Their only option now was to escape and live on. They would lead the elite disciples of the Yi family, who had been hiding for a long time, to endure hardships and ensure that the seeds of the Yi family would continue to grow. Buzz! However, just as Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu flew out of the back mountains and out of Tsang City, the sky above Tsang City suddenly rippled. A bald man wearing a large red robe suddenly appeared in the sky. As the red figure appeared, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Tsang City, causing everyone in the city to be unable to move at all. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu, who were flying in the air, were directly smashed into the ground, unable to move at all. Then, a piercing voice rang out, echoing through every corner of Tsang City. Clan leader of the Yi family, get out here right now. Chapter 404. Master Divine Butcher. Yi Tianlong stared at the fire-robed baldy through the door of the pavilion. He forcefully suppressed the hatred in his eyes and tried his best to calm his expression before shouting, I am here. Yi Ruoshui was dead. Master Divine Butcher had arrived. Yi Tianlong didn't even need to guess to know that Yi Ruoshui must have died at Master Divine Butcher's hands. However, he didn't dare to attack or curse. He could only pretend that he didn't know anything and pretend to be calm. If Yi Ruoshui was dead, then who in the Yi family could stop that baldy? He didn't want the entire Song City to be razed to the ground because of his impulsive actions. Kiki. Master Divine Butcher laughed sinisterly as his red and black eyes locked onto the pavilion in the back of the mountain. Then, without saying a word, he conjured the giant hand above the hidden city and smashed it down on the mountain behind the Yi family. However, this time it was very slow, as if Master Divine Butcher wanted to see the look of fear on Yi Tianlong's face before his death. Or perhaps he was testing something. Patriarch. Father. Grandfather. Every member of the Yi family in Song City heard Yi Tianlong's voice ring out from the back of the Yi family's mountain. Although they couldn't move their bodies, they could still feel the power of the giant hand crashing down on the back of the Yi family's mountain. They could all sense the boundless power contained in that giant hand. Their expressions changed drastically as they howled in fear. Haha! Yi Tianlong's expression greatly disappointed Master Divine Butcher, as he faced the giant hand crashing down from the sky. Not only was he not afraid, but he also raised his head proudly and laughed. His aura suddenly surged. Even though Master Divine Butcher's god domain was covering him, he turned his head slightly and faced the tranquil lake island. He laughed and shouted, Yushishue, I'm going to go now. In my next life, I will definitely marry you. A desolate roar resounded through the entire back mountain of the Yi clan. It reverberated in the back mountain and echoed above Song City for a long time. Patriarch. Father. Grandfather. Hearing Yi Tianlong's roar, countless members of the Yi family in the city roared again. It was as if they wanted to use this roar to block the slowly descending giant hand. It was as if they wanted to use this roar to vent the extreme anger in their hearts. Next life. On the roof of the tranquil lake island's Happy Heart Pavilion, Yushishue was dressed in a moon-white robe. She had teleported back, but her divine sense had been focused on the mountain behind the Yi clan. After hearing Yi Tianlong's angry roar, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very bright and not forced at all. After quickly sending a few messages to the great elders of the Yu family, she suddenly removed her space ring and threw it into the Eason Pavilion. Then, he cast a nostalgic glance at Tranquil Lake Island before he disappeared from the sky above Happy Heart Pavilion. Yushishue's ideals had always been greater than her emotions, and she had worked hard for the Yu clan all her life. After hearing Yi Tianlong's bold and domineering declaration, she could no longer suppress the madness that she had suppressed in her heart for decades. Once that soft spot in a woman's heart was touched, she would do anything and everything. Whoosh! Beneath the giant hand, a white figure glowing with golden light broke through the Divine Master's god domain and teleported in. Yushishue had a gentle smile on her face. She didn't say anything as she unleashed her own god domain, which enveloped the two of them. She rushed over like a gust of wind and hugged the wide-eyed Yi Tianlong. She said gently, Tianlong, the next life is too long. She cannot wait that long. Yi Tianlong's vision blurred. Then he felt a soft body suddenly hug him. When he heard this familiar voice, his hand froze in midair and trembled a few times. Then he hugged her tightly and fell silent. He closed his eyes, a soundless smile on his lips. Yushishueshi. Sigh. Within a secret room in Dragon City, the spear god's wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. His lips moved as he sighed to the Saber Emperor beside him. The other three deities from the House of Ares had been using their divine senses to investigate the situation in Song City, ever since Divine Master 2 had teleported to the city. Yi Ruoshue had already left. But now, sigh, the world is about to change. An incomparably desolate voice drifted over from the mountain cave outside the Driftsnow city. After that, silence reverted back to a deathly stillness. Sigh. A deep sigh came from the beautiful castle in the dark forest at this moment. Her face that seemed vague and clear at the same time was full of vicissitudes of life. After a while, she sighed again and said faintly, If he could treat me like this in the past, I wouldn't mind even if I die. Forget it, forget it. The giant hand seemed to be moving slowly, but in the blink of an eye, It had already smashed down heavily. The giant hand covered the entire back mountain of the Yi family. The giant golden hand smashed several mountain peaks into smithereens. Then, it continued to press downwards until the entire building complex was flattened. Buzz! The white wall behind the lake in the back mountain of the Yi family, and the ancestral grave of the Yi family suddenly lit up with a blinding white light when the giant hand came crashing down. However, it only flickered for a moment before it completely dimmed. Bang! The entire Song City shook as if it had just experienced an earthquake. A huge sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, ringing in the ears and hearts of countless Yi family disciples. No one screamed, no one cried, no one was in pain. There was only a deathly silence. Countless Yi family disciples tried their best to slowly raise their heads. They struggled to look up at the sky, at the bald man in the red robe. There was no anger or pain in their eyes, only hatred. Boundless hatred. The Divine Master Butcher had killed the head of the Yi family and destroyed the sacred land and ancestral grave of the Yi family. This was a huge grudge. Killing Yi Tianlong was like stabbing them in the heart. Destroying the ancestral grave was like trampling on the glory and dignity of the Yi family. Kikik. This is the kind of expression I like to see the most. Kikik. The Divine Master Butcher laughed maniacally. His tall figure twisted and contorted as he laughed, his piercing voice echoing in all directions. But a moment later, his smile suddenly stopped, and a pair of strange eyes suddenly swept down. With one look he cried out absent-mindedly, He's not dead? Not dead. The Divine Master's sudden reaction jolted all the disciples of the Yi family awake. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu's eyes flashed with surprise and joy. However, they were unable to investigate anything under the cover of the Divine Master's domain. All they could do was stare at the Divine Master's expression. When Yi Tianlong heard the Divine Master's surprised exclamation, he suddenly opened his eyes and discovered that he was still tightly hugging Yu Shishui. A faint blue defensive barrier lit up around the two of them. Outside, however, was a complete mess. The surrounding mountains and buildings had all been razed to the ground, and even the water in the small lake in the distance had evaporated. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise, What's going on? Yu Shishui suddenly let go of Yi Tianlong and smiled. She turned to look towards the north and said respectfully, Someone saved us. The Divine Master Butcher's expression shifted a few times. At the same time he turned towards the north, his eyes flickering. Everyone in the Yi family, listen up. Do not take a single step out of Song City, or else I will kill you. Of course he knew very well who had intervened. Apart from that person, no one else had the ability to silently protect the two of them while he was attacking them with his will. After pondering deeply for a moment, he grunted heavily and left with these words before flicking his sleeve and teleporting away. Chapter 405. Haha, young Master Dang, there's a new batch of goods. Shall we go take a look in the afternoon? Of course, young Master Dang has been cultivating for 3 years, and his cultivation level has increased tremendously. He just came out of seclusion yesterday. How can we not celebrate? I'll pay for all the goods that young Master Dang likes. That's right, that's right. Young Master Dang broke through the first heaven in 3 years. This is the first heaven of the Emperor realm. Other than young Mistress and young Master Sha, no one in the Hidden City can match this cultivation speed. In the biggest restaurant in the Hidden City, a group of young masters in bright clothes surrounded a handsome young master in white. They kept toasting and flattering him. The atmosphere was very lively. Haha, this is not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. The white-clothed young master took a sip of the wine poured by the maid next to him, and waved his hand as if he didn't care at all. However, his eyes were full of enjoyment. He paused for a moment and said, These 3 years I've been bored to death. Haha. Let's talk about this afternoon's matter in the afternoon. Let's drink and have some fun later. Alright. Is there any news of that malefic star in the past 3 years? My grandfather said that I must avoid this malefic star in the future. Otherwise, I'll be locked up for 3 years. Malefic star? Are you talking about that Yi Qinghan? Don't worry, young Master Dang. This person disappeared for 3 years and must be dead. The Divine City issued a Divine Master order 3 years ago. If he's found, he'll be rewarded with 10 divine weapons. Even if he's not dead, he must be hiding in that cave like a savage. Haha. Hee, that's right. He must be dead. Even a god-tier expert would die from such a violent explosion. This malefic star even dared to slap young mistress. It'll be strange if he's not dead. The unbridled teasing attracted the attention of a few guests at a table in the corner. There were only 3 people sitting at this table, but there were 2 people standing beside each of them. It was obvious that they were the 3 people's guards. The 3 of them were wearing bamboo hats that were trending recently. They lowered their heads and drank their wine. However, their ears were slightly tilted as they listened to the conversation of the young masters. Sigh. Looks like young Master Han is in grave danger. A moment later, a man suddenly leaned forward slightly and raised his bamboo hat, revealing a fierce-looking face. Sigh. I've sent people to look for you for 3 years, but you just don't believe me and insist on coming here. Crazy Miss Long, when do you think you can go back? This place is very chaotic. If my old man finds out that we sneaked here, I'll definitely be grounded again. Obviously, these 3 people were Fengzi, Hua Hua, and Long Sainan. Half a month ago, Long Sainan had suddenly brought Fengzi to Luohua City and asked him to bring them to the hidden city. After Fengzi and Hua Hua finished speaking, Long Sainan was silent for a long time. Then she sighed and said sadly, "Let's go back. I'll go to Tsang City to take a look, and then go into closed-door training. I won't come out until I reach the Sage Realm. Take care of yourselves." Go to Tsang City? Tsang City has been locked down. You're still going. Isn't it inappropriate? Long Sainan's words caused Hua Hua, who was about to stand up, to sit down again. Yes, Miss Long. The god-slaying guards have already brought people to guard that place for 3 years. If you go, you'll probably cause trouble for the manor lord, right? Fengzi also sat down and said worriedly. Some things have to be seen. If the knot in my heart isn't resolved, how can I increase my cultivation? Let's go. Long Sainan sighed and stood up dispiritedly. Then she walked out. Hua Hua and Fengzi stood up as well. They pressed down on the bamboo hats on their heads and nodded at the guards beside them. Then they walked out of the restaurant and disappeared into the sea of people in the hidden city. Gigi. Xiaohei, stop jumping around. You're making my eyes blur. In the front courtyard of the free and unfettered pavilion, a small black, single-horned beast was jumping around in the garden. Amidst the colorful flowers, there were 2 fairy-like women sitting in a small pavilion. One of the women, dressed in red, stood in the pavilion and looked at the small beast in the garden. She pouted her small mouth in annoyance as she spoke. Sister Wu, don't be angry. Isn't Xiaohei bored? He's been in the free and unfettered pavilion for 3 years. It would be strange if he isn't bored. The white-clothed woman sitting on the white jade chair at the side smiled helplessly and started to console the red-clothed woman. Bored. I'm about to go crazy. Little Han, you've been in the training room for 3 years. Why haven't you come out? Xiao Yu too. She went into closed-door training 2 years ago and hasn't come out yet. The woman in red walked out of the pavilion and fiddled with the leaves of a small tree that was as tall as a person. She looked very restless. Sister Wu, don't be angry. The woman in white stood up and walked over to hold the woman in red's hand. She looked at her sincerely with her black pearl-like eyes and said faintly, Qinghan definitely won't blame you for what happened 3 years ago. Didn't Elder Lu tell us? Qinghan recovered 2 years ago and is working hard to cultivate now. He's not coming out because he's cultivating. He's not blaming you. That's right. They were Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qinggu, and Xiaohei. 3 years ago, after entering the free and unfettered pavilion from the hidden city, they had been staying in the free and unfettered pavilion. Once Yi Qinghan entered the free and unfettered pavilion, he went straight into the training room and never came out again. 2 years ago, he asked Xiaohei to come out and sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu, which slightly calmed everyone down. After Xiaohei came out, Yi Qingyu went into closed-door training in her bedroom. Yu Qingcheng didn't go into closed-door training. Apart from accompanying Yi Qinggu in the free and unfettered pavilion, she played the zither by herself and cultivated her divine sound law. However, Yi Qinggu was deeply blaming herself. She blamed herself for being stunned in the sky above the hidden city. She always thought that Yi Ruoshui had died because of her, so she couldn't calm down and refine the divine crystal. Her temper was also becoming more and more irritable. I know. Yi Qinggu shook her head slightly, but the sparkles at the corner of her eyes betrayed her inner feelings. She wriggled her lips and said after a while, "But I just can't forgive myself. I still miss my grandfather. I wonder how they are?" It's useless no matter how much you think about it. All you have to do is cultivate. Apart from cultivating, what else can we do now? Yu Qingqing gently stroked Yi Qingwu's hair. Although Yi Qingwu was older than her mind was still that of a young girl. She couldn't grow up. If not for Yu Qingqing's comforting, she would have gone crazy by now. Just as she was about to continue comforting her, she suddenly looked up at the sky in surprise. Her black pearl-like eyes suddenly lit up, and she cried out in ecstasy. What is that? 7-colored auspicious clouds? Someone has become a god. Xiaohei, who was jumping up and down in the garden, suddenly stopped. He stared at the sky with his small black eyes, his expression full of joy. Boom. Just now, a small 7-colored cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above the free and unfettered pavilion. The essence qi in the free and unfettered pavilion suddenly became 100 times denser than usual. A purple lightning bolt shot out from the 7-colored cloud and disappeared into the free and unfettered pavilion. Then the 7-colored cloud also began to dissipate, finally turning into nothingness. Who became a god? Little Han. When Yu Shishui became a god, Yi Qingwu's cultivation level was very low. Thus, she was stunned when she saw this strange scene for the first time. Only when the purple lightning fell and the cloud dissipated did she remember Yu Qingqing's words. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide in joy. No. Yu Qingqing smiled slightly and shook her head. It's little Yu. The auspicious signs of becoming a god are much bigger than this. Little Yu became a god by refining a divine crystal, so it's much smaller. But why did this 7-colored cloud and divine lightning appear in the free and unfettered pavilion? Let's go and take a look. Heh, Qinghan will probably come out of seclusion soon. Yi Qingwu was overjoyed when she heard this. She pulled Yu Qingqing and ran into the free and unfettered pavilion. Xiaohei was already ahead of the two of them. He turned into a blur and flashed into the free and unfettered pavilion. Chapter 406. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't blame Yi Qingwu. He blamed himself. He was never one to push the blame to others when something went wrong. Not to mention the woman who pushed it to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Elder Lu to tell Yi Qingwu and the others that he had untied the knot in his heart and was cultivating, so that they would be at ease. He didn't untie it. He had never untied it. He had always been in a state of deep self-blame. He blamed himself for being careless and hated himself for being arrogant. Yi Ruoshui had offered to teleport them to the Purple Island, but he had rejected her. He had also wanted to ask Elder Lu to teleport him to the Purple Island, but he had rejected the idea in the end. Instead, he had chosen to bring them to the Purple Island while sightseeing. Perhaps his idea and intention were not wrong, but the ending was very wrong. In the first 20 years of his life, although he had narrowly escaped death several times, he had always been able to escape danger at the last moment with a series of fortuitous encounters. Along the way, his luck had been heaven-defying. He had been invincible under Duan Renfeng, reckless on the God-slaying mountains Heavenly Road, frivolous in the barbaric mountains, and the massacre outside Song City. A 21-year-old sage, the continent's #1 genius, the #1 expert on the Earth list, the #1 person below the God realm. The admiration in everyone's eyes, the envy and jealousy in countless people's eyes, the endless praises from the God realm experts, and the unprecedented glory made him lose himself. It made him feel arrogant and wild, and made him forget the bright red color of the Yi family's castle. In the end, a dazzling firework bloomed above the hidden city. I saved the Yi family's hope, the Fire Dragon continent's hope. You will always be the Yi family's pride. Every time he thought of Yi Ruoshui's words before she died, he had an urge to die. Pride, he was the Yi family's pride, the Fire Dragon continent's pride? T. Without the soul ring there was no Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan felt that he was a pile of T. A pile of bullsh tea that the young masters of the Yi family were still wantonly trampling on. Without the soul ring, he would not be able to summon Xiaohei. Without the soul ring, he would still be a useless person with blocked meridians. Perhaps he would have already died in the barbaric mountains. Without Xiaohei, he was nothing. Perhaps he was not even qualified to be the seventh son of the Yi family. Perhaps at this moment, he would still be in a small town belonging to the Yi family, living an ordinary life with Yi Qingyu, an apathetic life. The more he thought about it, the more he mocked himself, and the more he felt that he was worthless. He thought about his arrogant declaration in Duanren Feng, his tyrannical orders in Luotian Mountain, and how he acted cool in Barbarian City, Barbarian Mountain Range, Song City, and the Hidden City. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was a pile of dog shit and an idiot. The more you act tough, the more you become a fool. In the first year he hated himself, blamed himself deeply, and complained heavily. There were several times when he wanted to slap himself in the face. In the second year, he spent a year thinking clearly about one thing. He was an idiot, a worthless idiot. In the end, he spent another year and finally figured everything out. This wasn't a game. It wasn't an invincible cheat playing in another world. This was real life, and people could die. He was not alone now. There were too many people he needed to protect. If he did not keep a clear head at all times, perhaps someone would die in the next second. Perhaps it would be Yu Qingcheng, perhaps it would be Yi Qingguo, or perhaps it would be all of them. Boom. At this moment, a sudden clap of thunder rang in his ears. A scene of colorful clouds and purple lightning falling involuntarily appeared in his mind. After a moment he suddenly laughed. His whole body relaxed, and he laughed from the bottom of his heart. He finally understood. The knot in his heart that had been entangled for 3 years was finally undone. His mind had finally grown up at this moment. There was no self-blame, no disappointment, no anger, and no hatred on his face. There was only a calm face and a flash of battle intent in his eyes. He stood up and walked out. Squeak, squeak. Xiaohei walked quickly through the unfettered pavilion, his face full of excitement and joy. His small body twisted and turned in the air, expressing his joy. Yi Qingguo and Yu Qingcheng followed closely behind him and walked through the main hall. After turning out of the side hall, they came to a long corridor. This was where the bedrooms of the unfettered pavilion were located. 2 people and 1 beast walked straight to one of the bedrooms, only to find an old man in black standing at the door. His slender eyes were smiling at them and Xiaohei. Greetings, senior. Yi Qingguo and Yu Qingcheng quickly bowed to greet him. Xiaohei followed suit and stood up straight. He clasped his paws together and gestured to Elder Lu in a funny manner. Let's wait. Little Yu is still digesting the teleportation skill. She doesn't need to condense divine crystals. She will be out soon. Little Yu has finally become a deity. A 23-year-old deity. Yi Qingguo bent down and picked up Xiaohei. She smiled at Elder Lu and exclaimed, "Lass, you can't settle down to cultivate. Otherwise, your speed of comprehension would be even faster than Little Yu's. If you don't work hard, Little Qingcheng will catch up to you soon." Elder Lu chuckled. He had long regarded Yi Qinghan's 3 wives as his own granddaughters. Although his words seemed to be reprimanding Yi Qingguo, he was actually encouraging her to cultivate diligently. Qingcheng is a cultivation genius. I don't even see her cultivating. She only plays the guqin every day and has already reached the peak of the imperial realm in 3 years. Her divine sound law is too strange. Of course, I will work hard. Qingcheng, you have to work hard too. Yi Qingguo was influenced by Yi Qingyu's breakthrough, and her mood became much better. She stuck out her pink tongue and clenched her fists tightly. She swore in her heart that she would immediately go into seclusion after Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion. She would not come out of seclusion until she reached the deity realm. Yu Qingcheng smiled and struck while the iron was hot. "Sister Wu, you can do it. Don't be shameful if you haven't become a god when I've already become one." Creak. As they were chatting, the door to the room opened slowly. A frail lady in white walked out with a gentle and warm smile on her pretty face. When she saw them, she immediately revealed an innocent and warm smile, making them feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. "Greetings, Elder Lu and Elder Sisters. Xiaohei, you are still so young. Yi Qingyu bowed to Elder Lu and patted Xiaohei's head with a smile. Hehe, congratulations, little you. You have finally broken through to the deity realm and attained immortality. TSK, I realize that you've become a lot more beautiful. Yi Qinggu pulled Yi Qingyu over, held her hand, and carefully looked at her for a while before speaking mischievously. Yu Qingqing hurriedly held her other hand and congratulated her. Meanwhile, Xiaohei jumped from Yi Qingwu's arms to Yi Qingyu's and rubbed against her affectionately. Elder? You are also a deity realm expert. Calling me elder is a little confusing. Elder Lu said awkwardly as he stroked the sparse beard on his chin. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. How about this? The three of you don't have to call me Elder Lu. Just follow little Han's example and call me Elder Lu. Elder Lu? Elder. I think the three of us should call you Grandpa Lu. You are more than old enough to be our ancestor. Qingqing Xiaoyu, right? Yi Qinggu blinked. She felt that calling Elder Lu by his name was a little disrespectful, so she suggested. When Yi Qingyu heard Elder Lu mention Yi Qinghan, she frowned slightly and asked worriedly, Grandpa Lu, has my brother not come out of seclusion yet? Hehe, little you has already become a deity. Why wouldn't I come out to take a look? Before Elder Lu could speak, a gentle voice sounded from outside, causing the three of them to be stunned. Xiaohei immediately chirped and jumped out of Yi Qingyu's arms, running into the distance. Chapter 407. Big brother, you finally came out of seclusion. I missed you so much. Xiaohei turned around the corridor and threw himself into Yi Qinghan's arms. His small claws kept scratching Yi Qinghan's body, and the horn on his head rubbed against him. He hadn't seen Yi Qinghan for 2 years, so he missed him very much. Xiaohei, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Why haven't you grown up? Don't worry, big brother is fine. Yi Qinghan patted Xiaohei's hair dotingly and transmitted his voice to him as he walked inside. Brother. Qinghan. Little Han. He turned a corner and walked to the corridor in front of the bedroom. Then he saw 3 figures rushing towards him. Yi Qingyu threw herself at him with a sobbing voice and hugged him. Hehe, girl. Why are you crying? You have become a god, so you should be happy. Yi Qinghan hugged Yi Qingyu with one hand and patted her back. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Qingqing, who was beaming with joy, and smiled. Finally, he looked at Yi Qinggu, who had a complicated expression on her face. He waved at them and said, Little peach blossom, little rose, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Don't you want to come and hug me? Oh. Yi Qinggu looked at Yi Qinghan's face, which hadn't changed much since 3 years ago. She looked at the evil smile on his face and saw his affectionate eyes, which were the same as 3 years ago. When she saw his eyes, Yi Qingwu's heart, which had been tangled for 3 years, was finally at ease. Yi Qinghan didn't blame her, nor did he hate her. He still loved her deeply, and he was still her little rose. She couldn't bear it anymore. She ran over in tears, stretched out her hands, and hugged Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu. Then she burst into tears. Yi Qingqing didn't hesitate either. She threw herself at Yi Qinghan and hugged him from behind. Tears gushed out from the corners of her eyes. The 3 years of separation made them feel as if they had been separated for several lifetimes. The 4 of them hugged each other tightly, and the 3 women cried tears of joy, causing the atmosphere in the corridor to suddenly become sad. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. Feeling the deep love from the 3 of them, the smile at the corner of his mouth became wider. The fighting spirit that occasionally flashed in his eyes also became firmer. Cough. I say, you 4, can you not treat this old man as transparent? Little Han, I haven't seen you for 3 years, and you're not even going to greet me? Elder Lu's teasing laughter caused the atmosphere to dissipate abruptly. When the 3 women heard this, they all blushed and let go of Yi Qinghan. They hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes, lowered their heads, and became slightly embarrassed. Hehe, greetings, Elder Lu. I'm sorry to have caused everyone to worry. Yi Qinghan gave Elder Lu a grateful look. He looked at everyone apologetically and fell silent. He felt that the atmosphere was a little serious. He smiled at Yi Qingyu and said, How is it, little you? How does it feel to become a god? Do you feel anything special? Yi Qinghan's change of topic piqued Yu Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu's interest. They looked at Yi Qingyu curiously. The two of them had seen God-level elites before, but they didn't feel pressured when they saw Yi Qingyu. Instead, they felt that she was becoming more and more pitiful. How should I say this? The moment I became a god, I felt that the energy in my body was becoming more and more vigorous. Moreover, my body seemed to have become one with the divine crystal. The scenery around me was also different. I feel that this world is very fresh, very comfortable, and very warm. Yi Qingyu had just become a god, and there were many things that she had yet to explore. She could only rely on her own feelings and said, "Brother, I feel that I can regain my black hair if I want to, but after so many years, I'm used to it, so I don't intend to regain it. White looks good too. Hee hee, when you become a god, the laws of heaven and earth will send down auspicious clouds and purple lightning to transform your body, giving you a long lifespan. It also means that heaven and earth have completely acknowledged you. Therefore, you will be more compatible with heaven and earth. And it will be easier for you to experience the wonders of heaven and earth. In other words, you will be one with heaven and earth." Elder Lu smiled and continued to explain when he saw that the few of them were curious. "As for your divine crystal's fusion with your body, it is because you have comprehended the laws within the divine crystal, and the divine crystal has acknowledged you. The moment you become a god, this divine crystal truly belongs to you, and is connected to your bloodline. Turning your hair black? Even if your limbs are broken, the divine crystal can slowly regenerate them, let alone change the color of your hair. This is because the divine crystal has recorded the characteristics of your body, just like the laws that you have comprehended. As long as the soul of an immortal is not destroyed, as long as the divine crystal is not destroyed, it is equivalent to an immortal body. That's amazing. I will start my secluded cultivation tomorrow, and strive to become a god as soon as possible." Yi Qingwu stuck out her tongue, and a hopeful look appeared in her eyes. Yi Qinghan's affectionate look completely untied the knot in her heart, and her mood returned to the eccentric and pitiful state she had been 3 years ago. Don't be in a hurry to cultivate. After staying in this remote pavilion for 3 years, you must be tired of it. Go out and relax, and adjust your state of mind. Only then will you be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and smiled faintly. His calm temperament and abrupt words stunned the 3 girls slightly. "Well, not bad, not bad. Little Han, you have finally grown up." Elder Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, and his goat-like face was full of smiles. "Going to the Purple Island?" "Yes, thank you for your trouble, Elder Lu." Yi Qinghan nodded, and lowered his head to stroke Xiaohei's head. He continued, "Let's go to the Purple Island to have some fun. If you want to cultivate, you can enter the carefree pavilion for secluded cultivation. After resting for a while, I will go into secluded cultivation again. And this time, I am afraid it will be very long." In these 3 years, Yi Qinghan's cultivation did not improve, but his state of mind had become extremely mature and firm. Things had already happened. Rather than wallowing in the silent regret of the past, it was better to work hard to grasp the present, cherish every day, and strive hard. Only by grasping the present could he have a better tomorrow. Only then could he do what he wanted to do, such as protecting his loved ones and taking revenge. Yes. Yu Qingqing and the others looked at Yi Qinghan and did not say much, only nodding their heads. They could feel the pain suppressed in the depths of Yi Qinghan's heart beneath his calm and gentle appearance. As his women, they could not resolve this kind of pain, nor could they bear it for him. Only the price of blood could make him pass away completely. Elder Lu did not say much. He closed his eyes and released his divine senses. After a while he nodded at Yi Qinghan and said, "Let's go out." Yi Qinghan put Xiaohei down and gave the 3 women a reassuring look. He and Elder Lu disappeared from the carefree pavilion. The last time they had entered the carefree pavilion, they had been in the sky above the hidden city. If they wanted to leave now, they could only appear in the same place. Elder Lu used his divine senses to scan the sky above the hidden city, and locked onto the position of the Purple Island. After the 2 of them flashed out of the carefree pavilion, Elder Lu teleported with Yi Qinghan before their bodies could appear above the hidden city. However, the spatial fluctuations above the hidden city attracted the attention of some people. The island lord of the hidden island, who was fishing by the sea, tilted his head slightly. The 13 elders in the mountains outside the hidden city swept their gazes over the hidden city at the same time. In a restaurant in the hidden city, an old man wearing a bamboo hat was also shocked. He looked through the window at the sky, which had returned to its original state, and continued to drink his wine. All the sages in the city felt the fluctuations. However, when they looked over, the sky had returned to its original state. Chapter 408. Is this the Purple Island? Oh my god. It's so beautiful, I like it so much. Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu teleported to the Purple Island. Yi Qinghan didn't even look at it as he quickly opened the door to the carefree pavilion. He then flashed in, and came out with the 3 ladies and Xiaohei. When they came out, the 3 ladies were stunned. Their eyes were filled with amazement and fascination. Yi Qinggu even cried out involuntarily. The few of them stood on a small hill and looked over. Their eyes were filled with purple flowers, purple grass, purple trees, purple stones, and even the sky was emitting a faint purple glow. The Purple Island was huge, and they couldn't see the end of it. The terrain of the Purple Island was very flat. There were only a few small hills. At the foot of the hill, there was a small valley with a small pond. Beside the pond, there was a herd of antelopes with purple rings all over their bodies drinking water. They were startled by Yi Qingwu's voice and started running around in a panic. Apart from the yellow soil, there was only a small amount of green grass and trees. Everything else was purple. The entire Purple Island seemed to be covered with a layer of purple wedding dress. It was dreamy and beautiful. Ahem. Don't be in a hurry to look. Let me tell you something. You must remember it well. Otherwise, you will be killed immediately. No one will be able to save you. Elder Lu's dry cough and his words attracted their attention. Once they heard that it was a serious matter, they didn't dare to be careless. They all listened attentively. There are 11 islands in the Purple Island. The other 10 islands can't be seen by the naked eye. Moreover, they aren't in the Flame Dragon Plain. There is a transportation array in the center of the Purple Island. You can teleport there. That is the passageway to the Immortal Realm. We are now on the first island of the Purple Island. It is also the safest place in the Flame Dragon Plain. Do you see the purple glow in the sky? This is the restriction of the Purple Island. Anyone who releases battle chi or attacks with battle chi on this island will trigger the restriction of the Purple Island and be killed immediately. There are no exceptions. Therefore, you must remember that on this Purple Island, don't even use your battle chi. Just treat yourself as an ordinary person. Only then will you be absolutely safe. Don't even run your battle chi? Yi Qinghan paused for a moment. He knew that Elder Lu was worried about their safety. However, when he thought of Xiaohei who was in his arms, he asked curiously, "Where is Xiaohei? Xiaohei can't walk around here?" Magical beasts that haven't reached godhood are fine. Actually, the only way to activate the restrictions here is to use the elemental energy of heaven and earth to attack. For example, you could kill those antelopes with your physical strength, but you couldn't use battle chi or the laws of heaven and earth to attack. Xiaohei has not become a god yet, so his attacks are completely based on his body's instincts. Therefore, Xiaohei is safe here. Elder Lu chuckled as he looked at Xiaohei and explained. Gigi. Yi Qinghan had told Xiaohei not to move the moment he came out. Now that he heard Elder Lu's explanation, he immediately became excited. He jumped out of Yi Qinghan's arms and ran toward the herd of antelopes. He had been cooped up in the distant pagoda for 3 years. Alright. If Master Divine Butcher comes here and attacks with his willpower, will he activate the restrictions? Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of a question. Although he had already guessed it, he still asked to be safe. Willpower is also a type of law of heaven and earth. If Master Divine Butcher comes here, he won't dare to attack. He's just a cripple. If he dares to come, I will smash him. Without willpower, he's nothing. Elder Lu raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "Rest assured and stay here. This restriction can prevent divine senses from probing. I think he won't find out for a while. Even if he does, it'll be fine." Grandpa Lu, I would like to ask you something. Can I understand the divine sound law here? I'm just playing the guqin. It won't affect my battle chi. Yu Qingqing suddenly thought of a problem. The divine sound law that she understood was a special soul-type law. Therefore, understanding the laws was the most important thing. She didn't need to cultivate her battle chi. It would slowly improve along with her soul. She liked this place very much. She had a feeling that cultivating here would definitely be faster than cultivating in the carefree pagoda. Therefore, she asked nervously. It's all right. Elder Lu waved his hand and said, you just have to remember not to release your battle chi. It's best if you seal your meridians temporarily, and don't let your battle chi circulate. You can do anything else. Also, it's easier to understand the laws of heaven and earth if you cultivate here. All right, you can play here. I'm going back to cultivate. After explaining, Elder Lu tactfully entered the carefree pagoda through the main door, leaving the space for Yi Qinghan and the others. He was also an experienced person and knew that absence made the heart grow fonder. Yi Qinghan was prepared to cultivate for a long time. Therefore, he didn't intend to close the passageway to the carefree pagoda. This way, the three ladies and Xiaohei could come and go at any time. In any case, outsiders couldn't enter the carefree pagoda. Even if Master Divine Butcher came, he wouldn't dare to refine this door. Gigi. Boss, I want to eat barbecued meat. I haven't had barbecued meat in a long time. As soon as Elder Lu left, Xiaohei shot over from afar. His tiny body was dragging a purple-striped antelope that was many times bigger than him. He excitedly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Hee, all of you seal your meridians. I'll barbecued meat for you, and let you have a taste of my cooking. Yi Qinghan sealed his meridians and smiled at them. He strode toward Xiaohei, grabbed the antelope in his mouth, and walked toward the pond. Yay! I haven't had meat in 3 years. I'm dying of craving. When Yi Qingwu heard that there was barbecued meat to eat, she immediately sealed her meridians and rushed toward Yi Qinghan with a cheer. At the pond, the few of them had a delicious meal and enjoyed hot meat that they hadn't had in 3 years. After that, Yi Qinghan started to get busy. He took out a large number of items from his carefree ring, took out the slaughter god blade, and chopped a few big trees to build their little nest on the Purple Island. Yi Qinghan had bought a lot of things in the Black Tortoise City and the Hidden City. He was prepared to build a little Cold Heart Pavilion on the Purple Island. After all, they weren't going to stay here for a day or two. Of course, he couldn't let them sleep in the wilderness. When the three ladies saw that they were going to build their own little nest, they got excited. All of them sealed their meridians and started to help Yi Qinghan with his work. However, Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing were born as young mistresses. They had never done such things before. Instead, they seemed to be making things more difficult the more they helped. In the end, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu decisively let the two of them watch from the side. They only helped to pass some tools. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu's father had passed away when they were young, and their mother was bedridden. Their status in the clan was low, but they were very familiar with these menial tasks. Although their battle chi was sealed, their cultivation base was very high. Their physical qualities were comparable to ordinary general realm experts. Hence, it was very easy for them to do these ordinary tasks. After a busy day, before night fell, a small purple pavilion had already appeared out of thin air beside the small pond. The pavilion was very small, and it only had a small hall for rooms and a few small rooms. The construction was also very simple. Not to mention the Cold Heart Pavilion, it was far inferior to Yi Qingwu's graceful dance garden. However, it was obvious that the four of them were in a good mood, and were very satisfied. This was the love nest that the four of them had built together. Night fell, and a bright moon rose in the sky. The gentle light shone through the purple light barrier on the Purple Island, and covered the entire island. The entire Purple Island was enveloped in a beautiful purple light. Clang clang. In front of the pavilion, in a simple courtyard, Yi Qinghan reclined on an ancient vine bench. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu quietly leaned on his two sides. Xiaohei was also quietly curled up on the table next to him and dozed off. Yu Qingqing sat cross-legged in the courtyard and played the zither. The melodious sound of the zither echoed throughout the Purple Island, making the beautiful night even more mysterious and elegant. After one song, Yi Qinghan lazily stood up and stretched. He suddenly said to the three of them in a serious tone. I really want to live with you like this without any worries until the end of time. However, there are some things that I must do. I am very sorry. I can only accompany you for 5 days. After that, I will have to go into seclusion. 5 days? Yes. The three of them looked at Yi Qinghan at the same time and sighed in surprise. They had been separated for 3 years, but they could only meet for 5 days. After that, they would have to separate again. However, the three of them didn't say anything. They only stood up and leaned towards Yi Qinghan. They all understood that Yi Qinghan was working hard and fighting for the sake of being able to stay together like this forever. A short separation was for an eternity. Yi Qinghan looked at the three beautiful and sensible women with a trace of gratification in his eyes. He looked deeply at the three of them and suddenly smiled evilly. Hee, there is not much time left. Everyone should rest early. Then, the three of you should discuss among yourselves, who should I spend the night chatting with? How about all three? Chapter 409. Parting for 3 years. Parting for a short time and newlyweds. 3 years was obviously not a short time, so tonight was more important than a newlyweds. When the three of them heard Yi Qinghan's words, their eyes clearly lit up. Then, a blush appeared on their faces at the same time, and they lowered their eyebrows shyly without saying a word. Brother, what shameful words are you saying? I'm going back to sleep. Yi Qingyu twitched her nose, looked at Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingcheng, and turned to leave. Her temperament was the kindest, and she was very clear that tonight, the three of them actually wanted Yi Qinghan to accompany them, to talk about the pain of parting. But there was only one Yi Qinghan, so she very obediently withdrew, leaving Yi Qinghan to the other two. Qinghan, Sister Xiaowu has suffered these 3 years. You should properly accompany her. Yu Qingqing's temperament was indifferent. When she saw Yi Qingyu leave, she immediately thought of Yi Qingwu's loneliness and self-blame in these 3 years. She smiled at Yi Qinghan and transmitted her voice to him, then picked up the jade zither and said to Yi Qinggu, I'm tired, I'm going back to rest first. Sister Xiaowu, will trouble you to accompany our lord husband. Ah, I'm tired too, little Han. I'm leaving. Yi Qinggu saw that the two of them had left, and was even more embarrassed. She stuck out her tongue at Yi Qinghan, and hurriedly turned to run away. But just as she turned around, she was tightly hugged by 2 strong and powerful big hands. Where do you think you're going? Tonight, it's you, my little rose, serve your husband well. Yi Qinghan carried Yi Qingwu horizontally, and lowered his head to smile at her. Under the purple moonlight, a face that was as pure as it was 3 years ago, and a body that was getting more and more plump. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and directly rushed towards the largest room. He rushed into the room and closed the door with 1 foot. He sent a telepathic message to Xiaohei, asking it to stand guard. After that, he directly threw Yi Qinggu onto the big bed. He exerted strength in his calves and pounced on her, hugging her delicate body and kissing her violently. Yi Qinggu wanted to say something, but she felt Yi Qinghan's burning passion, and smelled the familiar manly scent that she hadn't smelled for 3 years. She thought back to the pain she had suffered in her heart over the past 3 years. She thought back to Yi Qinghan's pain. She thought back to Yi Qinghan's passionate gaze when he had come out of seclusion. She thought back to the crazy times the two of them had spent together in the chilling heart pavilion, and the carefree pavilion. Her heart instantly felt as if it had been ignited. Her entire body heated up, and she went crazy. She didn't say anything else, and she didn't have any misgivings. Instead, she pushed Yi Qinghan onto the big bed, and her beautiful legs directly straddled his body. She smiled charmingly at Yi Qinghan and leaned down. Her beautiful red lips directly blocked Yi Qinghan's slightly open mouth, and she began kissing Yi Qinghan like crazy. Her lily-white hands stroked Yi Qinghan's face and lower body. After that, her lily-white hands trembled slightly as she began to undress him. However, as she undressed him, she realized that she couldn't untie him. In the end, she actually began to forcefully tear at Yi Qinghan's robes. Gulp! Gulp! Looking at Yi Qinggu, who was constantly twisting on his body like a wild cat in heat, Yi Qinghan was slightly stunned. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and his eyes bulged. He also began to desperately tear at Yi Qingwu's clothes. He had been holding back for 3 years, and the fire of lust in his heart had long burned his eyebrows. For a moment, the air was filled with torn clothes, and the two shining white bodies were constantly twisting. The room suddenly became boundless. He accompanied the three of them for 5 days. Every day, he didn't think about anything, and he didn't do anything. He only brought the three of them and Xiaohei to wander around the Purple Island. He enjoyed the unique and beautiful scenery of the Purple Island, and felt the relaxed and comfortable life. However, once night fell, Yi Qinghan became busy. He took turns shuttling back and forth between the 3 rooms. He devoted his deep love and boiling hot bodily fluids to the 3 of them. Every night, there would be a low panting sound in the valley, and 3 different styles of extremely suppressive tenderness. The knot in Yi Qingwu's heart was finally untied under the persuasion of Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing. She had completely recovered her mischievous and eccentric self in the past. The 5 days of life were very fulfilling, and also very sweet. The only thing that made Yi Qinghan feel a little regretful was that the 3 of them were firmly against sleeping on the same bed, and then making love together. This made Yi Qinghan's long-awaited dream of having a naked party become a bubble. Little Qingqing, little you, I'm going in. Remember, if there's anything, we'll talk about it after entering the free and unfettered pavilion. Of course, you don't need to worry too much. Elder Lu will leave a trace of his divine sense outside, so you can cultivate in peace. Yu Qingqing decided to cultivate outside, and Yi Qingyu was not in a hurry to cultivate either. She had just become a god, and there was still a lot of knowledge that needed to be digested, such as teleportation and the release of divine sense. Moreover, they had sealed their meridians, so they were not worried about triggering the restriction formation. As for the divine sense, it belonged to the use of the soul, so it would not trigger the restriction formation. Thus, Yi Qingyu decided to accompany Yu Qingqing on the Purple Island. As for Xiaohei, Yi Qinghan, who was in seclusion, he naturally chose to play on the Purple Island. The black Kirin fruit that Lord Devour had given him had been completely refined. Now he only needed to digest it slowly, so he did not need to cultivate at all. Yi Qingwu decided to enter the carefree pavilion to cultivate in seclusion. She wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the divine crystal as soon as possible, and become a god as soon as possible. Of course, Yi Qinghan decided to place the carefree pavilion's teleportation gate in the small courtyard. It was not closed, so he could come and go at any time. The Purple Island could not use the essence qi, so there was no danger. Thus, Yi Qinghan was not worried. After giving some instructions, he directly walked into the carefree pavilion with Yi Qingwu. They did not talk much, nor did they feel sad about parting. They were both beautiful women. They just looked at Yi Qinghan encouragingly, and then gently waved their hands. Boss, try your best to cultivate. I feel that after I finish digesting this black Kirin fruit, in about 6 or 7 years, I will enter the mature realm. Haha. At that time, I will become a divine beast, and you still haven't reached the sacred realm. It will be really embarrassing. Xiaohei chirped, sending him a message. His 2 small eyes were full of reluctance. He had been summoned by Yi Qinghan in that valley. After that, he had never left him. The last time he left him was 2 years ago, and he didn't know how long they would be apart this time. Although he could feel Yi Qinghan's existence through his soul, he couldn't communicate with him or play with him, which was really uncomfortable. Haha, believe me, I will become a god as soon as possible. Yi Qinghan smiled. His smile was bright and confident. Then, he took Yi Qingwu and walked into the teleportation gate of the carefree pavilion without turning his head back. The sky in Song City was a little gloomy, although it had been sunny recently. 3 years ago, the pagans had descended. Outside Song City, a pig-slaughtering knife dripping with blood and Lord Devour had attacked. Song City's reputation had almost overshadowed the entire God City. Many people came to Song City with respect and gratitude. After that, many people had settled down in Song City. At that time, they had thought that Song City was the safest place, the holy city that could protect them. However, a giant gold hand had slapped the mountain behind the Yi family, and even smashed the ancestral grave of the Yi family into pieces. Then, that intimidating bald man had issued an order that the Yi family's members couldn't leave Song City. They had thought that this time, it would be the same as the time when the pagans had descended. the god of the Yi family would stand up, and the pig slaughtering knife would continue to drip blood, tearing that damn bald man into pieces. However, they were disappointed. No one from the Yi family dared to accept the challenge. Thus, they started to feel restless. Half of the Moon Queen, an expert from the God City with a garlic nose, led a group of people to move into Tsong City. They immediately accepted the protection of Tsong City and sealed off the city. This time, the god of the Yi family still didn't appear. They started to panic. Some people even started to flee with their families. After a while, a rumor spread from the hidden city. The god of the Yi family. He actually died? He self-destructed in front of millions of people in the hidden city. This time, many residents of Tsong City were completely terrified. They started to think of ways to leave Tsong City. However, the god-slaying guards didn't care much about these ordinary people leaving. Half a year later, the once bustling main city gradually became desolate and quiet. It became somewhat lifeless. The sky in Tsong City also became gloomy. Chapter 410. The members of the Yi family did not leave. Of course, it was not that no one wanted to leave, but Yi Baihu had sealed up the Yi family's castle. No one from the Yi family was allowed to enter or leave. Those who wanted to escape were dragged to the torture hall and executed in front of everyone. Yi Ruoshui was dead. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingyu were nowhere to be found. The Yi family had suffered the greatest loss in history. Faced with the crazy divine master too, they could not provoke him and did not dare to. This was because the Yi family could not afford to be hurt. Yi Baihu was afraid that this provocation would bring a real disaster to the Yi family, a disaster that could wipe them out. Yi Tianlong went into seclusion. Yi Qingyu went into seclusion. Yi Baihu did not hide anything about the situation that the Yi family was facing. He announced everything to everyone in the Yi family. After hearing Yi Baihu's words, most of them did not say anything and went back. Yi Chong went into seclusion. Yi Tianqing went into seclusion. Yi Tianqing. Countless members of the Yi family gritted their teeth and went into seclusion. They did not know what would happen to the Yi family and whether the Yi family would be wiped out. All they knew was to cultivate, to work hard, to do everything they could to cultivate. Even though they did not know what was the use of cultivating, how long could they cultivate and what realm could they reach? Yi Ruoshui's death and the palm strike from the divine master at the back of the mountain had infuriated all the members of the Yi family. His domineering announcement had triggered the desire for survival in the Yi family. All the members of the Yi family understood a cruel fact. If they wanted to survive and take revenge, they could only cultivate. The sky in the God City was gloomy because the divine master's face had never been clear. The God Massacre guards were filled with hope as they waited for the divine master's good news. However, after the divine master went out, he did not say anything when he returned. He just asked the burning god guards to find another 10 young girls. After that, a series of screams and cries rang out in the study again. The 4 of them didn't dare to ask anything and quietly waited outside the study for news. Unexpectedly, the Divine Lord remained silent. He would only let the burning god guards bring people in every 2 days to carry the corpses out. Half of the Moon Queen, the massacre god guard, couldn't take it anymore and asked. However, what he got in return was a palm strike that caused him to be bedridden for half a year. The Divine Master too did not give up. He used his divine senses to search for Yi Qinghan for a year, but to no avail. After a year, he was tired. After giving an order, he fell silent. The god-slaying guards were sent to Tsong City, while the god-slaying guards brought countless soul slaves and secret guards to scatter across the continent to search for news of Yi Qinghan. The entire sky above the continent darkened because of Master God Tu's furious attack. The deity realm experts of the 3 prefectures and 1 island all issued orders at the same time. They were not to provoke anyone from the divine city, or they would be killed on the spot. They were afraid that if the divine lord was enraged, the continent would repeat the scene that happened thousands of years ago. Master God Tu had not made a move for thousands of years, but once he did, he shocked all the experts on the continent. This made them feel gloomy. The gloominess of the continent's deity realm experts spread to the sages, and then to the rest of the continent. Unknowingly, the continent's sky became very oppressive and gloomy. A few days ago, The spatial fluctuation in the sky above the hidden city had caused a slight tremor in the deathly silent mainland. Yi Qinghan disappeared from the hidden city. Therefore, the hidden city became the place that all the major forces paid the most attention to. The people from the House of Aries hoped to receive news of him. They hoped that his appearance would bring a ray of light to the human race. The barbarian race, demon race, and God City hoped that his appearance would release the Divine Lord's anger and restore peace to the continent. Although the fluctuation disappeared very quickly, it was obvious that many people were not willing to give up. The scouts from all the forces on the continent started to move and search everywhere. When the deity realm experts of the continent received the news, they also continued to use their divine senses to search. However, they still could not find Yi Qinghan. In the end, they gave up again. They thought that Yi Qinghan might have returned to his spatial divine item. However, countless scouts replaced their divine senses and continued to search everywhere on the continent. Yi Qinghan was indeed in his spatial divine item. After entering the unfettered pavilion, he encouraged Yi Qinggu and asked her to go back to her room to refine the divine crystal. Then he teleported to Dark Moon's room. He would be in seclusion for a long time this time, so he wanted to see this poor lady. Dark Moon was still lying quietly on the jade bed like a sleeping beauty. 3 years had passed, but her appearance had not changed at all. It seemed like Elder Lu had fed her some youthful spirit medicine. It might be very difficult for ordinary people to maintain their appearance and not let the marks of time remain on their bodies. On the continent, only the Yu family's youthful pill had this effect, and it was very rare. The Yu family had only given 3 youthful pills to the 3 of them as dowry. It was very easy for deity realm experts to maintain their youth, and it was even easier for Elder Lu. Although there were not many elixirs in the divine realm that could maintain one's vitality, they were not particularly precious either. Don't worry, Dark Moon. One day, I will wake you up. And it won't take long. Yi Qinghan kissed Dark Moon's plump red lips lightly, smiled, and turned to leave. After bidding farewell to Elder Lu, he walked into the technique practicing room and sat cross-legged. However, he did not start cultivating immediately. Instead, he started to think carefully about some problems. He was thinking about how he could take revenge and kill Master God Tuesday. Previously, Yi Ruoshui and the other 4 had told him not to kill Master God Tuesday, otherwise he might be hunted down by the Divine Realm's law enforcement team, and the Divine Realm might destroy the Fire Dragon continent. He did not care about this point. To save Dark Moon, he had to kill Tuesday. To avenge Yi Ruoshui, he had to kill Tuesday. If the people of the Fire Dragon continent wanted to get rid of their fate of being kept in captivity, he had to kill Tuesday. He did not believe that the Divine Realm would be enraged and destroy the Fire Dragon plane if Tu was killed. Elder Lu had said that there were tens of billions of existential planes like the Flame Dragon plane. Could the Immortal Realm manage every single one of them? When the foreign tribes came, the Golden Horn celestial race destroyed the Divine City. How could the Divine Realm not do anything? Even if the sky was destroyed, wasn't there still the powerful Lord Devour? Since he had decided to kill Tu, he did not hesitate. Instead, he started to think about how and what he would use to kill Tu. There was no need to think about Lord Devour. This woman was as cold as an iceberg. She did not do anything even after Yi Ruoshui died. Even if he committed suicide in front of her, she would not even look at him. Elder Lu was not Tu's match, let alone the other God-class experts. As for Yi Qingyu and the other 2, even if they finished refining the divine crystals, they would only be at the peak of the heavenly God realm like Elder Lu unless they broke through to the God General realm. However, was it possible that Elder Lu had not broken through after thousands of years? He started to think about all the treasures that could increase his strength. The Soul Ring was his strongest treasure. After all, it was the Soul Emperor's ring. It was a pity that it was damaged. After searching for a long time, he only found a healing ability. He also asked Elder Lu how to repair it. However, Elder Lu said that it was impossible to repair it without going to the Divine Realm. As for the other treasures, he did not need to consider them. The only things left were a divine sword and a slaughter god blade of unknown grade. He was not used to using the divine sword, and he had not found any other powerful abilities for the slaughter god blade. After thinking about it for half a day, He realized that the only things he could rely on were the space law and the body fusion technique. After spending half a day, he thought through everything. He also had a clear goal. That was to comprehend the space law and break through to the heavenly God realm. Chapter 4:11. Of the 5 profound mysteries of the law of space, Yi Qinghan had only comprehended the 2 fundamental mysteries of spatial ripple and spatial lockdown. There were 2 paths to becoming a god. The first was to comprehend the other 3 fundamental mysteries. The second was to fuse the 2 fundamental mysteries of spatial ripple and spatial lockdown into the elementary mystery of space. This path of cultivation was confirmed, but Yi Qinghan felt like a blind man walking at a crossroad. He knew there was a path ahead, but he didn't know where to go. He had no idea what the other 3 profound mysteries of space were. As for fusing the profound mysteries, he had no idea at all. Moreover, he couldn't ask others about the comprehension of the laws, because Elder Lu had once told him that one had to comprehend the profound mysteries on their own. If other experts guided you, not only would you not be able to comprehend it faster, it would easily lead you astray, and you would never be able to make any progress. Although I can directly become a god by fusing the profound mysteries of spatial ripple and spatial lockdown, it's obviously extremely difficult. Otherwise, the Sword Sovereign would have reached the peak of the heavenly god level after thousands of years. There's no need to think about this path. I'd better comprehend the other 3 profound mysteries. After a brief consideration, Yi Qinghan decisively gave up on the path of fusing the 2 profound mysteries to become a god. Even a heavenly god would need 1,000 years to do so. As a saint, he would definitely not succeed even if his brain exploded. Then the only path left was to comprehend the 3 profound mysteries of space. He turned around and faced the smooth wall on his left. He relaxed his entire body and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He circulated his battle chi in his eyes and stared at the wall. He decided to continuously comprehend the painting of the beach, and see if he could quickly comprehend the profound mysteries. Last time, it was because he had comprehended a trace of the concept of the painting of the beach and a drop of water. When he had intercourse with Yu Qingcheng, he had entered a deep state of his soul. That was why he was lucky enough to comprehend the profound mysteries of spatial ripple and break through to the saint realm. As expected, after reaching the saint realm, this painting is different. Yi Qinghan saw that the wall was constantly glowing, and then he saw the familiar painting of the beach. This time was obviously different from the last time. Last time, the mountains were not mountains, and the water was not water. Sometimes it felt very blurry, and sometimes it felt very clear. The sky full of raindrops fell from time to time, and sometimes it stopped. Everything seemed to be unpredictable. But now it was completely blurry. At this moment, he could see everything. He could feel the surging waves, the falling raindrops, and the countless holes on the beach. However, everything was blurry and hazy, as if his eyes were covered with a layer of mist. This feeling was very strange. He couldn't see anything clearly, but he could feel everything. And this time, the time he lasted was twice as long as the previous time. A moment later, the scene in front of him disappeared, and he felt dizzy again. After recovering for a long time, he finally woke up. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes and began to digest what he had just seen. But strangely, he suddenly realized that he couldn't remember what he had just seen. He had no memory at all. Interesting, this picture really contains endless mysteries of space. It's 2F** King mysterious. I can't believe there's nothing left. Yi Qinghan laughed. He wasn't afraid of the mysteries of this picture. He was afraid that it wouldn't change. Now that there was a change, it would be easy. After resting for a moment, he continued to operate the battle aura in his eyes, and continued to comprehend. Clang clang. In a small valley on the Purple Island, the sound of a zither could be heard from time to time. This sound was so melodious and clear, like the mountain spring playing in the Green Mountains. It was so elegant and free, like the majestic wind drifting over the willow branches. It was so gentle and beautiful, like the fluttering butterflies in the midst of hundreds of flowers. It was so cold and noble, like the red plum blossoms dancing in the snow. Under the effect of this magical zither music, a very strange thing happened in the entire valley. There was a pool in the valley, and it was the drinking place of the nearby magical beasts. But a few months ago, a small beast came. The small beast was very terrifying. None of the nearby magical beasts could resist it. Even the most powerful level 8 magical beast, the black leopard, died tragically under its claws. And all the magical beasts didn't dare to move under its imposing aura, let alone resist. So a few months ago, this valley became a forbidden area for the nearby magical beasts. But not long after, a beautiful sound came from the valley from time to time. All the nearby magical beasts who heard this sound felt very comfortable and warm. They actually unconsciously walked towards the valley. Then they lay in front of the small courtyard and began to close their eyes, listening to the sound with great enjoyment. Before the sound of the zither stopped, the whole valley was densely packed with countless magical beasts. Even the trees in front of the courtyard were covered with all kinds of magical beasts. When the sound of the zither stopped, all the magical beasts suddenly woke up. Looking at the black small beast above the courtyard, all the magical beasts ran away in fear. But the next day, they were attracted by the beautiful sound again. When the sound of the zither stopped, they woke up and ran away again. After a while, they stopped running, because the black small beast, for some reason, had stopped hunting them. Instead, it lay on the roof of the courtyard and dozed off every day. So a strange scene began to appear in the valley. When the sound of the zither started, countless magical beasts would orderly walk over from all directions. Then, they would lie in front of the courtyard in an even more orderly manner, quietly listening to the beautiful sound of the zither. When the sound of the zither stopped, they would slowly and leisurely walk away. Some of these magical beasts were strong, and some were weak. Some were even natural enemies. But none of the magical beasts dared to fight in the valley. They didn't dare to make a sound. They only listened quietly and then quietly left. This day happened to be the 4th month that Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion in the free pavilion. Yu Qingqing had just finished playing the zither with a faint smile. Then, she stood up happily and stretched her body, revealing her perfect curves. The door to the room next to her suddenly opened. Yi Qingyu, with her silver hair draped over her shoulders, walked out like a fairy from the forest. Little Yu, you've finally come out of seclusion. Yu Qingqing's smile widened. She took a few steps forward and took Yi Qingyu's hand as she spoke affectionately. Hee. Xiaohei, who had been dozing off, was also startled awake. She flew down from the roof and threw herself into Yi Qingyu's arms, calling out affectionately. Aya. Congratulations, big sister. You've actually broken through to the sage realm. Your divine sound law is too amazing. How can your cultivation speed be so fast? I feel like you've actually broken through after just a short period of seclusion? Yi Qingyu had just mastered the knowledge in her head in 4 months. She had learned how to release her divine sense, and had also stabilized her god-tier cultivation. She didn't feel like she had been in seclusion for a long time. When she came out, she discovered that Yu Qingqing had broken through to the sage realm. Actually, when I entered the deep state of spiritual stillness, I had already comprehended 2 types of divine sound profound mysteries. I have only comprehended 2 of them to the great perfection stage. 4 months ago, I was almost at the great perfection stage. This isn't surprising at all. Yu Qingqing smiled as she explained. Of course, she was also very proud of her cultivation speed and her unique nomological laws. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rejected the divine crystal that Yi Qinghan had given her. Stop chatting. Both of you enter the unfettered pavilion. Someone has entered the Purple Island. Yi Qingyu was just about to sigh when a voice suddenly rang out from the unfettered pavilion's transportation gate in the corner of the courtyard, startling the 2 of them. They turned around in shock and saw Elder Lu walking out with a black metal rod in his hand. The 2 of them were stunned. Without any hesitation, they dashed toward the gate and disappeared into the transportation passageway behind the gate. When Xiaohei heard Elder Lu's words, he didn't follow the 2 of them. Instead, he leaped onto Elder Lu's shoulder. Elder Lu wasn't offended. Instead, he smiled and said, "Let's go, Xiaohei. Let's go meet our guests from afar." Chapter 412. Purple Island had always been one of the main targets of the continent's forces. In the first 3 years of Yi Qinghan's seclusion, Divine Master Tu Du had personally come to the island twice, and countless spies would come to the island every few months to investigate. However, Purple Island, like the barbaric mountains and the misty forest, had many powerful magical beasts. These spies only wandered around, and didn't dare to go too deep. Purple Island was the most troublesome and dangerous. Outside the island, there were 3 groups of people coming from 3 different directions. They were the Divine City's secret guard, the Demon Shadow Leopard clan, and the Hua family's assassins. These 3 groups actually knew each other's existence, but it was obvious that the Hua family's secret guard and the Demon clan had taken a detour to avoid the Divine City's secret guard. They circled around Purple Island, and came to the island from 2 other directions. All of you seal your meridians and spread out to investigate. Release the signal if anything happens. The Divine City's secret guard were all covered in golden robes, as if afraid that others wouldn't know they were from the Divine City. The leader at the front waved his hand, and the dozens of people behind him spread out, but their speed was obviously not fast. With their meridians sealed, and without the support of battle aura, their strength was greatly reduced by the strength of their bodies. This was also the reason why the spies were unwilling to come to Purple Island to investigate. There were a few upper-tier magical beasts here, and their leader was only at the peak of the Overlord realm. Without the support of battle aura, he was only at the peak of the noble realm. If they encountered a magical beast of the 8th level, they would die if they didn't run fast enough. Compared to the Divine City's spies, the Demon Shadow Leopard clan, and the Hua family's assassins were much more relaxed. Needless to say, the Hua family's existence made them the most powerful scouts on the continent. Although they couldn't use battle aura on Purple Island, and could only sneak around for a short while, it was more than enough to save their lives. The Shadow Leopard clan was the fastest clan on the continent. Even without the support of demon power, they were still much faster than others of the same level. Once the spies of the 3 clans arrived on the island, they spread out. They were very cautious and didn't dare to make a sound. They quietly moved through the purple bushes. Gigi, Blackie took the lead. His body moved like lightning as he traversed the Purple Island. His little face was full of excitement. After being locked up in the Carefree Pavilion for 3 years, it was very excited when it first came to the Purple Island. However, after staying on the island for half a day, the Moon Queen became bored again. There were only 6 level 8 magical beasts on the island. The black-striped panther closest to the valley was easily killed by it, so there were only 5 left. The rest of the magical beasts didn't even need to fight against a divine beast that was about to mature, and whose strength had reached the sage level. They just felt the faint divine power that was inadvertently released from its body and immediately submitted to it. Therefore, it began to feel bored again. It didn't even bother to look at the magical beasts that were attracted by Yu Qingqing's zither every day, nor did it have the interest to torture and kill them. This was like letting an adult bully a child. It might be interesting at first, but it would become boring after a long time. Now that it heard that someone had come to the island, it was naturally excited again, like a bored child who had discovered a novel toy. Elder Lu had said that with its low-tier sage-level strength, it would be fine even if a god-grade expert came. It was absolutely safe on the Purple Island. Of course, what Elder Lu said was also wrong. In fact, Xiaohe was absolutely safe in the entire Fire Dragon Plain. With Lord Devour's existence, even if the god-grade experts of the Fire Dragon continent were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to hurt Xiaohe. Of course, the abnormal Lord God too was an exception. Xiaohe, wait. Elder Lu's telepathic message made Xiaohe's sprinting figure stop. It looked at Elder Lu with its 2 shining eyes in puzzlement. Hee, I saw someone coming to the island just now. I thought it was a group of experts who had discovered our existence. Now that I have investigated carefully, it turns out that it is a group of scouts. Then we don't have to expose ourselves. Elder Lu reached out to stroke his beard, his eyes twinkling as he pondered. Gigi. Although Xiaohe couldn't speak and could only transmit telepathic messages to Yi Qinghan through their souls, it could easily understand the human language. Did this mean that there was no need to expose themselves? That meant that it couldn't play with them? It glared at Elder Lu with its eyes bulging in disappointment, and let out 2 angry cries, as if to express its protest. Haha, don't be angry. Elder Lu, of course, knew what Xiaohe was thinking from its expression. He chuckled and suddenly bent over to whisper a few words to Xiaohe. Gigi. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up as it understood what Elder Lu meant. It quickly stood up and nodded its head like a human. Its two claws danced in the air as it became extremely excited. Ehe. There are 3 groups of people on the island now. The one in the north belongs to the House of Aries. Don't hurt them, just drive them out of the Purple Island. As for the one in the west and the one in the south, you can play with them as long as you don't expose yourself. Elder Lu smiled and pointed at Xiao Hei. He then waved his hand, indicating that it could play to its heart's content. Gigi. Xiao Hei was so happy that it somersaulted twice in the air before it turned into a sharp sword and dashed toward the island. Elder Lu smiled faintly and pondered for a moment. Then his figure flashed and followed. Xiao Hei's identity was unusual. Although he knew that nothing would happen to him on the Purple Island, he still felt that it was safer to follow him. There were 5 upper-level 8 magical beasts on the Purple Island, but there were more than 10 lower-level 8 magical beasts and countless lower-level 6, 7 and 7 magical beasts. Xiao Hei continued to traverse through the dense forest of the Violet Island. The countless magical beasts in the forest were startled by the sight of this small figure. Then they all trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. Xiao Hei didn't even look at them. He didn't stop and ran toward the nearest upper-level 8 magical beast, the horned black python's cave. Chi. The horned black python sensed 2 powerful auras rushing towards it from afar. It hurriedly drilled out of its cave and raised its triangular head, which was larger than a human's body. A single white horn flickered with a faint black light. Its blood-red triangular eyes stared coldly in front of it. Its mouth was wide open, revealing its white teeth and scarlet tongue. The chilling aura it exuded was enough to make people shudder. Gigi. However, when it heard this familiar voice and the small black figure that was rushing toward it, its triangular eyes suddenly shrank. The triangular eyes suddenly shrank, and the cold light inside suddenly softened. The huge head that was raised high immediately lowered, and the light from the horn on its head stopped flickering. It was like a big worm crawling on the ground, very meekly looking at the approaching little black. Gigi. Gigi Gigi. Xiao Hei didn't care about the black python's sudden change in attitude. He stood up straight in front of the horned black python. It was very excited. It waved its 2 little claws and cried out incessantly. It seemed to be communicating in the language of beasts. Almost all magical beasts of the 8th level had a high level of intelligence. For example, the silver moon 2-headed wolf and the black dragon that Yi Qinghan met on the Nether Island already had a high level of intelligence. Chi-chi. After Xiao Hei let out a series of Ji-ji sounds, the horned black python opposite him blinked its blood-red triangular eyes, then raised its huge head and nodded continuously. After emitting a few chi-chi sounds, its thick and long body quickly twisted and disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Gigi. Xiao Hei cried out twice excitedly. He looked at Elder Lu, who was following behind him proudly, then turned and continued running to the left. Chapter 413. The leader of the Hua family was a 2nd-level emperor. His name was Huaxi. He was originally an elder of the Hua family's Hall of Battle. However, the god-rank experts of the House of Aries and the Yi family were very concerned about Yi Qinghan's whereabouts and life. Yu Shishui went to the Hua family and asked them to search for Yi Qinghan with all their might. She wanted to reassure the god-rank experts and the Yi family. She also wanted to help him if there was a chance. Therefore, the Hua family patriarch agreed after some consideration. He sent out a group of elders to search for Yi Qinghan. Actually, Huaxi was slightly dissatisfied with the Hua family's orders. He heard from various sources that Yi Qinghan had become the Divine Master's must-kill target. What could the House of Aries do even if they found him? Who could protect him? How could they help him? Since they could not protect him, what could they do even if they found him? Furthermore, he was just a disciple of the Yi family with potential. The Yi family was facing the danger of extinction. What could a disciple of the Yi family do? However, he was dissatisfied, but he did not disobey the orders of the Hua family Hall of Elders. He ordered his subordinates to search from the north of Purple Island towards the south. They were very familiar with the terrain and distribution of powerful demonic beasts on Purple Island. They did not need to be warned, nor would they go near. They were only told to hide if they encountered scouts from other clans or the Divine City. In recent years, scouts from various factions often encountered them. However, they were obviously suppressed and rarely had any conflicts. They carried out their own missions. However, not long after the Hua family assassins started their search, a loud dragon roar sounded from the south. It frightened all the Hua family's spies so much that they panicked. However, when they saw a huge double-headed silver dragon rise from the southern sky, their panic turned into terror. Roar. Following this, a loud tiger roar sounded from the west, followed by several cries of pain. All of the Hua family's assassins halted their footsteps at the first instance. They entered into the stealth collectively and gathered towards Huaxi's direction. Huaxi had planned this beforehand. Once there was a situation, they would gather towards him and wait for his orders. Elder. Countless disciples of the Hua family gathered towards Huaxi and nodded at him. Then they spread out in all directions cautiously and vigilantly. Huaxi waited until the last two disciples arrived safely from the left, before he felt relieved. He gestured for all the Hua family assassins to hide. With a few leaps, he climbed to the top of a towering tree and looked to the south and west. When Huaxi heard the wolf roars from the west and south again, his relaxed expression turned serious again. When Huaxi heard the continuous wolf howls from the west and south again, his expression that had just relaxed became incomparably solemn again. In the past 3 years, he had brought people to Purple Island to explore countless times. Except for 2 of his disciples who accidentally ran into a group of 7th-level magical beasts and were slaughtered, he had never seen the magical beasts riot here. In fact, the existence of high-level magical beasts on the Purple Island was no secret to the major forces and clans of the entire continent. The twin-headed silver dragon in the south, and the 3-eyed ironback tiger in the east were the strongest magical beasts on the Purple Island. If one wasn't a martial saint, they would definitely die. The God City and the Demon Clan are finished. Listening to the continuous screams and howls of wolves, Huaxi knew very well that both teams were finished, without exception. He made up his mind so hastily. It was not because the 2 strongest demonic beasts were on the move. It was because of the wolf howls in the south and west. Dark demonic wind wolves. Purple Island's most terrifying killer, demonic beasts of the upper 7th level. Even he would die if he were to face them. There were too many demonic wind wolves. There were thousands of them. Their speed was comparable to the Shadow Leopard clan. There were less than 200 demonic divine city and demons on the island. Yet they had to face the 2 strongest demonic beasts of the upper 8th level, and thousands of dark demonic wind wolves. The result was obvious. Chi-Chi. At this moment, Huaxi heard a special sound. When he looked towards the south vigilantly, he heard a strange sound. He looked to the south and saw the bushes in front of him were shaking. The shaking was spreading towards him. His expression suddenly became incomparably frightened. His legs suddenly stomped on the thick tree trunk, and he shot towards the north. His body was still in midair as he shouted, "Run! Leave the Purple Island!" When the Hua clan disciples heard this, they did not hesitate and ran towards the north. They used all their strength to run. However, when they ran out of the beach outside of the Purple Island's restriction, they did not find any danger. But when they saw Huaxi jump on the Hua clan's boat without saying a word, they did not dare to hesitate and jumped on the boat as fast as they could. Set sail. Leave this place at the fastest speed. Huaxi did not explain to the crowd. He stared at the Purple Island and quickly gave an order. After the boat sailed for an hour, the Purple Island in the distance had become the size of a fist. Huaxi finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not see it clearly, he could tell from the movement and the aura of the demonic beast. He could easily tell that it was another demonic beast on the island. It was an upper 8th level horned black python. After thinking for a moment, he still could not figure out why the black python did not attack them. He was very clear that if the black python wanted to attack, at least half of them would have to stay on the Purple Island. Without much hesitation, he ordered his men to continue advancing at full speed to the hidden island. He wanted to report the shocking news to the Hua clan's supreme elder of the hidden city. At the same time, the west and south sides of the Purple Island had turned into purgatory. Just as the people from the Divine City and the Demon Clan were carefully avoiding the strongholds of the high-level demonic beasts, they quietly passed through the forest. They suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies. Then they heard the dragon and tiger roar that resounded through the entire Purple Island. The leaders of the Divine City and the Demon Clan immediately gave the order to retreat. However, just as everyone was running back in fear, they realized in despair that there were countless wolf roars coming from behind them. Countless gray shadows rushed over from all directions like a gust of wind. In an instant, they were all surrounded. Due to the huge difference in strength, the battle was not very intense. It ended in a few minutes. The leader of the Divine City was locked on by a green-white tiger with 3 eyes. In less than half a minute, the lower half of his body was torn to pieces. If a peak Emperor realm expert used his battle force, he could still fight against the 3-eyed ironback tiger for a while. If he was lucky, he might be able to escape. However, right now his meridians were sealed. He could only use his physical strength. Of course, he could not block a few moves. Just as he closed his eyes and waited for his death, he realized that the 3-eyed tiger did not continue to attack. Or rather, it moved its mouth. Then he heard a strange roar. The 3-eyed white tiger actually put down its claws that were pressing on his chest. It didn't even look at him and turned around. Then it actually squatted down and crawled on the ground with its tail between its legs. The ferocious aura on its body was immediately withdrawn. It was as if a violent and powerful demonic beast had instantly turned into a docile house cat. Gigi. Just as he was very confused and turned his head with difficulty to look in the direction of the sound, what he saw was a shocking scene. He saw a small beast with a black horn the size of 2 palms. It stood upright and raised its head. It took small steps and arrogantly walked over with a group of winged wolves. Its eyes and expression were like that of a general inspecting the battlefield with his soldiers. After a while, he suddenly came to his senses. He also understood why these demonic beasts, which had never taken the initiative to attack, would go berserk this time. According to the information given to him by the Godslayer guards, the identity of this small beast was very clear. It was the target that the Divine City had been searching for 3.5 years. It was Yi Qinghan's warbeast, the soul-devouring beast. Gigi. After killing the leader of the Divine City with a single claw, Xiao He looked at Elder Lu, who was slowly following him. Xiao He's eyes were filled with disappointment. It seemed to be complaining that there were too few people who came. Before it could play enough, all of them were already dead. Let's go. Let's go back. Elder Lu waved at Xiao He and smiled. Don't worry. This Purple Island will become more and more lively in the future. You will definitely have a good time. Chapter 414. What? In a remote attic in the Hidden City, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Hua clan, Hua Xiang, was enjoying the concealed fog tea, which was unique to the Hidden City. Suddenly, the door was opened, and Huaxi walked in quickly. He bowed and immediately transmitted a message to him. Hua Xiang spat out the tea in his mouth and cried out involuntarily. He raised his eyebrows and immediately transmitted a message to the Hua family members outside, asking them to be on guard. Then he released his divine domain and stared at Huaxi. Tell me everything you saw, heard and encountered on the Purple Island without missing a word. This is very important. Huaxi realized that he did not do anything wrong. After he left the Purple Island and confirmed that it was safe, he asked his subordinates to rush back. He flew in the air as fast as he could and quietly rushed back to the hidden island to meet Hua Xiang. When he saw Hua Xiang's reaction, he knew that the news was very important. He quickly told him everything without missing a word. All the demon clan scouts in the Divine City were killed? The demonic beasts on the Purple Island rebelled? After Hua Xiang heard this, her eyebrows furrowed and she fell silent. After a while he suddenly shouted, "Number 18. Following his shout, a black-clothed man quickly dashed in from outside and knelt on one knee. He did not say a word and only stared coldly at Hua Xiang. As fast as you can, take number 6, number 9, and number 20 to the Purple Island. Drive all the ships on the west and north of the Purple Island to a place 200 li to the south of the Purple Island. Then attack the dragon sharks there, and let them destroy all the ships. Remember, speed and concealment are the most important. Also, if you are exposed, kill yourselves." After Hua Xiang finished speaking, the black-clothed man did not say a word and immediately ran out of the door. The family's secret death warriors? Huaxi immediately guessed that this was the Hua family's death warriors who reported directly to the clan leader and the Grand Supreme Elder. However, when he heard Hua Xiang's last sentence, Huaxi was secretly shocked. This matter was so serious that 4 Emperor Realm death warriors of the Hua family had to be sacrificed? Why are you standing there? Immediately sneak back to the ship and tell your team that you did not see or encounter anything on the Purple Island. Just do the same as the previous times you explored the Purple Island. After that, he would come back and rest here for a year. If there are any leaks, kill them immediately. Huaxi was still trying to figure it out, but Hua Xiang's expression was very serious as she spoke again. He didn't dare to ask any more questions. He bowed and left. Hua Xiang summoned a few more people and gave a few orders. After that, he sat silently in the room for a long time before sighing slightly. He looked to the east and sighed doubtfully. This brat actually ran to Zidao? How did he get there? Could it be related to the spatial fluctuation from half a year ago? Forget it. This brat has too many secrets. Since he dares to go to the Purple Island, he must have something to rely on. Kid, I can only help you this much. I hope you can bring us miracles one after another like you did in the past. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't bring them any more miracles this time. Even during the 3.5 years that he was away from the mainland, his cultivation level didn't improve at all. He was still stuck at the Saint Realm, and he had not even fully mastered the symbol of the Saint Realm. After 3 years of closed-door cultivation, he only figured out one thing and completely stabilized his mentality. This time, he had been in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year, and comprehended the painting of the beach in the rain for more than half a year. However, what he saw was still a blur. When he woke up, he found that his mind was still blank. There was nothing. He hadn't even started on any of the 3 major mysteries of space, let alone comprehending them. In these 3.5 years, the only improvement he made was in his battle chi cultivation. The godly energy in the carefree pavilion entered his body along with his breathing unknowingly. Finally, it could slowly and automatically transform into battle chi in his body. In these 3.5 years, his battle chi cultivation had almost reached the peak of the first level of the Saint Realm. The golden core in his dantian was also getting smaller and brighter. What kind of bird painting is this? After being forced out of the painting once again, Yi Qinghan rested for a while. When he meditated again, he found that his mind was still blank and he couldn't remember anything. He let out a long breath tiredly and shook his dizzy head slightly before closing his eyes. He stretched out his legs and held the back of his head with both hands. Then he laid down on the floor and rested. Comprehending for a long time had made him very mentally exhausted. At his level, it didn't matter if his body was tired, but if he used too much of his soul, the damage to his body would be even greater. Therefore, he didn't dare to be too stubborn. Every time he felt that it was about time, he would rest for a while before continuing to comprehend. Although he was tired, he didn't feel discouraged at all. His mind was still very calm. He knew that comprehending the laws wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Yi Tianlong had cultivated for 50 to 60 years, and was only at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. He had entered the Saint Realm at the age of 48, and had comprehended for close to 30 years. Yet he had only reached the initial mastery of the 4th mystery of the Earth laws. Although he had the painting of the beach in the rain, and had better conditions and opportunities than anyone else on the continent, he wasn't confident that he could continuously make breakthroughs in a short period of time. After resting for an hour, Yi Qinghan felt that his soul had more or less recovered. He let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He was prepared to sit cross-legged and continue comprehending that strange painting of the beach in the rain. However, he had forgotten one thing. He had forgotten that there was an even stranger painting above his head. He opened his eyes and saw some strange patterns on the bright and clean ceiling above his head. These patterns formed a very strange image. Before he could see the image clearly, it suddenly moved. He vaguely saw a pair of huge eyes. Then he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and he immediately fainted. The first time Elder Lu brought him to see the painting of the beach in the rain, Elder Lu had warned him not to look at the image above his head. At that time he didn't believe it and took a look. In the end he had fainted for several days. After that, he didn't dare to look at it again. This time, He was too tired from comprehending the painting and forgot about it. Therefore, he won the bid again. However, it seemed that this time, it was slightly different from the last time. The mysterious disappearance of a scouting team from the Divine City and the demon race was not kept a secret for long. Half a month later, the two sides found several damaged fleets. After some investigation, although they had some suspicions, the two sides didn't pursue the matter. After all, it wasn't unheard of for demonic beasts to destroy ships and kill humans. The East Sea and South Sea were boundless, and there were countless powerful sacred beasts in the sea. However, when the two factions sent another scouting team to the Purple Island, they were completely annihilated by Xiaohei's demonic beasts and destroyed all the ships. This finally aroused the two factions' suspicions. However, they were only suspicions. Therefore, the Divine City sent another team led by a sage and 200 Divine City secret guards to the Purple Island. Send an order to the God-slaying guards to report the situation on the Purple Island and the Hidden Island. Send an order for all the Divine City secret guards to gather in the Hidden City and follow me to the Purple Island to investigate. After a month, there was still no news of that team. The God-slaying guards in the Hidden City finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to personally investigate. At the same time, to be on the safe side, they sent the news to the Divine City overnight and asked the God-slaying guards to meet the Divine Master and ask for his decision. A few days later, under Huaxiang's worried gaze, two large ships sailed out of the Hidden City. The God-slaying guards led 2 saint-leveled experts and nearly 100 emperor-leveled experts towards the Purple Island. Chapter 4:15. Divine City, Immortal Slaughtering Pavilion. The Massacre God Guard held a secret letter with a bitter expression. He looked at the burning God Guard and said, "Take a look at this news. I think it's true. If it's true, it will be a great merit. It's a pity that my body hasn't fully recovered, and it's hard for me to walk. Why don't you go and meet the Divine Master to report?" The burning God Guard took the letter and took a few glances before her charming face turned bitter. Recently, the Divine Master Slaughtering Pavilion's temper was getting worse, and his character was getting more and more perverted. Every time she sent people over, she would tremble in fear that the Divine Master Slaughtering Pavilion would suddenly be interested in her and ask her to accompany him to play. Now that the Divine City was on the brink of a riot, she didn't dare to capture people in the Divine City anymore. Every day, she had to send out a large number of envoys to the 3 prefectures to secretly bring people back. She was extremely busy. Now that the God-slaying guards had brought back an ambiguous piece of information, the God-slaying guards were obviously afraid of the Divine Master. They were afraid that the Divine Master would make a trip for nothing, and the Divine Master would make them lie in bed for half a year or something. But if he didn't tell the Divine Master, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment if anything happened. Therefore, it was obvious that he wanted her to stand up for him. The burning God Guard wasn't a fool and instantly figured out what was going on. But the Massacre God Guard was the head of the 4 God Guards, and she didn't dare to offend him. She scolded in her heart and smiled apologetically. It has been a few days since the news spread from Hidden Island to the Divine City. I believe the Slaughter God Guard should be arriving at Purple Island soon. Why don't you wait for him to investigate before meeting the Divine Master? The Massacre God Guard heard this and his expression turned bitter. This burning God Guard was obviously not giving him face, and his words were watertight. After pondering for a moment, he felt that her words made sense. He waved his hand and decided to wait for the Slaughter God Guard to bring back the news before meeting the Divine Master. The Slaughter God Guard had already arrived at Purple Island, but he didn't enter the island immediately. Instead, he circled around the island. When he saw the wrecked hulls of the ships on the south and west coast of the island, he saw the huge claw marks on the ships. His complexion became dignified. The huge claw marks were about 3 to 4 meters in length and width. Moreover, they could easily smash the sturdy ships into pieces with just a single claw. All of you stay outside and wait for my orders. Number 3 and Number 4, follow me into the island. The God-slaying guard pondered for a moment and came to a decision. He would have all the martial emperors stay outside the island. As a precaution, he would bring 2 martial saints with him to explore the island. The 3 of them flew up into the air and landed on the beach outside of the Purple Island. They sealed their meridians at the same time, took out their weapons, and flashed into the restrictive barrier of the Purple Island. As soon as he entered, he immediately became fully alert and observed. After observing for a while, they didn't discover anything. Purple Island was still quiet and beautiful. Everywhere was shining with a dreamy purple color. The Godslayer guard signaled with his eyes, and the three of them began to advance slowly. As they cautiously and slowly made their way through, they encountered countless low-level magical beasts. When these magical beasts saw the three of them, they didn't attack. Instead, they fled in terror. The three of them even encountered a level 8 low-level magical beast, a dragon horn rhinoceros. However, when it saw the three of them, it immediately fled. There's nothing special. Could it be that it wasn't an attack from the magical beasts of the Purple Island? A trace of doubt flashed in the Godslayer guard's eyes, but he didn't let his guard down and continued to investigate, until the three of them encountered a level 8 single-horned black python. After a short battle, the black python fled in terror. Only then did the Godslayer guard completely relax. It seemed that the matter didn't originate from the Purple Island. The magical beasts here were as normal as before, and they were very afraid of outsiders. After all, those who came to the Purple Island in the past were all martial gods. The magical beasts were all beaten to the point of fear. They simply didn't dare to fight with outsiders. Number 3, let all the secret guards come in and carefully investigate the Purple Island. The Godslayer guard stopped. Since there was no problem with the Purple Island, he didn't feel like continuing to investigate. He was used to letting his subordinates handle these trivial matters. His eyes flickered incessantly as he pondered about those terrifying big claw marks on the big ship outside. What kind of terrifying magical beast left them? There didn't seem to be such a big level 8 magical beast on the Purple Island. Could it be a magical beast from the sea? Alright, everyone has entered the island. In the small valley of the Purple Island, Elder Lu, who was sitting cross-legged in a small courtyard with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at Xiaohei, who was staring at him nervously, and said, "Bring your main force and set off. Hee, this time, there are hundreds of experts. You can have some fun this time." When Xiaohei heard this, his two small eyes suddenly lit up, and with a xiao sound he directly jumped out of the courtyard. In the valley outside the courtyard stood countless magical beasts, and these magical beasts were actually lined up neatly in a square formation. At the forefront, there were only 5 magical beasts: a giant silver dragon with 2 heads, a black python with a white horn, a big white tiger with 3 eyes, a huge purple wolf that was 5 or 6 meters long, and on the left stood a small black bear that looked like an ordinary beast. After the 5 magical beasts, there were no other magical beasts. All of them were dark demon wind wolves. At a glance, one couldn't see the end of the black mass, and there were at least thousands of them. Ayo! Roar! Chi! When these magical beasts saw Xiaohei's small figure jumping out of the courtyard, all of them simultaneously lowered their heads and called out in a low voice. However, their bodies were not disorderly, and they still lined up neatly. Gigi! 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 Xiaohei jumped in front, immediately stood up, raised his small head, stuck out his small belly, and waved his 2 small claws left and right. Every now and then he would nod here and there, and at the same time he would let out a continuous Gigi sound. His 2 small bright eyeballs kept moving, and his entire small face was full of excitement. Gigi! With a final cry, Xiaohei seemed to have given the order, and no longer made a sound. Instead, he coldly scanned the magical beast army in front of him. He seemed like a general giving an order and asking his subordinates, "Do you understand?" At this time, none of the magical beasts spoke, but all of them made a strange movement. Nodding. Thousands of magical beasts actually nodded at the same time, and they did not make a sound. This scene was very shocking, and even Elder Lu, who was slowly walking out, was slightly startled. "Gigi!" Xiaohei cried out again, and with a wave of his 2 small claws, all the magical beasts turned around and quietly rushed in all directions in an orderly manner. It was as if they had become a well-trained magical beast army. "Xiaohei, this magical beast army has trained well." When Elder Lu saw this scene, he was full of smiles as he gave Xiaohei a thumbs up. Ever since the first time the 3 scouting teams came to the Purple Island, Xiaohei had often wandered around alone. The Purple Island was very safe, and Elder Lu was very relieved. He had originally thought that Xiao He had gone out to play out of boredom, but now it seemed that Xiao He was actually training his magical beast army, and had trained them so well in such a short period of time. Gigi. When Xiao He heard Elder Lu's praise, he excitedly cried out twice, and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning as he ran forward. Elder Lu hurriedly followed. This time, there were 3 sage-level experts, and it was better to be more careful. Roar! Awu! The God-Slayer guards looked at the countless wind wolves that were rushing in from all directions, and in an instant, they had surrounded all of them. They looked at the 3 powerful upper-tier Class 8 magical beasts with overflowing auras and cold glints in their eyes, as if they were looking at dead people. His face suddenly became incomparably shocked. What was going on? These magical beasts had actually surrounded them before they had even realized it, and they had appeared at the same time, as if they had calculated the time. When he saw the ordinary beast like Xiao He bear in front of him, it suddenly let out a loud roar and stood up. Its small body suddenly grew several times larger, and in an instant, it had grown to more than 10 meters tall. Looking at the 2 giant palms that were as big as city gates, he instantly understood what kind of magical beast had left behind the large paw prints on the large ships outside. Chapter 416. Run! The God-Slayer guard did not hesitate. With an angry roar, he leaped into the air, the glowing longsword in his hand transforming into streaks of sword shadows in the air. He swept his sword in all directions and easily killed a few wind wolves. Then he suddenly shot towards the back. The 2 martial sages beside him did not hesitate either. They followed his footwork and charged towards the back. As for the martial emperors, they did not dare to charge as fiercely as the God-Slayer guard. Instead, they all gathered together and charged towards the direction the God-Slayer guard was escaping in. The God-Slayer guard did not know what was going on. He did not know why these magical beasts had suddenly appeared without any warning. However, he was very clear that if they did not escape, they would all be annihilated. Without the support of battle chi, even the hill-sized black bear could easily tear them apart. Not to mention the 3-eyed ironback tiger and the purple flame demon wolf. If they were slapped by the huge paw which was as large as an iron gate, they would definitely be smashed into a pile of meat paste. Run, run. This godforsaken place is too strange. The long sword in the God-Slayer guard's hand danced in the air, cleaving apart the wind wolves that pounced at him. He did not dare to stop for even a moment. He raised his speed to the maximum and fled frantically from the island. He did not have time to consider what had happened on the island. At this moment, all he could think of was to escape and never return to this godforsaken place again. Although the 3 powerful magical beasts were rapidly chasing after the 3 of them, the distance between them was still maintained at a few dozen meters. As he looked at the approaching purple light shroud in front of him, he felt a slight sense of relief. He was glad that he had reacted quickly and escaped quickly enough. Ao. Chi. However, this sense of relief had only just surfaced in his heart when it was immediately replaced by boundless fear. A loud dragon roar sounded in front of him, as well as the familiar sound of a black python's breath. Immediately after, he saw a huge 2-headed silver dragon suddenly rise into the sky. It opened its mouth and directly breathed out 2 huge white dragon breaths, which instantly enveloped them. Frost dragon breath. The God-Slayer guard and the 2 martial sages suddenly turned ashen. When this dragon breath enveloped them, they immediately felt a strange chill run through their bodies. Their bodies became numb and their speed of advance slowed down. Chi-chi. At this time, the thicket in front of them shook, and a huge triangular head popped out. A pair of blood-red eyes shone with a cold light. The white horn on its head was emitting a black light. It was the horned black python that they had encountered on the island. Xiao. Suddenly, the horn on the black python's head grew brighter and brighter. A beam of black light suddenly shot out from the horn like a bolt of lightning, directly hitting the God-Slayer guard at the front. The God-Slayer guard wanted to dodge, but under the dragon's breath, his speed was instantly reduced. And this black light came too suddenly, too fast. As soon as he was struck, his body wasn't blasted flying, and it started to tremble incessantly instead. The hairs on his head and body stood on end while the skin on his entire body became charred black, and the smell of burnt flesh wafted through the air. The two Saint-grade martialists stared at the black python in disbelief. They remembered that this black python had been easily defeated by them just an hour ago. After a moment, the two of them looked at each other and understood that this was a trap. But what they didn't understand was, since when did magical beasts learn to lure their enemies in? Roar! Awo! As the three of them slowed down, the three level 8 magical beasts behind them easily caught up. The dragon and python in front of them surrounded them. It's over. The Godslayer guard watched as the silver dragon shook its two huge heads, ready to spit out two dragons' breaths at any moment. The white horn on the black python's head was also flashing with black light. The three magical beasts behind them walked over leisurely, their eyes flashing with mockery. They knew very well that they were all finished. With this double-headed silver dragon and black python around, their speed had become so slow that they couldn't escape at all. If they couldn't escape, they would die. GG. Just as the three of them were wondering why the magical beasts hadn't attacked them, a strange sound came from their left. Then they saw a beautiful white lion cub. At this moment, they instantly understood many of the questions that had puzzled them today. On the head of that beautiful white lion, there was a small beast with a black horn. It was standing majestically on the lion's head, looking at them coldly as if it were looking at three dead people. As the sound faded, two dragons' breaths and a black lightning bolt several times thicker than the previous one engulfed the three of them. Then the huge black bear suddenly stomped its feet on the ground, leaving two deep footprints on the ground. Its body bounced up high, and two huge bear paws the size of city gates slammed down heavily on the three of them. Boom! The ground nearby trembled, and two huge claw marks appeared on the ground, as Piggy slammed into the ground a few meters deep. Xiaohei, tell them to retreat quickly. Just before the huge bear paws slammed down, Elder Lu's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Then he picked up Xiaohei and retreated at lightning speed. Gigi. Although Xiaohei didn't understand what was happening, he obeyed Elder Lu's words and immediately gave the order to retreat. Before Xiaohei's order was passed down, the few magical beasts had already felt that something was wrong. Now that Xiaohei had given the order, they immediately retreated frantically without hesitation. But the huge black bear didn't retreat. Instead, after a loud roar, its body rapidly shrunk, and it returned to its original appearance of a small, ordinary black bear. Then it suddenly made a strange movement. It actually hugged its head with its two front paws, curled its body into a ball, and rolled backwards. Boom! All of a sudden, the purple light barrier above the purple island flashed, and two thick white lightning bolts directly smashed down on the two huge bear paw prints. At the same time, there was a huge explosion. Mud, grass, and branches flew everywhere, and the entire ground nearby shook. The huge shock wave directly uprooted all the trees in all directions, and the ground within 100 meters was scraped off a few layers. The two huge paw prints in the middle had actually turned into huge conical pits. Under the huge explosion, the largest two-headed silver dragon was directly sent flying, and the three-eyed white tiger was also smashed into the air by the shock wave. The black python and the giant purple wolf were relatively less injured, but the black bear that was closest to them was directly sent rolling hundreds of meters away by the shock wave. However, it patted its butt and was completely fine. Haha, you actually want to use battle chi? You're courting death. Alright, let the magical beasts go back to recuperate. Those three people have already been blasted by the restriction of the Purple Island, and the rest of the Emperor tier warriors have all been killed by the wind wolves. Your magical beast army is indeed very strong. Elder Lu carried Xiaohei and ran quickly through the forest towards the small valley. He looked at the proud Xiaohei and chuckled. But the next time, your magical beast army might not be needed. I reckon that damn Baldy will be here soon. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the two of us will have to fight. Chi-Chi. When Xiaohei heard this, not only was he not discouraged, but he also became even more excited. His two beady eyes moved quickly, as if he was thinking about how to play the next battle. Chapter 417. Yi Qinghan slept for 3 days. When he woke up, his head was still heavy. What's going on? I'm so dizzy, he murmured, but he did not dare to open his eyes. He shook his head and closed his eyes, not wanting to rest. An hour later, his mind finally returned to normal. Only now did he dare to recall what had happened before he fainted. That's right. He suddenly remembered that he had accidentally looked at the painting above his head, and then fainted. No. Thinking of the painting, Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered the pair of terrifying eyes. Eyes. Why did he suddenly see a pair of eyes? The strange patterns on the top of his head formed a pair of eyes. Moreover, he seemed to have a vague impression of those eyes. He tried hard to recall the pair of eyes. They were huge, but they looked like real eyes. Within those two pitch-black pupils, there seemed to be a boundless starry sky. It felt so vast and boundless, as though there was no end in sight. As he thought about it, he vaguely felt that those eyes seemed to contain endless treasures. However, he could only stand outside and could not explore them. Should I keep looking? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. He had a hunch that the painting seemed to have a pair of eyes. If he could comprehend a trace of the concept like the painting of the beach in the rain, it would be very easy for him to become a god. However, he did not dare to continue looking. After all, he would definitely faint again if he looked at it. Moreover, he might not be able to comprehend anything just by looking at it. That's right. I can't see it with my eyes, but I can use my spiritual consciousness to sense it. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan thought of a problem. Now that he was at the sage realm, his soul was already very strong. He could slowly release his spiritual consciousness to sense the situation around him. As for the painting above his head, it was there to begin with. He could see it with a single glance. Why didn't he try using his spiritual consciousness to sense it? After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan decided to take a risk. At most, he would just faint again. If it worked, he would make a fortune. Elder Lu had said that the painting above was the most valuable treasure in the carefree pavilion. He immediately sat cross-legged and got rid of all distracting thoughts. Then his spiritual consciousness slowly spread out. However, he did not immediately sense the painting above his head. Instead, it spread out toward the painting of the beach in the rain. No reaction? After sensing for a moment, he found that the image in his mind was still a smooth wall. Without hesitation, he spread his spiritual consciousness upward. Nothing? The strange patterns on the ceiling slowly appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Then, the patterns suddenly moved and converged into a pair of cold eyes again. Sensing the eyes, Yi Qinghan was instantly overjoyed. It was just that in this great joy, his radiating spiritual sense almost collapsed. He quickly calmed his mind and carefully again. It was a pair of very beautiful eyes. However, from the chilling intent and imposing aura emanating from those eyes, one could tell that the owner of those eyes was definitely an extremely arrogant supreme being expert. After sensing for a while, Yi Qinghan did not discover anything. Finally, he locked his divine sense onto the two pupils. These were two pure black pupils without any impurities. They were pitch black. These two pupils were as deep as the sea, as if they had some kind of special magic that could attract people unknowingly. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan's mind had been completely attracted by those two pupils. The image in his mind slowly changed. It was as if he had passed through the two pupils and arrived in a pitch-black void. In this void, there was nothing but a person. A woman standing in the void? And it seemed to be a beautiful naked woman? Boom! Just as Yi Qinghan was trying his best to see the woman's appearance and her perfect naked body, the strange pattern on his head suddenly twisted, and then the image in Yi Qinghan's mind completely disappeared. What followed was a sudden roar in his head. His head felt like it was about to explode, and a pain as if all the meridians in his body were about to explode. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if he had been stabbed 108,000 times at the same time. Every muscle in his body and every nerve was twitching. His body was like an earthworm that had been cut into two. He curled up and rolled on the ground. His handsome face had become incomparably hideous. He cried and rolled on the ground. After a while, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Buzz! At this moment, the soul ring on Yi Qinghan's finger emitted a gentle light. A white stream of air quickly drilled into his body from his finger. It healed his injuries and repaired his damaged soul. Just as the soul ring emitted a light, the patterns on the ceiling above Yi Qinghan's head suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. The light illuminated the entire practice room and made Yi Qinghan's body transparent. I don't feel dizzy this time? When Yi Qinghan woke up after sleeping for 2 days, he realized that there was no pain or drowsiness in his mind. Instead, it was as if he had had a good sleep. His mind was refreshed, and his body was extremely comfortable. Why did my soul ocean become so big? What's going on? Just as he started to check the state of his body in doubt, he suddenly felt that the soul ocean in his head had increased by more than 10%. The strength of his soul, which was originally at the first stage of the sage realm, was now comparable to that of a powerhouse at the second stage. The higher one's realm, the harder it was to cultivate the soul. This was because the soul was not like battle qi, which could be quickly improved by spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits. Yi Qinghan had sex with Yi Qingqing and entered a deep state of silence in his soul. That was how he managed to improve his soul to this level. But now it had increased by 10%? Could it be that I sensed that pair of eyes with my soul? Did it suddenly change? Yi Qinghan's eyes flickered, and he started to recall what happened before he fainted. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and jumped up in shock. He cried out involuntarily. That's right, there was a person in that pair of eyes. There was a naked woman? Yi Qinghan suddenly had an urge to raise his head and look at that pair of eyes and that woman. But he quickly dispelled that thought. He was really afraid. The pain he felt before he fainted was as if his entire body was being bitten by 10,000 ants. It really made him want to die. Luckily, this feeling didn't last for too long before he fainted. Otherwise, he didn't know if he would be able to endure it. He paced back and forth in the technique practicing room. He thought about the 2 pitch-black pupils. He thought about the endless void in the pupils, and the naked woman standing proudly in the void. Why did I see a woman? Who is that woman? Why is she still naked? What secret is hidden in the painting? Why did the strength of my soul increase so much after I fainted? Also, why do I have a feeling that this painting is constantly calling me? Yi Qinghan kept thinking. He felt that the painting above his head was constantly calling him. He wanted to use his soul consciousness to explore it again and see that woman. But he hesitated when he thought about the heart-wrenching pain he felt before he fainted. Damn it, I'll risk it. Isn't it just pain? I'm not afraid of pain the least in my life. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly had a ruthless look in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind. He had spent his entire life cultivating in pain. Although the pain this time was horrifying and chilling. But when he thought that the pain could increase his soul C by 1/10, it was still very worthwhile. Moreover, he faintly felt that this painting might bring him a great opportunity. Since he had made up his mind, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much. He had always been a swift and decisive person. As long as he had decided on something, he would do it. He sat cross-legged and got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then he released his soul consciousness again, and slowly sensed the strange pattern above his head. Chapter 418. The pair of beautiful big eyes above his head once again appeared in his mind. Yi Qinghan didn't stop there. Instead, he used his spiritual awareness to lock onto the 2 pure black pupils in the middle. Slowly, he saw that pitch-black void again and that naked woman. In fact, he couldn't tell whether that person was a woman or not. Was she naked or not? However, when his spiritual consciousness entered the void, his mind suddenly had a feeling that the person standing in the void was a naked woman with an incomparably perfect figure. It was just a feeling, but it was very strange. So, Yi Qinghan was sure that this feeling was real. It had nothing to do with the 6th sense of a woman. Instead, it had something to do with the image of her expression. Yi Qinghan knew very well that this strange image was transmitting a message to him. It was a very definite message. As soon as he sensed this woman, the feeling of calling in his heart became stronger and stronger. At this moment, an inexplicable message suddenly emerged in Yi Qinghan's mind. At this moment, he seemed to hear a very pleasant female voice in his ears. As long as you can see me clearly, you might be able to obtain me and obtain a big lucky chance. This message came very abruptly, and its meaning was very ambiguous. However, it deeply shocked Yi Qinghan. His mind quickly turned, and he quickly understood the deep meaning contained in these words. This message was most likely transmitted by that woman. She was luring him to spread his spiritual awareness into the void, until it reached the place where she was standing. Then his spiritual awareness would envelop her divine body completely. In this way, he would be able to see her clearly. Moreover, he might be able to obtain her and obtain a big lucky chance. As for whether or not he could obtain her, and whether or not this woman really existed, or if she was just an illusion in the void, he didn't know. Moreover, Yi Qinghan didn't know what the big lucky chance was. However, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. He had come here to find a lucky chance to break through to the next realm. Now that he had received such a clear hint, he became even more determined. He decided to use his spiritual sense to get closer to the woman in the void until he reached her and saw her clearly. At this moment, his spiritual sense had only penetrated the two pure black eyes and entered the void. He was still very far away from the woman. He began to drive his spiritual sense and spread it very slowly into the void. Boom. His spiritual sense had just spread a short distance when suddenly there was a roar in his mind. The image of the boss immediately disappeared. Then the stabbing pain that felt like thousands of arrows piercing his heart spread all over his body again. He held his head in his hands and began to roll on the ground. He roared angrily as all the muscles and bones in his body began to spasm. His delicate face once again became incomparably distorted. The soul ring quickly lit up with a gentle light, but this time, the pattern on top of his head didn't light up again. This time, Yi Qinghan rolled on the ground and only completely fainted after more than 10 minutes. This time, Yi Qinghan slept for a full 7 days before he woke up. When he woke up, his whole body felt very comfortable. There were no signs of dizziness or pain. Damn it! Do I have to grow up in pain for the rest of my life? Am I the legendary cockroach? When Yi Qinghan thought of the heart-wrenching pain before he fainted, all the hair on his body stood on end. This time, the duration of the pain seemed to have been doubled. If it was doubled the next time, and the next time it would be doubled the next time, then even a god would be played to death. Then he discovered something that made him very disappointed. This time his soul ocean didn't grow much. It had increased by 1/10 the last time, but it was only 1/100th this time. This made him puzzled. The duration of the pain had increased, but the increase in the soul had decreased. The gain and the effort seemed to be inversely proportional. As long as you can see me clearly, you can possibly obtain me and obtain a great opportunity. However, when he thought of these words and the fireworks that bloomed in the sky above the hidden city, he didn't hesitate much. He rested for a moment and prepared to continue exploring with his spiritual sense. He remembered clearly that this time, he sensed the void for a much longer time than the first time. Once again, his spiritual sense overflowed and directly entered the endless void through those pure black eyes. Without any hesitation, he slowly radiated his spiritual sense toward that woman. Boom. A moment later in the training room, Yi Qinghan held his head and rolled on the ground again, howling in pain. There's progress again. Continue. After waking up, Yi Qinghan's face was full of excitement. He felt that every time he fainted, the strength of his soul would increase. Although it was only 1/100th, it was still very good to have an increase. Most importantly, he felt that the distance his spiritual sense could radiate in the void increased every time. Although it was only a small increase, if it continued, he would be able to get close to that woman sooner or later and see her perfect body clearly, and then possess her. Thus, Yi Qinghan began his happy yet painful life. 1 month after the god-slaying guard was killed, the Divine City was completely shaken. Although there were many sage-class experts in the Divine City, there were only 4 of them on the surface. The Divine City only had 4 guards. Now one of the 4 guards that represented the Divine City had suddenly disappeared for a month. Furthermore, he disappeared without the Divine City knowing his whereabouts. This matter was extremely serious. We can't wait any longer. Burning God Guard, let's go and meet the Divine Master now. We can only let the Divine Master make a decision on this matter. The God-slaying guard looked at the secret order from the hidden city and couldn't sit still any longer. Half a month ago, when the envoy from the hidden island saw that the God-slaying guard hadn't returned, he sent a small team to the Purple Island to investigate. In the end, they still didn't return. The Burning God Guard also felt the seriousness of the matter. The 2 of them stood up hurriedly and rushed to the Divine Master Pavilion. Greetings, Divine Master. We have an important matter to discuss with you. The two of them ignored the young lady's moans and the young man's screams from the study room. They knelt down and shouted, "TSK, TSK. Speak quickly." The Divine Master transmitted a voice transmission after a short while. Something strange happened on the Purple Island. A few scouting teams disappeared. Even the God-slaying guard who went to investigate a month ago disappeared. Until now there hasn't been any news from him. This matter is of great importance. We don't dare to handle it on our own. Hence, I asked the Divine Master to make a decision. The God-slaying guard didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly reported the matter to the Divine Master. He secretly circulated his battle chi and prepared to bear the Divine Master's anger. "Oh, his case." The Divine Master laughed out loud instead. His terrifying laughter echoed throughout the Divine Master Pavilion. Then the laughter suddenly stopped. A sharp voice sounded. "You finally can't hold it in anymore? TSK, TSK. Order the Dark Guards not to send themselves to death on the Purple Island. Since the God-slaying guard is dead, all of you will die if you go. Choose the strongest among the Dark Guards to fill the position of the God-slaying guard. Also, send me 50 people. Let me have a good time first. After this, I will go to the Purple Island and let them have a good time." TSK. 50 people? When the Burning God Guard heard this, her charming face instantly turned bitter and ugly. The Divine Master had been playing more and more recently. From 10 to 20, then to 30. Now he wanted 50 people? Moreover, no matter how many people there were, they would all be toyed to death after a day and night. Most importantly, he only wanted the young men and women of the human race and the demon race. Moreover, they had to be good-looking. The House of Ares and the demon god's residents had already been alerted to the secret capture by the Divine City. Moreover, they had already started to secretly transfer the good-looking men and women. She didn't know if the entire House of Ares and the demon god's residents would start a riot if this continued. Would this continent trigger the Third World-destroying war because of the Divine Master II's perverted hobbies and crazy behavior? Would the entire Fire Dragon continent be wiped out? Chapter 419. Hee hee. After the death of the Godslayer guards, peace returned to the Purple Island. Melodious Guqin music rang out in the valley every day. Elder Lu found it troublesome and did not enter the unfettered pavilion anymore. He sat in the courtyard in the valley all day cultivating. With him around, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu could enter the unfettered pavilion without making any noise. Although the unfettered pavilion had the divine spirit chi and the cultivation speed of battle chi was increased, it lacked a trace of vitality. It lacked the natural aura of heaven and earth. It would be good to cultivate in seclusion for a long period of time. However, if one stayed there for no reason, one would feel uncomfortable. Yi Qingyu had just entered the god level. It would take a long time for her to completely comprehend the nomological laws and cultivate to the peak of the heavenly god level. Therefore, she was not in a hurry. Her main task now was to consolidate and digest what she had learned, and to use it skillfully. Therefore, if she could stay outside the unfettered pavilion, she preferred to cultivate on the Purple Island. As for Yu Qingqing, there was no need to even mention it. Her divine sound law, and the Yu clan's unique bloodline, mainly cultivated the soul. Not only was the divine aura of the free and unfettered pavilion useless against her, but it also made her feel extremely stifled. It was a stuffy and unnatural feeling, and her cultivation speed was very slow. However, on this Purple Island, for some unknown reason, she felt as though she could completely harmonize with nature. Every time she played the Guqin, she could feel that her soul was constantly growing. Her understanding of the divine sound laws was constantly increasing. Hence, she really wanted to continue cultivating on this Purple Island. Xiao He dived in and out of the small pond in front of the courtyard. From time to time, he would throw one or two big fish up. Ever since he came out of the unfettered pavilion, he had not gone back in. He either listened to Yu Qingqing play the Guqin, or dozed off on the Purple Island. He had a very comfortable life. However, in the past month, other than a few scouts from the Divine City, no one else had appeared. He was a little bored. "Grandpa Lu, have some tea." Yi Qingyu walked out of the storeroom with a pot of tea. She poured a cup and handed it to Elder Lu, who was sitting in the courtyard. Then she sat quietly at the side and listened to Yu Qingqing play the guqin. Rustle, rustle. Yu Qingqing sat cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard with her eyes closed. Her expression was indifferent as her hands plucked the strings of the zither. Her movements were elegant and graceful, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Elder Lu had a benevolent smile on his face as he received the cup of tea from Yi Qingyu. He picked up the teacup and gently tapped the rim of the teacup a few times. He blew on the tea, took a sip, and covered the teacup. Just as he was about to put it down, his eyes suddenly brightened. He let out a heavy snort in astonishment and abruptly looked towards the western sky. Clang! Yu Qingqing heard Elder Lu's surprised voice and was startled. She opened her eyes, and the sound of the zither stopped abruptly. He turned to look at Elder Lu in astonishment, and Yi Qingyu, who was beside him, also looked over nervously. It's nothing, continue playing the zither. After a while, Elder Lu regained his composure. He waved his hand at them and explained, "It's just a person from the divine world." The divine world? Yu Qingqing was even more puzzled when she heard this. She asked in a puzzled and worried manner, "Grandpa Lu, didn't you say that the restriction formation on the Purple Island can prevent the divine senses from probing from the outside? Why did you discover it? What happened outside? Could it be the same as the last time when the foreign tribes descended?" This person's arrival caused quite a commotion. That's why I sensed it. Don't worry. This person is not here to cause trouble. Don't worry. Indeed. Just now, countless people on the Fire Dragon continent were shocked, not to mention Elder Lu. All of a sudden, there was a deafening sound of thunder in the sky. Then, a huge 7-colored cloud appeared, almost covering the entire north of the demon god residence. Even the people on the hidden island could see the divine light shining in the west. The god lord walked out of his study room, which he hadn't left for many days, and looked at the sky above the demon god residence with a solemn expression. As for the demon gods of the demon god mountain, they were all frightened silly. All the experts on the continent were scared out of their wits. They were afraid that the foreign tribes would descend again and cause another world-destroying war on the continent. The thunder rumbled for half an hour, and the 7-colored cloud also lit up for half an hour. Everyone was worried for a long time. A huge door lit up in the sky. Then an incomparably handsome man wearing white battle armor and holding a silver-long spear walked out on a snow-white horse. As his figure appeared, a strong wind suddenly blew in the sky. The 7-colored cloud behind him suddenly glowed with a strong light, illuminating the entire continent. The white horse suddenly grew a pair of shining wings and flapped them slowly in the sky. The man and the horse floated in the sky, scanning the land coldly. He was like an invincible god of war who walked out from the 9 heavens. His incomparably powerful aura stunned all the god-rank experts on the continent. Then, the thunder disappeared, the 7-colored cloud flashed, and the golden door also disappeared. The incomparably handsome man suddenly brandished the long spear in his hand, in the air a few beautiful spear flowers, stabbing out a few spear shadows. The nearby space actually cracked under his spear shadows, creating a thin crack. This time, all the god-rank experts on the continent sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of expert was this? How could he be so ferocious? Even the god Lord Tu's mouth twitched slightly. Apparently he was scared. However, after a while, this invincible god of war suddenly did something strange, making countless experts on the continent feel dizzy. The man's eyes sparkled with golden light as he scanned the countless cities below. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile as he said in a magnetic and deep voice, "Young ladies of the Flame Dragon Plain, how are you? I, the great Lord Shi Xiaofei, am here to save you on behalf of the divine world. Cheer up." Wow. Prince Charming, please save me. Oh God, the man I've been waiting for is finally here. Countless young ladies of the demon race and the human race screamed in surprise, their eyes burning with passion. All of them looked at the man in the sky as if they were possessed. Their faces were filled with excitement and fanaticism as they screamed and screamed. This scene was like a group of young ladies being besieged by demons. When they were at their most helpless and despairing moment, a handsome and powerful knight suddenly descended. Then show off. The God Lord too and the countless God rank experts on the continent cursed inwardly. This man was obviously from the divine world, and he was extremely powerful. He could travel thousands of miles with a single instant shift, but now he was riding a flying horse? The spatial ring in the divine world was the most ordinary thing, but he insisted on carrying a long spear, wearing a full set of battle armor. Moreover, he was despicable enough to use a soul secret technique to tempt ordinary young ladies the moment he descended. However, this man had descended in such a domineering manner, and from his appearance he seemed to be very arrogant. The continent's God rank experts didn't dare to show any hostility or provocation. The God Lord too's face darkened as he fell silent. Hence, the experts were puzzled. Why did this man suddenly descend on the flame dragon continent? Could it be for the divine sword? Harumph! A light snort came from the sky. This voice was so strange that besides the God rank experts, no one could hear it. Hearing this voice, the continent's God rank experts were a little bit relieved, because they were so familiar with this voice. It was from the powerful woman in the dark castle. As soon as the handsome man riding the white horse heard this cold snort, his cold and ruthless aura changed. He waved his hand, retrieving the white horse's long spear and battle armor into his spatial ring. Then he grinned and bowed, clasping his fists toward the north. Hee, big sister, don't be mad. I'm just playing. I'm coming. Then his body flashed, disappearing from the god-demon palace. The continent's god rank experts were astounded. This man called Lord Devour, big sister? Moreover, this man changed his face so fast. He was an invincible god of war a moment ago, and now, he had turned into a humble clown in just a blink of an eye. However, everybody exhaled in relief. Luckily, it wasn't the pagan tribes that had descended. Otherwise, the continent wouldn't be able to bear another war in this troubled time. Chapter 420. On the rooftop of the dark castle, that incomparably handsome man teleported to the rooftop in an instant. His convenient horse trotted over with a mischievous smile. As he walked, he laughed and said, "Aya, sister, I haven't seen you for thousands of years, and you've become even more beautiful. No, you must have found some elixirs to preserve your looks. If you don't give me some, I'll be angry with you. Get lost. Stop being so glib. Do you think I won't slap you?" Lord Devour put the book in his hand on the crystal table. His face was always cold, but at this moment he beamed a warm smile. Although his words weren't polite, his tone had become tender. He pointed at the chair opposite him, and gestured for the man to sit down. "Sir, please have some tea." At this moment, Lord Gio, who was dressed in white, walked in from the entrance of the rooftop. He placed a cup of light blue tea on the table, and bowed respectfully to the man. Nine-tailed celestial fox. Or a nine-tailed celestial fox that is about to transform. When the man saw Mistress Gio walk in, his eyes lit up and he couldn't tear his eyes away anymore. He stared at her closely and took the cup of tea that Mistress Gio handed over. Suddenly, his expression became incomparably solemn, and he said seriously, "Little fox, do you want to go to the realm of the gods? This material plane is lacking in spiritual energy. If you want to train to the energy-shaping realm, you will need at least a few hundred years. If you come with me, King E, I guarantee that you can do whatever you want on the Misty Continent. You will have all kinds of elixirs and elixirs. They can transform in 10 years, become a god king in 10,000 years, and even have the chance to become an honorable god emperor expert." The man's expression was impassioned. His expression was solemn, and his saliva flew in all directions. His words were extremely moving. If Yi Qinghan was here, he would have thought that he was in the insurance business and multi-level marketing business in his previous life. All right. Lord Devour didn't mind the man. He waved his hand, signaling Madame Gio to leave. Then he scolded, "You've harmed many girls in the divine world. You won't even let my people off. Xiao Fei, when can you change this bad habit of yours? Don't you think about how much trouble you've caused all these years? If not for me, you, a puny little god king, would have long been smacked to death several times. Look at what I'm saying. Am I that kind of person? I see that this little fox's innate talent is not bad, so I want to nurture her." As soon as Madame Gio left, the man resumed his cheerful countenance. However, when he saw Lord Devour's face darken, he shut his mouth and changed the topic. Of course, it's the same if you follow me. It's the same. Big sister, your tea is pretty good. TSK. Even in the immortal realm, the blue heavenly dew is considered a top-grade divine tea. Out with it. Why did you spend 1,000,000 godstones to teleport to me? Did he do that woman again? They're fighting at our doorstep? Lord Devour smiled, love sparkling in his eyes. He picked up the blue tea, sipped it, and said faintly, "How could that be? Am I not missing my sister? I came to see sister. Sister, you're really something. It's been thousands of years, and you still haven't come back to see me." The man's expression instantly became incomparably bitter. His pair of beautiful eyes shone with a pitiful light, making people unable to help but feel sorry for him. "If you don't get to the point, do you believe that I won't slap you?" Lord Devour didn't even look at him as he continued to drink his tea. You win. I have 3 things to tell you." The man didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. He immediately sat up and spoke with a serious face. "First, you need to send me a message. Tell me that you've found the 1 billion-year-old soul ginseng. I'll bring it to you. Second, in 10 years, the next Palace Masters Challenge will begin. This time, 5 Emperor gods are eyeing our soul-devouring palace. They've sworn to take us down. Second brother wants you to go there. Third, I've finally broken through to the second sky of King God realm. I'm here to tell you the good news. Sister, do I get a reward?" Then the man wiped his hand, and a long black jade box appeared in his hand. He respectfully placed the box on the table, smiling at Lord Devour as if he was waiting for Lord Devour's compliment and reward. "Harumph. 5 Emperor gods are here to challenge us? Do they think that our soul-devouring palace is easy to bully?" Lord Devour didn't even glance at the jade box on the table, nor did he look at the man's charming face. Quite the contrary, his face was cold as he snorted. Following his snort, the chilling aura on the rooftop became more oppressive. At this moment, even the wind stopped blowing. Keeping silent for a while, her face recovered a little bit. She continued, "How strong are they? Did you find out? 2 at the peak of level 5, 2 at level 6, and 1 is close to level 7. As the man saw Lord Devour was enraged, he didn't dare to pretend anymore. "Close to level 7? It's okay. You should go back first. After 10 years I'll go there." Lord Devour waved his hand, then picked up the black jade box on the table to check it. The man's face changed again. He frowned and stood up, his face embarrassed as he looked at Lord Devour. "Anything else?" Lord Devour lifted his head, glancing at the man as if to tell him to get out of here. "Sister, I've finally broken through to the second sky. Why don't you reward me?" said the man grudgingly. However, when he saw Lord Devour's cold face, he didn't dare to talk nonsense. His face became pitiful as he hesitated for a while. "All right, I know I can't hide it from you, sis. Actually, there's a 4th thing. I accidentally slept with the daughter of the Golden Dragon Palace's second palace master, Aotion. Aotion said that he wanted to kill me. Second brother said that he wouldn't care. I can only come to you. Sister, you won't let me die, right?" Pa. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew and struck the man's chest. Under the impact of the gust of wind, the man was sent flying several thousand kilometers away before he stabilized himself. His face was pale and he almost coughed up blood. Swoosh. A black box shot out from the rooftop as fast as lightning, aiming at the man. When the man saw the black box, he was overjoyed. He quickly reached out and caught it. He knelt down on one knee and said with a cheeky smile, "Sister, you love me the most. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Bring this to ask for Aotion's hand in marriage. Tell him that I owe him a favor. Xiao Fei, don't say that I'm cruel. This is the last time. If there's a next time, kill yourself. Get lost." A cold voice came. The man smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. He soared into the sky, took out a huge millstone-like object, and threw it into the air. Then, the millstone-like object shot up into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the firmament. The man stepped on the millstone-like object and waved at the castle. With a flash, the millstone-like object and the man disappeared instantly. "Sigh Lord. Look, even a 5th-grade war god dares to provoke our soul-devourer manner. A deep sigh came from the dark castle. Then it became silent again. The dazzling light above the dark forest attracted the attention of the Fire Dragon Continent's god-level experts. When Divine Master Tu saw the light, he fell into deep thought. Then he laughed wildly again and walked into the study. The god-level experts of the 3 mansions and 1 island looked at the northern forest with envy and helplessness. Comparisons were odious. Others could travel freely between the divine realm and the continent, but they could only be trapped in this dead pond forever, waiting to be toyed to death by that perverted Baldy in the divine city. Chapter 421. On the 3rd day after that man's arrival, a special guest came to the Purple Island. It was a 9-tailed fox in a white dress. The 9 lords teleported outside the Purple Island and locked their divine senses on the small valley. Elder Lu, who was sitting cross-legged, was startled. Just as he was about to ask Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu to enter the unfettered pavilion, Madame Jiu's voice rang in his ears. He smiled and stood up. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu looked at Elder Lu doubtfully, but didn't say anything. Xiao He was sleeping soundly on the roof. Swish. A moment later, a white figure flashed over. Elder Lu laughed and sent a voice transmission to Xiao He to wake him up. Then he went out to welcome the 9 lords. Elder Lu, long time no see. Greetings to the 2 beauties. Greetings to Xiao He. Madame Jiu's posture and demeanor were incomparably elegant even when she was sprinting. She stood in front of the small courtyard and greeted the 3 people and Xiao He, who was woken up. Greetings to you, Madame Jiu. Elder Lu smiled and cupped his hands respectfully. Yu Qingqing, who was beside him, had seen this mysterious fox before. This 9th lord had even saved her life. She quickly pulled Yi Qingyu, who had a curious look on her face, to bow and greet her. Xiao He had a good impression of Madame Jiu. He jumped onto Yi Qingyu's shoulder and stood up straight. He curled his lips and called out to her as a greeting. Does Madame Jiu have any orders? Elder Lu asked after greeting her. He knew that Madame Jiu wouldn't leave the Dark Castle for no reason. She must have come with Lord Devour's order. He was looking forward to it. Could it be that Lord Devour was going to help Yi Qinghan? No orders. Madame Jiu seemed to have guessed what Elder Lu was thinking. She shook her head slightly and took out an ancient jade box from her bosom. She handed it to Xiao He and said, Madame Jiu only asked me to give this to Xiao He. Xiao He grabbed the jade box with interest and opened it. Elder Lu and the rest also looked over curiously. However, he discovered that there was only a bronze necklace in the jade box. This necklace was very ordinary. There was no brilliance or anything special about it. It was just like a small accessory sold on a carpet. Gigi. Xiao He stretched out a claw and dangled the necklace on his claw. He waved it up and down as he called out to Lord Jiu in confusion. It seemed that it didn't understand why Lord Devour would give it such a broken necklace. Don't ask me. My lord didn't say anything. He only asked me to send something over. Xiao He, take it with you. Madame Jiu smiled and spread her paws, indicating that she had no idea. Let me help you put it on. Yi Qingyu looked at Xiao He's cute movements and her eyes curved into crescent moons. She reached out to take the necklace from Xiao He's hand and put it around his neck. Buzz. At this moment, the necklace suddenly glowed with a gentle light. Eventually, it disappeared on Xiao He's neck. Elder Lu, Yi Qingyu, and Yu Qingqing were even more confused. What kind of magical treasure was that? Why did it disappear so suddenly? Gigi. Xiao He twisted his body but didn't feel any discomfort. He didn't find anything special either. It was as if he wasn't wearing it at all. He called out to Lord Jiu twice, his eyes filled with doubt. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. However, since my lord wants to do this, she must have some business. All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Madame Jiu bowed slightly and walked away gracefully. She dashed out of the Purple Island and disappeared into the dense purple forest. F*CKU Second Master. When will this day come to an end? Yi Qinghan was lying flat on his back in the training room. His eyes were tightly shut and his face was filled with bitterness. He didn't know how long he had been in seclusion. Half a year? He also didn't know what was happening outside. He just wanted to know if he would go crazy if he continued like this. He couldn't remember how many times he had fainted and how many times he had experienced that heart-wrenching pain. He only remembered that as time passed, his spiritual sense was getting closer and closer to that woman. However, the pain lasted longer and longer. He didn't know if he could continue to endure it. He believed that if it wasn't him, no one on the mainland would be able to endure this pain. Indeed, without a soul ring, anyone would die from convulsions and pain. Without Yi Qinghan's thick nerves and the ability to endure this kind of pain, anyone would go crazy. In the past few years, Yi Qinghan had endured the pain of his meridians bursting, then the pain of his dantian bursting. He had also been beaten by Elder Lu on the God-slaying mountain for a year. Not long ago, he had been beaten for a long time in order to feel the fluctuations in space. The countless painful experiences had made his nerves extremely strong, and his ability to endure pain had also become extremely strong. However, these were not enough. Yi Qinghan knew that if it were 4 or 5 years ago, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. Even if he did, he would have become a madman. After Yi Ruoshui's death, he had gone into seclusion for 3 years. His strength had increased bit by bit, but it had made his mind incomparably mature and tenacious. He knew very well that if it weren't for the 3 years of tempering his mind, he would have long given up under such pain. When the heavens bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it will surely afflict his will and tire his muscles and bones. No pains, no gains. In order to obtain much, one must first pay as much. Yi Qinghan repeated a few words of encouragement from his previous life over and over again. Screw your second master, Soul Emperor. If this young master pays so much only to find that you're the one deceiving me, then I'll screw your first master and second master. After a while, Yi Qinghan jumped up, raised his middle finger and cursed fiercely. Then he sat cross-legged and continued to spread his spiritual sense above his head. He continued to try to get closer to that naked woman. Half a day after Lord Jiu left, Elder Lu opened his eyes in astonishment. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu and said, "You two little girls, you can go back to the carefree pavilion first. Our Lord is here. I'll go and entertain him." "Lord? Divine Lord?" Yu Qingqing's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment, which immediately turned into fear. She said worriedly, "Should we send a voice transmission to Qinghan and ask him to cancel this transportation door?" Yu Qingqing remembered that God had used his Lord's will to lock this golden door in the sky above the hidden city. He had used his blue flames and had almost been refined by this door. In the end, it had caused Yi Ruoshui to self-destruct. "There's no need." Humph. Elder Lu stood up and looked to the west proudly. With a shake of his hand, a black iron rod appeared out of thin air in his hand. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed. He said coldly, "Let's not talk about the fact that he doesn't have the ability to refine it on the Purple Island. Even if he does, he's considered a powerful man in the Fire Dragon continent. But on the Purple Island he's nothing." Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu didn't say anything as they looked at Elder Lu, who had suddenly turned into an invincible divine spirit. They flashed into the door and disappeared into the black hole inside the door. When Xiaohe heard that the Divine Lord had come, he immediately became excited. He shouted a few times and did a few somersaults in the air. Then he stood firmly on Elder Lu's shoulder. Elder Lu tilted his head and looked at Xiaohe. His eyes emitted a dazzling light and endless battle intent. He strode out and laughed. "Haha Xiaohe, let's go and entertain our great lord." Chapter 422. Tu was in a bad mood. When he entered Purple Island, his divine sense found an elegant pavilion in a small valley. A few people were sitting leisurely. His mood worsened. The double-pupil netherworld race was one of the ancient races in the god realm. However, due to the loss of their unique soul secret method, they gradually declined. Since childhood, he was not talented and was bullied by his people. Then he suddenly awakened his bloodline and obtained the special soul secret method of the netherworld race. He could collect the souls of the dead and refine them into soul origin pills. Thus, he became the hope of reviving the netherworld race. His status in the race soared and he became one of the elders. On the night of the awakening, he killed all those who bullied him. No one dared to resist. Later, in order to revive the glory of the past, The race sold the small city they owned and took out all their savings to buy the Flame Dragon plane for him, making him the lord of the Flame Dragon continent. He did not disappoint the family. After coming to the Flame Dragon plane for thousands of years, he suppressed the gods of the continent, created the Divine City, set the rules of the Prefecture Wars, and captured billions of people on the Flame Dragon continent. In just a few thousand years, he harvested nearly 100 million souls, and refined nearly 10,000 soul origin pills. Then he sold them to the god realm and brought a huge amount of wealth to the family. Then he discovered a shocking secret. The small Flame Dragon continent had the Soul Emperor's relic and the 12th divine sword to enter the Soul Emperor pavilion. He did not report it to the family. He decisively sent people to search for treasures, and obtained a large number of spirit and divine weapons. Although he did not obtain the divine sword, he thought it would be his sooner or later. At that time, he was in a very good mood. His days were very comfortable and full of hope. But a woman came to the dark forest, which made his happy mood a bit gloomy. He was defeated in the battle of the dark forest. But he was not discouraged because he had the Lord's will. As long as this woman lived in the Flame Dragon plane for thousands of years and obtained the plane's aura, he believed that this woman would fall under his crotch sooner or later. Then something even worse happened. The fallen god mountain's great treasure appeared. He sent people to search for it for 5,000 years and waited for it for 5,000 years. But in the end, it was all for naught. This made him very mad and very angry, but he still restrained himself and kept a low profile as he searched for the divine sword. However, what followed was the arrival of the alien race. The hateful Golden Horn God clan. Not only did they destroy the 7-star absolute killing array that he had spent a fortune to build, they even allowed a few muscular men to gang rape him. For the sake of his race, for the godly sword, and for the sake of revenge, he endured it once again. He did not resist and allowed them to do whatever they wanted in his backyard. When he was young, he had suffered such humiliation in his clan. He didn't expect that after thousands of years, when he was at the peak of his life, he would experience it again. After this incident, his personality began to change. The successive blows made him crazy, and he became schizophrenic. That was why he started to torture and kill young boys and girls. That was why he acted without restraint in the hidden city. But now this little bastard who snatched what belonged to him didn't die, and was still living a leisurely life with a few women on Zidao? How could he be in a good mood? When he saw a goat-faced, black-robed old man arrogantly holding a black iron rod, and walking towards him in a domineering manner, his mood worsened. Hee, old thing, how could you hide so well? Go back to the divine realm. I don't want to kill you. Divine Lord 2 tried his best to suppress his anger. His red and black eyes were shining as he stared at Elder Lu. Then he looked at Xiaohei on Elder Lu's shoulder and said again, "Little soul-eating beast, leave Zidao now and return to the dark forest. I won't hurt you because of Lord Devour." Xiaohei looked at the shiny bald head on the fiery red robe, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He waved his little claws and screamed at him. Hee. Elder Lu laughed when he heard the Divine Lord's polite words. He stuck the iron rod on the ground, crossed his arms, and said helplessly, "The way to the divine realm is blocked by his lordship. How can I go there? I can't defeat that divine beast at the peak of Heaven God realm. Why don't you help me kill it, and I will go to the divine realm now." "Oh, you are the guardian of the god-slaying mountain, but you don't even have a high-grade divine weapon. If you have a divine weapon, you should be able to break through with your peak Heaven God realm cultivation, right? Isn't your iron rod a divine weapon?" Seeing that Elder Lu actually wanted to go to the divine realm, Divine Lord 2 was slightly taken aback and said doubtfully, "If you really want to go to the divine realm and not participate in the affairs of the Flame Dragon dimension, I will open a teleportation formation in the divine city for you and send you to the divine realm. What do you think?" Seeing that Elder Lu's iron rod did not shine with divine light, Tu thought that Elder Lu really did not steal the divine weapon from the god-slaying mountain. There were enough troubles in the Flame Dragon dimension, and he did not want to add to it. Hence, his tone became slightly more polite. My iron rod is made of a special material, but it is not a treasure. The god-slaying mountain only has 2 divine weapons, a divine sword and a spatial divine weapon. How would I dare to take it for myself? Let's forget about the teleportation formation in your divine city. I am afraid that it is unstable and will be torn apart by the space. Again, you go and kill the divine beast that is guarding Zidao, and I will go to the divine realm immediately. What do you think? Elder Lu grabbed the iron rod, spun it a few times in his hand, and gave Xiaohei a playful look, indicating for it to calm down. This is impossible. Tu smiled coldly and said in an unusually firm tone. This divine beast and his divine city's 7-star absolute killing array was something he had paid a huge price for. His purpose was to trap the flame dragon plane. This way, he could stabilize his position as the overlord of the flame dragon plane and continue to bring him a steady stream of souls. Then he could refine soul origin pills and earn a lot of wealth. Is that so? Elder Lu's 2 small eyes narrowed into a line. After thinking for a while, he said again, How about this? You give me some treasures, and I will not participate in this matter. I will find a way to go to the divine realm myself. How about that? Tui pondered for a while, and without thinking for a long time he said, What treasures? 2,000 soul core pills. Elder Lu said straightforwardly. 2,000? Tui sucked in a breath of cold air. What did this old thing think soul core pills were? He had harvested hundreds of millions of souls for more than 5,000 years, and only refined less than 10,000 soul core pills. How could he ask for 2,000? 2,000 soul core pills could buy 2 divine beasts at the peak of the heavenly god realm in the divine realm. Then, he saw a smile flash across Elder Lu's eyes, and he suddenly came to his senses. He said angrily, Huh? Old thing, you dare to fool me? Ha! You idiot! You only realized it now? When Elder Lu saw this, he laughed out loud. Over the past few thousand years, he had been very dissatisfied with Tu's method of keeping the Fire Dragon continent captive and collecting souls. During this period of time, because of Yi Qinghan, he hated Divine Master Tu very much because of his love for Yi Qinghan. If he had the chance, he would have killed him long ago. Old thing, you are seeking your own death. Don't blame me for this. Cold light flashed across Divine Master Tu's eyes. He touched his space ring, and a black giant axe that was shining with divine light appeared in his hand. He waved it in the air and laughed maniacally. Do you think you can defeat me on this purple island, because I can't use my will? My meteorite battle axe is a middle-grade divine artifact. It weighs 108,000 kilograms, and it can increase one's strength by 200%. Hehe. Without using my divine power, I can easily flatten you with this axe. If you know what's good for you, get lost. I will count to 3, or you will die. 108,000 kilograms? Increase one's strength by 200%? Disdain flashed across Elder Lu's eyes when he heard Tu Yi's words. Then he raised his iron rod and waved it in front of him. He said proudly and fearlessly, I also advise you to get lost from the Purple Island in 3 seconds. Otherwise you will die. Chapter 423. TSK. Ever since I became a god and understood the laws, I have not fought with pure strength for a long time. Today, I will show you the unique technique of the dual-eyed netherworld race, mountain-splitting 13 axes. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to return it? Tu wielded his axe with one hand and gently swung it to the side. An ancient tree that required several people to wrap their arms around its trunk was directly chopped in half. With a loud bang, it fell to the side and smashed a huge ravine into the surrounding bushes. The little magical beasts in the distance were frightened. Hehe. Xiaohei was slightly startled. His small black eyes stared at the huge axe in Tu's hand. This medium-grade god weapon was indeed powerful. Such a thick ancient tree was actually cut in half with just a casual slash. It was indeed able to cut through iron like mud. If it were to hit a person. Cut the crap. Watch my dog beating 8 styles. Elder Lu snorted coldly. He sent a message to Xiaohei, telling him to retreat and watch the battle from the side. Then he leaped into the air, holding the black metal rod with both hands and smashed it down on Tuesday. Xiaohei retreated quickly. With a few leaps, he climbed up the branch of a big tree and watched the battle worriedly. Tu kicked his leg and dodged Elder Lu's attack. Then he held the axe horizontally and spun it to the side. Boom. Elder Lu's rod smashed into the ground. The nearby ground shook, and there was a 1-meter wide, bottomless pit in the ground. Seeing the huge axe coming at him, he quickly drew his metal rod and blocked it. Then he used the rebound force to move to the side. Clang clang. Boom. The two of them exchanged blows at lightning speed. From time to time, the sounds of metal clashing could be heard, as well as the sound of the ancient trees being cut down or smashed. Rays of light from the godly axe and shadows of Elder Lu's black rod lit up everywhere. In less than an hour, all the ancient trees in the nearby forest had been chopped down to the ground, and the ground was filled with deep pits and ravines. It could be seen how powerful the two were, and how fierce the battle was. Haha, old goat, our speed is about the same. You are still far from my strength. Our dual-eyed netherworld race's special soul technique is unparalleled in the divine world. Our strength is also among the top 50 in the divine world. Today you must die for sure. Two's shrill, maniacal laughter could be heard amidst the streaks of divine light. Little Black, who had already retreated a few hundred meters, was so anxious that it was chirping. Although it couldn't see the two figures flashing rapidly in the arena, it knew that Elder Lu was at a disadvantage. The battlefield was getting closer and closer to him, and Elder Lu was constantly retreating. Its two small eyes rolled around. Then it suddenly turned around and ran into the bushes behind it. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the bushes. Although Two had the upper hand, he was secretly shocked. He had paid a huge price to purchase this mid-grade divine artifact. How could the iron rod in this old thing's hand remain intact after hundreds of strikes? What material is this made of? Why is it so hard? However, he didn't think too much about it. He waved his divine axe and continued to chop at Elder Lu. He vented all his pent-up emotions on Elder Lu. I didn't expect you to be a perverted baldy. Your strength is not bad. This axe is a good item, but if you want to rely on this to kill this old man, you still have a long way to go. Have a taste of my ultimate move, Purple Island Dog. Although Elder Lu would be repelled every time they clashed, his expression remained calm, and there was even a faint smile on his face. Hearing Two's maniacal laughter, Elder Lu said with a faint smile. The black iron rod in his hand transformed into several shadows and swept at Two's upper body. Hee hee, old thing. I forgot to tell you that I have not used the double strength of my divine axe. Die. Mountain splitting 13 axes. Two saw that Elder Lu had been avoiding him for a long time. Every time, Elder Lu would make use of Two's attacks to repel him. Elder Lu had never met him head-on. Now that Elder Lu had taken the initiative to attack, Two laughed loudly. Suddenly, the divine light on the black divine axe became even more intense. Suddenly, he used a few strange footwork techniques to dodge Elder Lu's attack. Then, his entire body floated horizontally in mid-air. This time, he held the giant axe with both hands and swung it behind him. Then, with a piercingly cold sound of a phoenix flute, it transformed into 13 axe shadows and smashed at Elder Lu. For the first time, Elder Lu's expression turned serious. The 13 axe shadows seemed to cover all the blind spots in front of him. If he were to retreat hastily, he would not be able to keep up with the speed of the axe. His small eyes flashed. All he could do was grit his teeth and hold the iron rod horizontally with both hands to resist the axe. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing countless leaves in the vicinity to tremble and fall. Dust flew up from the ground as if there had been an explosion. On the other hand, Elder Lu's face was pale, and his hand that was holding the iron rod was trembling slightly. His back was slightly bent, and half of his legs were submerged in the ground. It was evident that the strength of the axe was extremely terrifying. Eehee, old thing, let's see how many times you can resist my axe. Tui laughed even more maniacally. At the same time, he did not stop moving. He continued to use the strange footwork techniques and held the axe with both hands. Before Elder Lu could jump out, Tui hacked down heavily. Boom, boom. After Tu's lightning-fast strikes, Elder Lu's face turned even paler. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth, and his hands started to tremble even more. He had underestimated Tu's strength. He thought that the strength he had just displayed was already his strongest attack. He did not expect that his medium-grade divine weapon, which doubled his strength, would not be activated. One wrong move, and everything else went wrong. Now, under Tu's continuous attacks, Zidao could not teleport. Elder Lu could only grit his teeth and endure the attacks. There was no way he could escape. Gigi. Ayo. At this moment, Xiaohei's angry screech and the furious roar of a demonic beast came from behind Elder Lu. Hehe, you found help? Old thing, no one can save you today. Tu saw Xiaohei rushing towards him with a clumsy bear cub and laughed disdainfully. He knew that Xiaohei was a soul-devouring beast. However, before he became a divine beast, he posed no threat to him. As for the bear cub, he completely ignored it. Xiaohei and the bear cub rushed over at lightning speed and leaped high into the air. Their height was twice that of Tu's, and they used the momentum of their descent to increase their speed. However, Xiaohei, who was in midair, suddenly changed direction and ran towards the left. The bear cub continued to wave its tiny paws at Tuesday. Tu did not even bat an eye at Xiaohei's little trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. As for the bear cub, he allowed it to attack as it pleased. He continued to swing the giant axe at Elder Lu. However, just as he was about to smash Elder Lu's body, leaving only his head and hands exposed, the sky suddenly darkened. Ayo! With a loud roar, the bear cub in midair suddenly expanded like an inflated balloon. It suddenly grew several times bigger, as though a mountain had suddenly crashed down from the sky. The black bear's eyes were filled with anger. The two tiny bear paws had also turned into two huge iron doors. With a piercing cold wind, they smashed towards Tu's bald head. It seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Tu's contempt for it. Damn it! Tu's face turned ashen when he saw this. His eyes were filled with fear as he cursed. In a hurry, he could only raise the giant axe in his hand high up to protect his head like Lu Lai. His body, however, retreated rapidly. Bang! The huge bear paws slapped down fiercely, sending Tu flying along with his axe. He tumbled several times in the air before crashing into an ancient tree a few hundred meters away. The tree, which was so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it, fell to the ground. Chapter 424. A red figure shot out from the messy thicket. His red robe had been torn into countless pieces by the branches, and there was even a smear of mud on his shiny bald head. He looked abnormally pathetic. Little bastard, I will tear you into pieces. Into 108 pieces. Tu's red and black eyes glowed with red light. He was furious to the extreme. Although the black bear's furious slap didn't cause him much harm, he couldn't remember how many years it had been since he had been in such a pathetic state. Today, he was actually sent flying by a mere level 8 magical beast, and ended up in such a pathetic state. Although he couldn't use his divine power on the Purple Island, although he had just been ambushed because of his carelessness, although this kind of magical beast could transform, and after transforming, its strength was no less than a god-rank powerhouse's physical strength. But Tu felt that this was absolutely an unprecedented disgrace in his life. If this matter were to spread outside, he would lose all his face. Ayo! The black bear roared, unwilling to be outdone. However, its eyes clearly showed that it wanted to retreat. This was its most powerful palm strike. This man didn't seem to be injured at all. Furthermore, the huge axe in his hand was shining with terrifying divine light, which frightened the bear. However, since Xiaohei didn't retreat, it could only continue to wave its huge bear paws and roar. Kiki, die. Today, all the magical beasts on the Purple Island will die, including you. Old thing, all of you will die. All of you will die. Tu saw Elder Lu slam the ground and stand firmly on the ground. Tu thought that Elder Lu was going to escape. He used a strange footwork and his body turned into a phantom in the air. His huge axe glowed with divine light as he pounced towards Tuesday. Ggg. Xiaohei looked at Elder Lu with worry in his eyes. He signaled Elder Lu to retreat and return to the carefree pavilion. At the same time, he commanded the black bear to block the attack. Humph. No need. All of you retreat. Elder Lu snorted coldly. It was obvious that he was infuriated by Tu's series of slashes. His voice became extremely cold. He raised the black iron rod in his hand and leaped into the air. He shouted, "You have shown your trump card. Now it's my turn. Transform." He looked at Elder Lu, who was growing bigger and bigger in midair. He saw a blood-red horn suddenly emerge from Elder Lu's head, and his iron cudgel grow bigger and longer, emitting rays of black light. He opened his eyes in horror and shouted as he retreated, You are from the Blood Deer clan? Wasn't the Blood Deer clan exterminated? Haha, my Blood Deer tribe was indeed exterminated, but I was still alive and was saved by Master. The dual pupils Netherworld race's strength was ranked in the top 50? In terms of pure strength, our Blood Deer clan is ranked 5th among the 100 clans of the God Realm. That mid-grade divine artifact of yours weighs 108,000 gene? This is a high-grade divine artifact, Heaven Shocking Rod. It weighs 880,000 kilograms. Did you have a good time smashing them? Now it's my turn. Little Baldy, where are you running to? Elder Lu's body suddenly grew 10 times bigger. His body became more than 20 meters tall, and his black iron rod became tens of meters long. The iron rod took the shape of a cone and became thicker and thicker. The tip of the rod was only half a meter thick, but when it reached the tip, it became 7 to 8 meters thick. The black divine radiance on the rod was dazzling, illuminating the surrounding forest. Boom. Although Tu was retreating rapidly, how could he compare to Elder Lu, whose legs were more than 10 meters long? In just a few steps, Elder Lu caught up with him. Elder Lu waved the huge rod and smashed it down on Tu at lightning speed. The impact created a 10-meter-wide, bottomless pit on the ground. Half of the purple island shook, and the nearby ancient trees swayed from left to right. The leaves kept falling. Boom. Elder Lu waved the huge rod and smashed it down continuously. Tu was like a monkey jumping around in front of him. Seeing Elder Lu's enlarged body and the blood-red horn on his head, Tu completely lost his will to fight. He now knew why Elder Lu looked so relaxed when they were fighting just now. Elder Lu was obviously fearless. Why did that ordinary-looking iron rod not leave a single mark on it after being struck by his divine axe? Initially, he thought that it was made of a special material, but it turned out to be a high-grade divine artifact. Low-grade divine artifacts glowed with divine radiance at all times. Middle-grade divine artifacts only glowed with divine radiance when used. High-grade divine artifacts, however, could control the leakage of divine radiance. There was no time to think too much. Right now, preserving his life was the most important thing. If he was hit by Elder Lu, his body would definitely be smashed into pieces. Although his divine crystal would not shatter, his head would be smashed, and his soul would dissipate. Gee. Ayo. Xiao He and the black bear looked at Elder Lu, who was about to turn into an ancient giant, and were both dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, they looked at Tu, who was being chased around like a monkey. The two beasts cried out excitedly and followed Elder Lu's footwork to catch up to him. Tu relied on his strange footwork to dodge Elder Lu's attacks on the Purple Island. Looking at Elder Lu's cold expression and the increasing speed of the rod's shadows, Tu felt bitter in his heart. At this rate, he would be smashed to death sooner or later. At this moment, he was calculating the direction in which the rod would hit every second. Both his mind and body were at their highest levels. If he made a mistake in his calculations, or if his body's reaction was too slow, he would be smashed into pieces. Boom. Another rod smashed down on his back. He stepped on the metal rod and darted to the left. His face and back were drenched in cold sweat, and his footsteps trembled slightly. A sliver of viciousness flashed through his eyes, and he quickly rubbed his space ring with his left hand. A black, triangular stone covered in strange inscriptions appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Gritting his teeth, he directly crushed the triangular stone. Suddenly, a door that flickered with golden light appeared before him, and he directly charged in. Step back. Elder Lu stopped in his tracks when he saw the golden door. His body shrank rapidly, and he carried Xiao He behind him as he shot backward. The little bear did not wait for Elder Lu to shout. It had already stopped in its tracks and rapidly shrunk its body. Then it rolled into a ball and rolled backwards. Boom. The purple light shield on the Purple Island shook when the golden door appeared. A bright light appeared, and a thick bolt of lightning struck the golden door. It was obvious that the golden door had triggered the restrictive spell of the Purple Island. A huge cloud of dust rose, and a huge pit, similar to the one that had struck the divine guards, appeared nearby. The area within 100 meters was charred and green smoke rose. As for the golden door, it was instantly destroyed by the lightning, and the entire area was in a complete mess. Hee. Xiao He climbed onto Elder Lu's shoulder and screamed excitedly when he saw the pit behind him. His little face was full of joy. Hee hee Xiaohei, don't celebrate too early. That Baldy is probably not dead, but he is definitely injured. He will be lying in bed for at least a few months. Elder Lu looked at the deep pit on the ground and felt slightly regretful. His body had grown bigger, and his strength had increased. His movement speed had also increased. But his reaction and attack speed had weakened a little. It was a pity that he could not kill this Baldy. But after a while he laughed and said, "Life-saving teleportation talisman. Hee hee, this time he will have to cut off a few pieces of his flesh. A teleportation talisman is worth at least 100,000 god stones. He sold the soul core pills for at least a few hundred. Let's go back. I don't think anyone will dare to disturb the Purple Island anymore. We can cultivate in peace." Chapter 425. Today the Divine City lit up with rainbow divine light again. The citizens of the Divine City saw a miracle that they hadn't seen for a long time after a few years. However, this time, the citizens of the Divine City weren't shocked or in awe. Instead, many of them snorted in disdain. During this period of time there had been too many miracles. Not to mention the Golden Horn God Lord, and that huge face. Just the shocking rainbow light and the thunder that rumbled for an hour above the demon clan yesterday were many times more majestic than the miracle in the Divine City. Furthermore, many people were deeply doubting the God Lord that they believed in. The invincible God Lord that had protected them in the past. Where was he when the Divine City was breached? Where was he when their children disappeared mysteriously? Where was he when the 4 guards of the Divine City suppressed the citizens of the Divine City with ruthless methods? The only ones that reacted were the God Massacre Guards, the God Burning Guards, the newly promoted God Slaying Guards, and the envoys of the Divine City. At this moment, the God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards were teaching the newly promoted God Slaying Guards the battle formation. Suddenly, they saw the rainbow light above the Divine Lord Pavilion and were shocked. They looked at each other in fright and hurried toward the Divine Master Pavilion. They knew that the God Lord had gone to Purple Island, but why did he suddenly return after such a long time? It was normal for him to return, but he didn't teleport back. Instead, he teleported back. That wasn't normal. When they hurried to the Master God Pavilion, they saw a shocking scene as soon as they reached the door. In the courtyard of the Divine Lord Pavilion, the God Lord was lying on the ground miserably. His body was covered in blood, and he was trembling non-stop. Around his body, there was still a rainbow light shining. His red robe had been burnt to a crisp, leaving only a few pieces of his upper body, which were continuously emitting green smoke. Many parts of his skin were charred black and blood-stained. The strangest thing was, his 2 snow-white buttocks were not injured at all. At this moment, they were facing the door, trembling and twisting. A brown flower was constantly shrinking there, as if it was quietly blooming. God Lord, what happened to you? The God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards had just reached the door when they saw this scene. Without hesitation, they turned and dodged to the sides of the door. As for the newly appointed Godslayer Guard, he had been walking at the front. When he saw the situation, he hurriedly rushed over to help the Lord God up, as if to express his loyalty and concern for the Lord God. Boom! The God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards immediately knelt on the ground and closed their eyes. As expected, a loud sound was heard, followed by the God Slaying Guards and the God Slaying Guards. The 2 of them became even more afraid and started kowtowing to the courtyard in terror. Send out all the hidden guards to surround the entire Purple Island. Once someone comes out, immediately crush the sound-transmitting jade talisman. Send 100 people to me. All of them must be young demon girls. God Slaying Guards, you all saw nothing. God. Slade. God. After a while, the weak voice of God Slaying Guard was heard. The God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards felt as though they had been granted amnesty. Like 2 stray dogs, they hurriedly got up and ran away. After a long time, a resentful voice came from the courtyard. Just you wait. When that woman returns to the divine world, I want all of you dead. Once I get the divine sword, everyone in the fire dragon plane will die. Old woman, Golden Horn God race, I won't let a single one of you off. All of you will die. CC. After Elder Lu displayed his prowess, the Purple Island regained its peace. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu could finally cultivate peacefully on the Purple Island. Yi Qingyu listened to Yu Qingqing play the zither for half a day every day. Then, she would go sightseeing on the Purple Island under Xiao Hei's guidance. At night, she would return to the courtyard to cultivate. Her days were extremely comfortable. Elder Lu also decided to cultivate on the Purple Island. For someone at his level, there was not much difference between cultivating for a few more years and a few less years. Instead, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu served him respectfully every day, allowing him to enjoy the happiness of a family. Spring came and went. Flowers bloomed and wilted. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this period, Yi Qinggu came out once. In less than a year and a half, she broke through to the Emperor realm. This made Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu very happy. After resting on the Purple Island for a few days, she went back to the carefree pavilion and cultivated diligently. As for Yi Qinghan, he had been in seclusion for a year and a half. There was no news from him at all. Half a year ago, he suddenly activated the restriction of the technique practicing room. At the same time, he cut off his soul connection with Xiao Hei. Even Elder Lu and Xiao Hei couldn't find any news about him. This made them worried. However, they were afraid that he was at a critical juncture in his seclusion. Therefore, they didn't dare to disturb him. Yi Qinghan was indeed in seclusion. However, he wasn't comprehending the profound mysteries. A year ago, he had accidentally seen the woman in the pair of eyes above his head. Ever since then, he had been thinking of ways to use his spiritual awareness to get close to her. Then he would possess her. He would obtain that great opportunity. Inside the carefree pavilion, a black and white figure was screaming miserably as he rolled on the ground. Sometimes he would roll on the ground. Sometimes he would suddenly bounce up and slam into the wall. Sometimes, his head and body would rub against the ground. His body was covered in blood. His clothes were torn, his skin was worn off, and his flesh was split open. His white bones were exposed. However, his body was enveloped by a gentle white light. Blood flowed out of his body and stopped flowing. His skin and flesh were torn, but they slowly grew back and healed. This process repeated over and over again. An hour later, Yi Qinghan finally stopped rolling around. Half of his delicate and pretty face was covered in blood. The muscles on his face twitched from time to time. His eyes were deeply sunken and tightly shut. His chest heaved up and down violently. He took long breaths and groaned in pain from time to time. Damn it. I was so close. I was so close. After a short while, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, he opened his mouth and roared angrily. He lifted one hand powerlessly and carelessly wiped away the blood that had congealed on his face. His other hand supported himself on the ground, and he sat up with difficulty. Then, he wiped his carefree ring and took out a set of clothes from the treasure house. He changed out of his blood-stained and tattered clothes. Then he took out a few spirit fruits and slowly ate them. A year had passed and he had lost a lot of weight. Apart from his eyes that still shone with a bright light, he looked even more frail and weak than before. He ate several spirit fruits to replenish the energy in his body. Then he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. He circulated his battle chi 12 times in his body and completely healed his injuries. Then he spread his body and lay down on the ground to rest. I was so close. Next time, I will be able to see you clearly. At that time, don't disappoint me. Yi Qinghan murmured and fell into a deep sleep. He slept for 5 days and 5 nights. When he woke up again and jumped up from the ground, his delicate and pretty face was filled with excitement and expectation. He believed that when he used his spiritual sense to investigate, he would definitely be able to see that woman clearly. He would definitely be able to see the woman who had caused him pain for an entire year. That naked woman. Chapter 426. Swish. In the quiet night, a meteor suddenly fell from the sky. However, this meteor was not like the usual meteors, which were bright white or whitish yellow. This meteor shone with a 5-colored light, and it was extremely fast. It flashed across the sky above the continent, and finally disappeared into the tall divine mountain. After 1 year, the God City had a miracle again. Of course, this time, no one was surprised or worshipped. Quite the contrary, more people looked disdainful. Although the God Massacre Guards and the God Burning Guards were a little surprised, they didn't rush to the God Lord Pavilion. The two snow-white butts from 1 year ago were still fresh in their memory. Mwahaha! It's just as I expected. After a while, God Lord 2's shrill laughter arose from the God Lord Pavilion. His voice was wild and arrogant. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of the yard, holding a stone that was glowing with 5-colored divine light and carved with complicated symbols. It was the message talisman of the divine realm, which was the meteor that had just come. As he was from the divine realm, he knew about the Palace Master Challenge that was held once every 1,000 years. 1 year ago, when the handsome man riding on the white horse had come to the Fire Dragon continent, he had vaguely guessed something. Then he had sent the message to his clan. Finally, he had gotten the answer. Mwahaha! 2 held the stone that was glowing with a dim light, lifting his head to look at the north. His eyes sparkled with a blood-red light. Eventually he burst out laughing. The shrill and ear-piercing laughter echoed throughout the divine city, causing the citizens of the divine city to feel their hairs stand on end. My lord, it seems 2 has found out that you want to return to the divine realm. On the rooftop of the dark castle, Lord Geo stood behind Lord Devour respectfully. She looked a little worried as she looked to the south and reminded him. It's okay. It's not a big secret anyway. Lord Devour held a teacup in one hand and a cup of blue tea in the other. He blew on it and then took a sip. He covered the teacup and said faintly, "The Divine Realm Challenge is held once every 1,000 years. It's a secret in the material planes. Who doesn't know about it? Besides, even if he knows that I want to return to the God world, so what? Sir, I'm worried about Xiaohei." This time, Sergiu looked to the east, his face more worried. He wanted to say that he was worried about Xiaohei and Yi Qinghan. However, looking at Lord Devour's cold face, he didn't dare to continue. The fox face actually revealed the same worried expression as a human. In fact, it even looked a little more sincere. My lord isn't here. I'm afraid I won't be able to control him. I don't need you to suppress me. I have my own arrangement. Lord Devour waved his hand, his face indifferent as if he didn't care about anything. Arrange? That necklace? Madame Geo suddenly recalled the necklace that Lord Devour had asked her to deliver to him. Lord Devour didn't explain much. He pointed at a jade bottle on the table and said, "You take this to Xiaohei. I've refined it for 1 year. A few days ago, I finished it. Let him take it. From now on, no one in the entire Fire Dragon continent can hurt him. Even if Yi Qinghan dies, it will be fine." This. All right. Madame Geo looked at Lord Devour's cold face and emotionless words. She sighed and didn't say anything. She took the jade bottle and disappeared from the rooftop. Purple Island. In the small valley, Madame Geo had teleported from the dark castle shortly. She didn't linger, directly entering the small valley. After exchanging some pleasantries with the others, she handed the jade bottle to Xiaohei. Ha! Xiaohei blinked his eyes, looking at the jade bottle. He seemed to be puzzled as to why Madame Geo had sent him something again after such a long time. Would it be the same strange, useless thing as the last time? Don't ask me anything. I still don't know. It's a useless pellet. Our Lord told you to swallow it directly. Madame Geo smiled and continued. Will our Lord harm you? Pellet? Old Lu extended his hand to stop Xiaohei from unplugging the jade bottle. He clasped his hands at Madame Geo and said, "Haha, the pellet that our Lord sent is surely a low-grade divine pellet. Madame Geo, do you think we can enter the Carefree Pavilion? The overflowing spiritual chi can also benefit the 2 little girls." "That's not a problem. Let's enter the Carefree Pavilion together. I have long admired the spatial divine equipment, but I haven't had the chance to take a look. This time, I will broaden my horizons." Madame Geo smiled and looked at the shining door in the courtyard with interest. Ha! Xiaohei took the lead and walked towards the teleportation door. The others also followed with anticipation. Once they entered the Carefree Pavilion, Madame Geo was deeply shocked by the beautiful scenery. Her calm and elegant temperament disappeared without a trace at this moment. Her small fox mouth was wide open in shock. "Haha, Madame Geo, you can look around as you please. Xiaohei, let's begin." Old Lu smiled, seemingly very satisfied with the shock that his master's divine pavilion had brought to Madame Jiu. He waved his hand and set up a force field. Then he nodded at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu, of course, knew that this was a rare opportunity. Without saying much, they closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. "Ha!" Xiao He cried out excitedly. Then he stretched out his small claw and grabbed the lid of the jade bottle. Buzz! The bottle actually glowed with a gentle light. Suddenly, the bottle left Xiao He's claw and floated in midair. A soothing fragrance drifted out from the mouth of the bottle. In an instant, the small force field was filled with this delicate fragrance. When one smelled it, they felt relaxed and refreshed. Suddenly, the jade bottle trembled, and a fiery red shadow shot out from the mouth of the empty bottle. It danced continuously in the air, as though it was trying to escape. However, because of Old Lu's force field, it could not escape. It could only flicker continuously above the heads of the few of them. When Xiao He saw it, he was shocked. What was this thing? It could actually move? His two small eyes followed the fiery red shadow constantly, and his body was also moving around on the ground. This was also the first time that Madame Jiu had seen such a strange thing. Her calm expression changed to one of astonishment. She blinked her eyes in confusion. This is a middle-grade divine elixir. Lord is too generous. Xiao He, hurry up and grab it. Swallow it immediately. Old Lu had been following the Soul Emperor for a long time. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still slightly shocked and shouted. This Lord Devourer's actions were indeed extraordinary. Perhaps that ordinary-looking necklace from last time was also not an ordinary item. When Xiao He heard this, he was startled. He bent his legs and pounced at the red shadow like lightning. After a few leaps, he grabbed the elixir in his claw. When he looked at it, he was stunned. This elixir was shaped like a naked person that had shrunk countless times. Its eyes, which were the size of a grain of rice, emitted an angry and pitiful expression like that of a real person. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xiao He for grabbing it. Xiao He, swallow it quickly. This isn't a real person, and it doesn't have a soul. It just has some intelligence. If you delay any longer, the elixir's effect will disappear. Xiao He was stunned. Old Lu became anxious and shouted. Yes. Hurry up. Madame Jiu was also slightly anxious. However, he was secretly glad that Old Lu knew how to use this elixir. Lord Devourer probably knew about Old Lu's existence, so he didn't tell him too much. Xiao He didn't hesitate. He grabbed the elixir, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it immediately. After a while, Xiao He's body glowed with the same gentle light as the jade bottle. Then he fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 427. Lord Jiu took his leave and the whole carefree pavilion became quiet. Xiao He fell into a deep sleep, while Yi Qingyu and Yu Qingqing were absorbing the medicinal power of the divine elixirs in the field set up by Elder Lu. Yi Qingyu was still in seclusion, but Elder Lu did not absorb the medicinal power in the field. The medicinal power was negligible to him, who had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. However, he could not withdraw the field, or the medicinal power would leak out. Therefore, he closed his eyes with a smile and sat cross-legged to comprehend the laws. It was perfect and quiet. The practice room was also very quiet. Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He looked serene and his breathing was steady, like an old monk in meditation. Of course, he was not cultivating, but completing a painful journey that had lasted for a year. At this moment, his spiritual sense had already passed through the pair of eyes above his head, radiating into the void, and was constantly approaching the woman in midair. He did not stop for a short distance in front of him. He was like a cool breeze, drifting all the way. When he was dozens of meters away from the woman, his speed began to slow down. His radiating spiritual sense seemed to have encountered an obstacle at this moment, and it began to become difficult to move forward. It was like a person running on flat ground, and then suddenly a quagmire appeared in front of him. Every step forward required a lot of effort. Forward, forward. Yi Qinghan was not the least bit discouraged. Like a bull in heat, he exerted all his strength and continued to radiate his spiritual sense. 30 meters, his speed became a little slower. 20 meters, his head began to swell slightly. 15 meters, 10 meters. At this moment, his head had become extremely swollen. Last time, his head had exploded in this place, and his spiritual sense had been forced to withdraw. I can do it. Hold on. If someone was in the practice room at this moment, they would definitely be frightened, because at this moment, all the muscles in Yi Qinghan's body began to convulse and twitch, and the blue veins on his face bulged. It was very frightening. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down from his forehead. His entire body was already drenched in sweat several times. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. I can't. Yi Qinghan felt that he was nearing his limit at this moment. After countless experiments, he was very clear that if his spiritual sense continued to radiate after reaching his limit, he would definitely be forced out of the void again and return to his mind. What welcomed him was more than an hour of pain and suffering. Let's fight. He looked at the woman standing in the air, who was so close, yet seemed so far away. Yi Qinghan decided to take a gamble. At this time, he didn't muster up his strength and continue to drive his spiritual sense forward. Instead, he began to slowly retreat. As he retreated, the pressure immediately decreased, and his soul felt relaxed. After retreating for 2 meters, he began to crazily drive his spiritual sense forward at a rapid speed. His speed had reached the peak of what he could drive. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Boom. All of a sudden, his mind buzzed. The scene in his mind suddenly changed, and the woman in front of him disappeared. At that moment, he was incomparably furious. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. However, when he was ready to face the heart-wrenching pain and suffering again, he suddenly felt that his body began to become incomparably relaxed and comfortable, and his soul became incomparably serene, comfortable, and warm. He was like a long-lost child who threw himself into his mother's arms again. He enjoyed this moment so much that he almost wanted to moan in comfort. At this moment, the strange pattern above his head suddenly lit up with a soft light, which enveloped his body. Then his body suddenly disappeared into thin air. Yi Qinghan seemed to feel something and slowly opened his eyes. But what he saw in front of his eyes was not the training room that he was familiar with, but a very strange place. He had come to a magnificent palace? Suddenly he was a little frightened. Had he been transferred unknowingly? He had suddenly come to this strange place when he didn't have the slightest reaction? How sharp was the perception of a saint-level expert? But he didn't notice it at all. This was a little scary. However, he had always been a very courageous person. Ever since he left the Yi family castle at the age of 15, he had encountered many strange things. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he had suddenly been transported here from the carefree pavilion. He thought about it and concluded that no one could have done this except for the carefree pavilion's own restrictive spell. Since he had been transported here by the carefree pavilion, he should not be in danger. Therefore, he relaxed a little and began to size up this palace, which was even more beautiful than the carefree pavilion. This palace was not big, about the size of the main hall of the carefree pavilion. The strange thing was that there was no door, and the walls were made of a kind of green stone, which emitted a soft white light, which made people feel very comfortable. The decorations of the palace were very complicated and luxurious. Many of them were things that Yi Qinghan had never seen before. However, it did not make people feel that it was luxurious. Instead, it was very elegant and refreshing. This feeling was very strange and wonderful. Of course, after seeing the carefree pavilion, Yi Qinghan was not too shocked by this kind of magnificent palace. What shocked him the most was, there was a jade bed at the top of the palace. There was a translucent white gauze curtain on the bed, and inside the gauze curtain, there was a woman lying on her side. Gulp! The gauze curtain blocked Yi Qinghan's vision, so he could not see the woman's full appearance. However, when Yi Qinghan saw the woman's body for the first time, his eyes suddenly emitted a fiery light. His lower body quickly emitted a nefarious fire, and became hard and erect. His throat involuntarily wriggled, and he began to swallow large mouthfuls of saliva. What kind of woman was this? Through the gauze curtain, the first thing that Yi Qinghan saw was a pair of well-proportioned bare feet, white and delicate. Her 10 neatly trimmed toenails were shining with a pink luster, and there was a string of small purple bells on her ankles. Together with her delicate little feet, it formed a unique kind of temptation. Above that was a pair of perfectly curved calves, and two snow-white thighs that made people's blood vessels surge and emitted a faint luster. Just this pair of legs alone was enough to seize the spiritual energy and fortune between heaven and earth. One could imagine that a person with such a pair of beautiful legs was enough to make all the men in the world go crazy. However, above that was a disappointing white gauze, which just happened to cover her mysterious peach blossom garden. However, it did not completely cover it, and revealed a small tuft of green grass, as well as a small slender waist that was outlined by a simple red string. The small red string had a thread at the waist, and this thread just happened to extend downwards, through the green grassland, and into the white gauze, causing people to have endless fantasies, fantasizing about where this little red string would eventually extend to. Her upper body was still covered by the light gauze, but it only covered the two snow-white and smooth towering peaks. The other half that was exposed was also emitting an alluring luster, causing people to be unable to help but want to take a bite. On her slender swan-like neck was a flawless face. Her facial features were exquisite to the extreme, and under her long and curly eyelashes was a pair of slightly closed eyes with a touch of gorgeous purple eyeshadow. The corner of her bright and clean mouth was slightly curved, but it made her entire face full of charm. Frankly speaking, this woman's face could only share the limelight with Yi Qingcheng. Her figure could be compared to Yi Qinggu, and her skin was like Yi Qingyu, but her temperament was far superior to the three of them. This woman's entire body was releasing a temperament that could incite the beastly desire in the depths of men's hearts. Charm. An incomparably charming temperament. This was a woman who could make any man's heart beat. A woman who could make any man release the desire in the depths of his heart for a woman. A woman who could not help but ruthlessly ck her. Do you want me? At this moment, a faintly discernible voice suddenly sounded in the palace. This voice was languid and profound, but it was incomparably charming. It almost made Yi Qinghan, who was almost unable to control himself, directly spurt out. Chapter 428. Do you want me? In this situation, any capable man would not hesitate to say yes. But in this situation, anyone with a brain would either say no, or shyly pretend to say no. Imagine, you were suddenly transported to a strange place, and then you saw a peerless beauty, who invited you to have a hand-to-hand fight with her for no reason. It was a friendly match. In such a situation, perhaps many people would be vigilant at the first moment. Was this person a demon or a ghost? What was her purpose? Was she the legendary fox demon who specialized in sucking the essence of men? There must be a demon if there was nothing unusual. Those who foolishly rushed up were fools who were blinded by lust. Obviously, those who could be transported to this palace and enjoy such treatment were not fools. I do want you very much. Yi Qinghan was obviously not a fool to be able to cultivate to such a level at such a young age. But he suddenly said something very stupid. He was very frank about the desire hidden in his heart. Giggle. Yi Qinghan's words made the woman chuckle. As she laughed, her body twisted. The waves on her chest rippled, and two pink spots could be faintly seen. The red string on her small waist also rippled, twisting like a small snake on the green grass. The two strings of purple bells on her delicate ankles made a pleasant sound, and together with her lazy voice, it made her even more charming. After chuckling, the woman stretched out a lotus root-like hand and held her chin. A pair of limpid eyes stared at Yi Qinghan, as if she could see through his whole body. Her delicate red lips slightly opened and closed, and she said softly, "Little man, why do you want me? Why do you dare to want me?" The moment the woman looked at him, Yi Qinghan felt that he was naked at this moment. His whole body was exposed in the palace, and there was no secret to speak of. He was secretly shocked. He no longer looked at the woman's enchanting body, but stared at her limpid eyes without showing any weakness. He smiled and said, "You are very beautiful, so beautiful that it can move people's hearts. That's why I want you. I dare to want you because you said that as long as I see you clearly, I can have you." Giggle. The woman chuckled again, causing a series of bells to ring. The atmosphere in the palace became more and more charming, and the fire in Yi Qinghan's heart became more vigorous. Suddenly, she stopped smiling and stretched out her other hand to lift the veil. Her pair of limpid eyes were like silk, and a pink tongue suddenly stretched out from her delicate red lips. She gently licked them, and the jade-like hand that stretched out from the veil hooked her finger towards Yi Qinghan. The corner of her mouth curved into an alluring arc, and she lightly laughed. "Little man, since you want it, then come. I like little men." Gulp. Yi Qinghan gulped. He deeply looked at the woman, and then made a strange movement. His eyebrows drooped down, and he pressed down the remaining part of his robe that was bulging up. Then he waved his hand and decisively said, "I won't come. Even if you beat me to death, I won't go." Oh. Yi Qinghan's strange actions caused the woman on the jade bed to be startled. A brilliant light flashed in her eyes. She drew back her jade-like hand and asked in a puzzled voice, "Why is that? Don't you want me?" "If you absolutely want me, then you are destined to be my woman." Yi Qinghan didn't look up but firmly replied. He took a deep breath and began to stabilize his mind. Then he flicked his sleeves and lightly said, "That's enough, woman. Don't play this game. Tell me the rules of the game." That old soul emperor is always like this, and he doesn't have the slightest bit of sincerity. I won't fall for it. Ha ha ha. Yi Qinghan's inexplicable words actually caused the woman to laugh. She looked at Yi Qinghan with eyes full of praise. A moment later, her complexion changed and her temperament changed, becoming that of a pure and noble saintess. Her tone was no longer as seductive as before, but very warm and gentle as she said, "Little man, your wisdom has left me with a whole new level of respect. Congratulations on passing the second trial. I'm curious, how did you discover it?" "Haha, it's very simple. It's because I broke through the checkpoint of Fallen God Mountain that the Soul Emperor set up in the Flame Dragon continent, and obtained Carefree Pavilion." Yi Qinghan's eyebrows arched up in surprise. He was a bit puzzled. Why didn't this woman know that he had obtained Carefree Pavilion? But he still directly answered her question. At Fallen God Mountain, he had been tossed and turned around by the Soul Emperor. The realm of hallucination had tested his character, the Puppet Mountain Range had tested his potential and perception, and finally in the third trial, the Gate of Destiny, he had nearly been played to death. In truth, when this woman sent him a message saying that as long as he could see her clearly, he could obtain her in a great lucky chance, Yi Qinghan already suspected that this was another trap set up by the Soul Emperor. Now that this woman was tempting him in every possible way, he was even more certain of this. Luckily, he had experienced many romantic traps in the realm of hallucination, and also had 3 peerless beauties as his wives. Thus, his resistance towards beautiful women was extremely strong. Moreover, after Yi Ruoshui's death, he had gone into seclusion for 3 years, causing his mind to become extremely tenacious. Thus he hadn't fallen for her trap. Seeing that his answer didn't completely dispel the woman's doubts, Yi Qinghan was puzzled. He asked, "What is it? Isn't your palace located in Carefree Pavilion? You don't know of Carefree Pavilion?" "Of course I know of Carefree Pavilion. It is one of the 12 divine pavilions that Master refined in the past. It is also a famous spatial divine tool in the God realm. The master of this place is called the Illusory Palace. Not all 12 divine pavilions can enter. In order to enter, there must be 2 conditions, and you have fulfilled these 2 conditions." As the woman spoke, she waved her jade-like hand and covered her entire body with a light veil. This caused Yi Qinghan to feel slightly regretful. However, this woman's words startled him. After thinking for a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, "One of the conditions must be to endure that year of inhuman suffering, right? Master said that only by enduring the most bitter of sufferings can one become a human being. In the past, he also endured all the sufferings of the world before finally becoming the #1 God Emperor. And the second condition is that you must possess the 3 accessories of the Soul Emperor: the soul ring on your finger, a divine sword, and a set of battle armor." After the woman finished speaking, she smiled. However, this time, there was no seductiveness in her smile. Instead, she seemed incomparably pure and holy, making people not dare to violate or have the slightest bit of blasphemy. "Hee little man, you are very good. In fact, 1,000 years ago, there was someone who almost entered here, but in the end, he couldn't help but go crazy. I admire your perseverance and ability to endure pain. Of course, your luck is also a bit better. You have the soul ring, although it is already damaged. Without the soul ring, it was indeed very difficult for me to endure. As Yi Qinghan recalled the painful experience of this year, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Without the soul ring, he must have already given up. After a moment, he suddenly smiled evilly. According to the rules of the game that the Soul Emperor had set at Fallen God Mountain, the more you put in, the more you would obtain. I wonder what kind of generous rewards will there be this time? Divine tool? Or perhaps this mysterious woman? Well, beauty, let's talk nonsense later, shall we? You said that if I see you clearly, I will obtain you and a great lucky chance. Do you want to exchange for it? Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and looked at the woman with some embarrassment. Although there was a bashful smile on his face, the fire in his eyes was very obvious. Hee little man. Don't be impatient. As soon as the woman saw Yi Qinghan's expression, she smiled. Her expression inadvertently restored its incomparably seductive appearance, causing Yi Qinghan's heartbeat to accelerate. The woman lightly covered her delicate lips and softly said, "First, let me introduce myself. I am Yao Ji, one of Master's dancing bewitching concubines. Also, you are wrong. The message I am sending you is, it is possible to obtain me. Of course, as for whether or not you can obtain me in the end, that will depend on your efforts. As for the great lucky chance, I can gift it to you, but whether or not you can grasp it depends on yourself. Little man, work hard. Yao Ji is waiting for your favor." Chapter 429. Great opportunity. I can give it to you now? Yi Qinghan's heart immediately surged like a storm on a calm sea surface. The so-called opportunity was definitely not some kind of treasure or artifact, and Yi Qinghan did not need it now. Since the enchantress was talking about a great opportunity, it must be an opportunity to double his strength. What he needed the most now was to improve his own strength, such as becoming a god. Enchantress, what is that? I don't know if this great opportunity can make me a god? Yi Qinghan took 2 deep breaths again, and calmed himself down. However, he could not help but curl his lips and ask, Hee little man, you are anxious again. Sometimes, men should not be anxious. If you are too anxious, you will not be able to taste the most wonderful taste. The enchantress looked at Yi Qinghan, who was very excited but desperately trying to suppress it. She covered her mouth and teased him. The purple eyeshadow in her eyes flashed, and her every move caused her breasts to sway, and the little red string on her slender waist to sway. Coupled with her flirtatious words, the palace began to ripple with a charming atmosphere, and the air became sticky. All right. Enchantress, you win. I'm afraid of you. Let's stop playing, okay? Yi Qinghan's eyes were burning. He felt that even the air he exhaled was scorching hot. His penis, which had just calmed down, began to stir again. He lowered his head helplessly, cupped his hands, and begged for mercy. He did not dare to look at the enchantress anymore. He was afraid that if he continued like this, he would be burned to death by the fire of desire. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had another definition of pain in his heart. The most painful thing in the world was to have a peerless, naked enchantress in front of you. You wanted to do it, and you dared to do it, but you could not. Hee little man, at least you know what's good for you. I won't tease you anymore. As for this great opportunity, I'll introduce you to the Dream Palace first. When the enchantress saw Yi Qinghan like this, she laughed even more cheerfully. After a while, she felt that she had enough fun, so she began to talk about business. Her expression also returned to its incomparably pure and holy look. She glanced at the palace, and a trace of intoxication flashed in her eyes. She said, "This illusory palace is actually a spatial divine tool. A divine tool that countless people in the divine world have coveted for a long time. It is also the famous work that Master used to establish his status as the Supreme Refiner. This is the #1 treasure below the God Emperor realm." Supreme Refiner? The #1 treasure? Yi Qinghan was a little surprised. This Supreme Refiner sounded very awesome, didn't it? Was the Soul Emperor becoming the God Emperor related to his status as the Sovereign of Refining? And this palace was actually a spatial divine tool like the Unfettered Pavilion? And it was the #1 treasure below God Emperor? If he could obtain this illusory palace, wouldn't he be rich? Thus he said somewhat excitedly, "Enchantress, now that I've entered the illusory palace, Does that mean that I have the chance to obtain this spatial divine tool? Yi Qinghan thought that since he could enter this place and had already passed through 2 stages, if he continued to pass through the stages that the Soul Emperor had set up, wouldn't it be the same as obtaining unfettered pavilion at Fallen God Mountain? Hee, little man, your ambition is so great. I can tell you clearly, don't even think about it. The enchantress shook her head slightly and rolled her eyes. She said, the reason you were transmitted here is because you fulfilled one of the 2 conditions to enter this place. And Master only set this opportunity once, which is before the illusory palace appears. Besides you, no one else can enter this place. Moreover, you can only stay in this illusory palace for 10 years. After 10 years, you will be automatically transmitted out. Of course, if you have great luck in the future and obtain this spatial divine tool, you can enter and exit the illusory palace at any time. 10 years? That long? Yi Qinghan was a little confused after the enchantress had said so much. But when he heard that he had to stay here for 10 years, he became a little anxious. If he didn't obtain anything from this place, then that would be a great loss. At least an unfettered pavilion. There was a painting of a beach in the rain that he could comprehend. Moreover, there hadn't been any news from him for 10 years. Who knew how anxious Yi Qingyu and the others would be? Imph. You still think it's too long? The enchantress was slightly startled when she heard this. Then she said with some dissatisfaction, little man, do you know how many people in the God realm want to stay with you for a year, or even a month? In the past, someone gave a treasure that could be exchanged for a city to Master, and Master only allowed that person to stay for a year. You're just a lucky brat, and you actually think it's too long? Ah. Yi Qinghan was completely shocked. Of course, he knew that the city that the enchantress mentioned was definitely not a city in the Flame Dragon continent. Elder Lu had said that a city in the God realm was comparable to the Flame Dragon continent. The Flame Dragon continent could only be exchanged for a year's time. Was this dream palace really that impressive? He blinked and asked, what's so special about this palace? Why do even God realm experts want to come in? Hee, the number 1 treasure below the God Emperor realm. Isn't it an undeserved reputation? Seeing that her words had finally subdued this silly boy, the enchantress was a little pleased with herself. However, she inadvertently revealed the demeanor of a little girl, which shocked Yi Qinghan again. After a slight pause, she said again. After a slight pause, she continued. The Dream Palace has 3 ordinary functions. First, cultivating here for a year is equivalent to cultivating in the God realm for 5 years. Second, the speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth here is more than double that of the outside world. Of course, God Emperor experts are excluded. Third, the Dream Palace can simulate any battle between experts below the God Emperor realm. Martial artists can comprehend laws or attack by watching the battle. As for the more advanced functions, only the master of the Dream Palace is qualified to know. This time, Yi Qinghan was completely shocked. His eyes widened and he looked around in disbelief. His palms started to sweat, and his heart was in turmoil. The 3 most ordinary functions? Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the God realm for 5 years. It should be known that cultivating in the Carefree Pavilion was equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon continent for 10 years because of the divine spiritual aura. Wouldn't cultivating here for a year be equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon plane for 50 years? And he had 10 years. Wouldn't that be equivalent to cultivating in the Flame Dragon continent for 500 years? 500 years. To Yi Qinghan, who had only cultivated for 10 years, it was a very long time. Most importantly, the speed of comprehending the laws here was actually double. The speed of comprehending the laws could also be doubled. As for the 3rd function, Yi Qinghan didn't understand. Simulating any martial artist's battle didn't seem to be very useful, right? Could one comprehend the laws of heaven and earth from other people's battles? Even if they were occasionally triggered, it didn't seem to be very useful. But just the first 2 functions were already very shocking. Moreover, there seemed to be more advanced functions. The speed of comprehending the laws can also be doubled. Also, battles between experts don't seem to be very beneficial, right? For example, if I were to watch a battle between God King experts, with their speed, I wouldn't be able to see their attacks clearly. Even if I were to see 100 battles, what use would it be? After a while, Yi Qinghan voiced out the doubts in his heart. Chapter 430. I won't explain the comprehension speed of the laws. Of course, you wouldn't understand even if I did. But I can tell you that it's absolutely true. And the third point is that you wouldn't be able to comprehend anything if you fought outside. But here, it's extremely beneficial. Because this place slows down the speed of both parties' battles. You can clearly feel the laws of heaven and earth that they use, as well as their attacks. I can honestly tell you that those who have watched the battles in this palace have more or less comprehended something. Some people even broke through from the first-tier sky god realm to the divine general realm in a year. The Yao Ji said proudly. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Yi Qinghan with an amused expression. You said that you want to watch 100 battles? Hehe, are you daydreaming? I can tell you clearly that the great opportunity I'm giving you is just one battle. All he had to do was watch a battle and then cultivate here for 10 years, not a single battle more than that. Of course you can choose to reject it. I can teleport you back now. Go back? No. I'm not a fool. Yi Qinghan hurriedly waved his hands. Although there were many things he didn't understand, the information revealed by the Yao Ji was enough to shock him. Breaking through from the first-tier sky god realm to the divine general realm? Although he didn't know how to cultivate from the sky god realm to the divine general realm, it was already so difficult to cultivate to the divine general realm. However, cultivating to the heavenly god realm was already so difficult. Out of the millions of martial artists in the Fire Dragon continent, how many could become a god? Moreover, Elder Lu had been stuck in the sky god realm for thousands of years, and still hadn't stepped into the divine general realm. Yet, someone had broken through in a year? How magical was this? No wonder countless people in the divine world wanted to come here. No wonder one could only stay here for a year, if they had to exchange for a city's worth of treasures. Now he had 10 years. It was like a beggar suddenly being hit by a gold ingot that fell from the sky. If he still wanted to go back now, he would really be a fool. I forgot to tell you something. If you have a big breakthrough in these 10 years, I'll give you a reward. When the enchantress saw that Yi Qinghan's eyes were constantly flashing with a strange light, she knew that he understood the magic of the dream palace. She revealed a charming smile and mischievously winked at Yi Qinghan. Oh, what reward? For example, to obtain your body? Yi Qinghan secretly muttered a few times, Vixen. Not to be outdone, he flirted back. Little man, if you can get the illusory palace in the future, the enchantress will be your slave. I guarantee that you will feel like dying every day and enjoy the wonderful taste that all the men in the divine realm want to enjoy. Now I will also give you a chance. If you have a big breakthrough in your cultivation within 10 years, I will let you enjoy the unique and wonderful body of our enchantress clan in the divine realm. So work hard, little man. I look forward to your favor. As Yao Ji spoke, her body began to wriggle unconsciously. The movement of her waist and body seemed to contain a mysterious rhythm, causing Yi Qinghan to be unable to not be shaken by her every movement. Especially that little red string. It simply made one have the urge to vomit blood. The moment the enchantress twisted her body, Yi Qinghan felt as if everything around him had disappeared, leaving behind an indescribably beautiful body that could melt one's soul with a single glance. However, the Yao Ji clan chuckled and stopped wriggling. Yi Qinghan woke up with a start and felt embarrassed. There was something sticky in his nose. Fortunately, it didn't flow out. He cursed inwardly. The Yao Ji clan? You're indeed a Yao Ji clan, a Yao Ji clan. What do you mean by the breakthrough? Yi Qinghan recalled the battle with the Yao Ji clan in his mind, and suddenly thought of a problem. He was tricked by her previously. This time, he had to implement the benefits and make the conditions clear so that he wouldn't end up empty-handed again. You've become smarter, little man. You're at the first tier of the saint level now. How about this? You can cultivate to the second tier of the heavenly god level, and I'll fulfill your wish. Of course, I'm talking about the comprehension of the laws. The Yao Ji squinted her eyes and formed a crescent shape. Coupled with her languid aura, she looked like a little kitten. Second tier of the heavenly god level. You're ruthless. Yi Qinghan looked at the Yaoji clan who had suddenly turned into a cute girl and groaned inwardly. Becoming a god was still a distant dream. And she actually wanted to ask for the second tier of the heavenly god level? Yi Qinghan snorted heavily and pretended to be angry. If there's a chance, I'll definitely let you have a taste of our Yi family's invincible overlord spear. Hee, the Yaoji clan is looking forward to it. You go ahead and cultivate. I'm tired and will take a nap. You can call me when you decide to watch the battle between experts. But let me give you a word of advice. Don't even think of sneaking into my bed. Don't blame me if you suffer and cry. The Yaoji clan caressed her glossy black hair flirtatiously and smiled at Yi Qinghan. Then, she turned around and left, leaving behind an incomparably curvy back view. She actually ignored Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was completely at his wits' end with this demonic-like woman. He swept a few glances at her back, which was not completely covered by the light veil. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, he turned around and sat cross-legged. He began to digest the shocking secret revealed by the Yaoji clan's words. He had endured inhuman pain for a year in exchange for a great opportunity. Although this demonic-like woman had tricked him and he couldn't personally enjoy her wonderful taste, it was worth it to be able to take a few glances at her and feel her charm. He knew he had hit the jackpot. To be able to cultivate in this place for 10 years and watch a battle between experts was indeed a great opportunity. Of course, whether or not he could grasp it and break through would depend on his luck. His mind spun quickly, and he began to force himself not to think about that peerless thing behind him. What he needed to do now was to calm down and calm his mind. Only then would he be able to think clearly about more things and grasp this great opportunity. It was just that a man and a woman were alone in the same room. Moreover, it was a naked, peerless, demonic-like woman. Moreover, he had felt her peerless charm for a long time. Even a monk would have ripples of lust. Her coquettish voice was still echoing in his ears. His mind was trying its best not to think about her alluring body. However, the more he tried to suppress it, the more it bounced back. His mind was filled with that twisting body and that swaying red string. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to turn around and look. The evil fire in his body was getting more and more vigorous. His body was getting hotter and hotter, and his mood was getting more and more restless. Calm down, Yi Qinghan. If this goes on, you will be finished. Have you forgotten about Yi Ruoshui's self-detonation? Have you forgotten about all the sufferings you have suffered for so many years? Have you forgotten about Yu Qingqing and the others? Have you forgotten about that perverted Baldi? Yi Qinghan began to constantly question himself in his heart. He constantly reminded himself, and began to think about the rainy night when his mother died from illness in the Yi family castle. The smear of red on the white wall of his small courtyard, the white hair of Yi Qingyu, and the fireworks that bloomed in the sky above the hidden city. Slowly his mood gradually calmed down. He began to expel all distracting thoughts and sat cross-legged to cultivate. After a moment his mind became empty and he had completely entered a meditative state. The demoness who was lying on the white jade bed let out a nasal sound in surprise. Then, she opened her beautiful eyes and a trace of splendor flashed through them. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile of admiration. Then she closed her eyes and continued to sleep.